Yeah.
Because they don't like.
Yeah, sure.
Because they run out of watch.
Oh, yeah, that's why. Yeah. Ready to go on. Yeah.
One, two. Yeah, I'll mention that.
Yeah.
So the people in the hearing more to our sorry.
So really, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. And good morning, everybody. Welcome to this hearing. We'll just go through some really basic housekeeping stuff first. But look, just at the outset, I'm very pleased to see everybody here. For those who may not have attended a consent hearing before, and I know a lot of you here obviously have and have very experienced, but I'll say this anyway. A hearing really runs best when there is respect between all parties. So, good morning. So, I know that I certainly, as commissioners, we expect that of everybody here that if you may disagree with views expressed by other parties in this hearing, but if we treat each other with respect, then they will go much better. So, look, some of the housekeeping stuff. Emma, just wondering if you want to take us through health and safety, toilets, and that kind of thing.
Yeah, so toilets are just directly opposite the main entrance. You come into the meeting rooms that way, toilets are on the opposite side. Yeah, this fire exit, so this is the main exit. Yeah, I think masks are being worn in and out of the library, but we're fine in here. That's about it, yeah.
Okay.
And I, at the end of the meeting, they got like confirmation.
In terms of breaks and coffee and stuff, what's happening there?
So there's a couple of breaks scheduled on the agenda. We've got 15 minutes in the morning, 15 minutes in the afternoon, and a 45-minute break for lunch. We're free to go as we please. There's water and glasses and stuff over there.
Okay, well, perhaps we'll start with just a round of introductions, and just if you can just state your name and who you're representing.
I'm Eva Bang, and I'm the hearing administrator for the council.
Morning, I'm May. I am council consultant and
Good morning, Robin Simpson. Urban designer and landscape architect giving peer review and advice.
Morning everyone, Neil Trotter, council representative on road matters and transport.
I am Heather, I'm also with the council, just helping out with the hearing.
Maria, my name is Rachel, and the advice for the applicant.
I'm Richard Mansell, I'm with my family, the applicant.
And Sampson, I'm an RMA planner consultant.
I'm Harriet Fraser, I'm the applicant here helping the applicant.
Morning, my name is Nick Goldwater, ecologist for the applicant.
Morning, my name is Chris Crenshaw. I'm residents of the city side of things for the applicant.
I'm Dave Kumpman, I'm designer and I'm Jared Boy, assisting on economics.
Good, I'm Nick Taylor, progress assistant engineering.
Morning everyone, I'm Phil Hindra. I'm a commissioner today with a background in planning from Mansell.
And morning, everybody. I'm Mark Ashby, Commissioner as well, and I'm based in London. So that's good. I think that's all we have to do in terms of the basics. So throw it open, well, firstly, actually, to Ms. Wrighton, just to give a very general introduction to the application and perhaps the council team, and in terms of what's going to be presented.
So the application was lodged for quite a range of activities. And right before the district plan was made operative last year, so I think that's come through in some of the evidence that you've seen from Ms. Blackwell around that timing. And I guess one of the things to clarify is that the zoning name has changed between what was proposed and operative, because when the council made that change, and they changed the format to the planning standards, and then obviously to incorporate that, some of the definitions obviously changed as part of that process too. None of the rules or standards or objectives and policies that were mentioned in the 42A report, but also in Mr. Hanson's application, all of those wordings and things, so none of like the intent of any of that has changed in a way that I guess impacts where we've got into on the point of recommending that the application be granted. I guess there's two areas from council's perspective that are probably outstanding in terms of the shared path, which is also shown for 104 on the plans, and Mr. Trotter will be speaking about that a bit later on. So I was about to email this to Spain, because I'm conscious of the people at home that probably haven't looked and do have hard copies of things. That would be a good idea to flip or electronic versions to flip them to Emma so she can send them out, I guess, to people that are at home, so they've got them too. But you'll see the memo that I've prepared focuses a lot, I guess, on the conditions side of things, and responding to specific points and the evidence that's been received, rather than too much detail on that, because overall I think the work conditions are quite good, with the community be granted.
Thanks, Ms. Wrighton. And I assume that Ms. Simpson and Mr. Trotter are going to be in attendance for the entire time to
Yes.
hear what's going on. Excellent. Yeah, that would be good. All right, that's great. Mr. Hancock, I'll probably just throw it open to you. Do you imagine that you are going to, we've got you down for 60 minutes in terms of your legal submissions? Do you think that will be about right?
Potentially, I wasn't too sure because I wasn't sure what this was going to say. So there may be a few things I can say for the reply, but that's nice.
completely leave that in your hands. And look, just on that, just to explain to particularly people who haven't attended a hearing before like this, when we get to the end of tomorrow, what we will do is to adjourn the hearing, which doesn't mean that we'll close the hearing. The actual close of the hearing will occur once, if, for instance, we may get to the end of tomorrow and Commissioner Hendrick and I may decide that there are additional points of clarification that we want to receive from the applicant. And so we will probably signal those at the end of tomorrow, but certainly issue a formal minute if that's the case. And as is normal, also there is time allotted after the end of the hearing days for legal counsel to provide a written reply. And I'll assume to do a written response.
If I can close orally, I will. Just that we're all done, but go to. If there's anything during the time that there are questions, we can share. Obviously, the quickest way to me get responses from experts is in groups. So feel free to ask, and I can make a note and come back with that response.
Yeah, no, we'll certainly be asking those questions. And look, just an observation from reading through the material, clearly there are quite a few matters which relate to conditions and to discussions that have been had with the various parties and the indications of what will or won't be done. And Ms. Ryden, I'm really expecting you, I think, to be taking careful note of things during the hearing which come up, which are seen as being offered or are conditions, and when we get to the point of a condition set, and I know Mr. Hanson does have a revised condition set to present to us, but I think it's entirely possible that after the hearing dates that we do have you and he, potentially also Ms. Blackwell, sitting down and going through the conditions. So we're certainly keen for you to keep an eye on what's said in relation to conditions, so that we can have a good check and things going on. Yep, that would be great.
Just one thought here, Mr. Hanson and Ms. Reed did a conference last week. We provided a big set, and the applicant's got a set that we're working to at the hearing. Should we circulate that to you now? Would that be helpful? Because then we can go through a hearing.
I think absolutely, yeah, that would be great.
Rather than at the end.
And also before we get into things, does anybody have any procedural matters that they want to raise? Any timing issues?
No, I have promised you a few out of town in March. So maybe reach out with the board. Sure. Can I want those to circulate?
Thank you. And look, just a final note. It's a bit of a paper war, as we all know. So you'll forgive us if we take some time just writing down notes and might be a few pauses like that. Over to you.
May I please the panel? These are the planning submissions that we on behalf of the Mansell family, the applicant, and they've applied for consent to subdivide the executive farm into 47 residential lots. The development of the estate. Coventry District has experienced significant uptake in demand for housing in the district, partially due to the limited supply of greenfield development occurred. The project will assist in meeting this demand by providing residential lots for purchasers to develop. So that's going to be 45 new lots, in the 46 lots is a lot that already has an existing house. These can be accommodated by existing infrastructure and located in close proximity to Canberra. Now, there's a modest, I think Mr. Boyce's 5% needed contribution to cover these housing. The project has been carefully designed to respond to its environment, and it involves legal protection and restoration of all natural events on site, legal protection of canoe stands and key villages formations by way of no build areas, and significant landscaping of indigenous species. While the project will inevitably result in change from the existing uneconomic farmland to a mix of rural residential and residential, there is no requirement that the applicant preserve the landscape in such a way. Now, part 2, I have set out a project development description, which I'm sure you've seen quite a few times. I don't intend to read that out, but I thought it would be good if we just had information somewhere as to how all those pieces fit in place. And may I ask whether the commission said for this
Kind of.
did you jump ahead?
No, we did not. We went there separately rather than together, and we both went around parts of the outside.
Okay.
So what we intend to do, with advice from Mr. Mansell about
Getting
what-
chased over a horse.
there is that, it is to probably next week find a nice day to actually go on.
Yeah, it'll,
Definitely be going, I expect. So
You might find a few extra weekends down there.
going in mind, and hopefully we make that.
Okay. Yeah, along with the other ecologists that do. So I've set that up here. Mr. Taylor in his evidence is actually going to talk you through key elements of the proposal with the map in front of you, which is going to be far more useful than me. So if we go to 2.11, the approach to consultation, so the applicant has consulted extensively with TRPR Untitled Trust, who have been familiar with the site and the support proposal. And they've further shaped this proposal in response to matters raised by Greater Wellington, District Council officers, and engaged with a number of submitters. So in this case, it's Robbie Kataki, Earl, Keenan Rice, and the custodial trustees. There's also 6 owners of neighbouring properties. I do expect some of those are owned by the applicant, and others are neighbours who have provided their approval to the development. The key feature of this project has been the applicant's willingness to collaborate and incorporate these parties' views into the application where possible. We've seen those changes being described in Mr. Hanson's evidence, including the offer of further pest control, reduction of the number of lots by 3, further landscape planting and extension of no build areas, conditions which have been agreed with the stormwater team in relation to the management of block 200, which is the constructed wetland, and a slight realignment of the recreation track to dedicated path from the community park. Goes without saying, these amendments improve the quality of the proposal before you, and they've resulted in a higher degree of agreement from the council officers and the applicant that the project is suitable for its environment and should be consented. Due to the delays in processing the application, the applicant has secured regional consents from Greater Wellington and the bulk earthworks approval from Heritage New Zealand. As noted in the officer's report, the impact of the project on 4 natural wetlands on site under the NPS freshwater and NPS have been considered and consented by Greater Wellington. The officer's report has recommended that consent be granted with conditions and taken a fundamental approach. The activity status is not compliant, and the applicant and the council agreed that both gateway tests. Just noted at 3.2 that there is a slight difference in opinion between Mr. Whelan and Mr. Hanson over the conclusions on the effects. But I think the point there is that the review allows where the consent to be granted and necessary to be met. As the conclusion of effects and suitable conditions that are both coming under that no more than minor test. Assessment of effects. The geotechnical, cultural, archaeological, hydrological, stormwater hazard, infrastructure construction, ecology, visual landscape, economic, urban design and planning effects of the proposal have been assessed in detail in the AEP. The additional matters raised by council and submitted have been considered in quite a lot of detail by the applicants, experts in the evidence, and will be covered by the experts in the presentation. Their presentations to the panel. Rather than repeat those assessments, I'm going to leave those for those witnesses to talk you through. But in summary, I conclude that they conclude that the project is appropriate and confirm that development will have less than minor effects on the environment, and any minor effects can be appropriately mitigated by the recommended conditions. Following a second round of landscape conferencing, with conferencing that was more of a workshop, I guess, because was included. The landscape experts are also in agreement that the effects of the revised project are acceptable from an amenity and rural character perspective. And I think this sits in their involvement in that process. Other than a handful of discrete traffic issues, the applicant's assessment of effects has been largely accepted and adopted by the council. Now, I've listed the positive effects of the proposal here for you. Don't intend to read those out, other than to say that they have been accepted by the council. They are contested by any proposed conditions. A comprehensive set of suggested conditions has been prepared by Ms. Reardon and Mr. Hanson, so they had an informal conferencing session on those last week. Mr. Hanson has provided a further draft to council, but we were getting a little bit close to the hearing, so we haven't had council's response on those quite yet. These have been developed with the input of the experts to mitigate the effects of the development. That includes the development of an ecological management plan, a lizard management plan, a landscape management plan, prohibitions on the earthworks and structures in terms of no-build areas, a comprehensive list of consent notices for those are proposed for building and yard setbacks with land protection and vegetation, a construction management plan and construction hazard management plan, sediment and erosion management plan, which has a dual function in relation to the bulk earthworks consent and and conditions requiring fencing covenants and providing for stormwater in construction. The agreement, I think, has been reached on all the few conditions, and these also reflect consultation with a number of parties. So you see where there's been consultation with Kentucky, the Earls, with custodial trustees, with Atiawa, those things have been incorporated into the set. It's the Mr. Hanson will discuss it in a bit more detail, but it's the applicant's position that these should form the basis of any final version of consent conditions if the panel is likely to. Coming to unresolved issues, the outstanding issues relate to matters raised by the voting team. Though I would just like to say the council's voting team has accepted many of the findings of Fraser's assessment report. So while these are still in dispute, generally there's a high level of agreement on the rest of the traffic effects of that proposal. So we're just focused in on the things that are still an issue between the applicant and council. And these are the trimming of vegetation adjacent to Otakana Road, the form and purpose of the shared path and whether that should be lit, whether that should be co-improvement, Tico street improvement package is required to mitigate an effect of the development, and whether that can be subject to a condition, whether the changes sought by the council in relation to the shared path and the achieve the street improvements are in scope, and whether the proposed planting of the berm and pinch points can be safely accommodated. So the balance of these submissions is going to focus on those issues and the related condition. I've just set out, which I thought was quite useful in relation to this discussion, is the scope and limits of conditions. The commissioners will be well aware of those, and obviously relevant to the issues of the legal limits on the scope of conditions that can be imposed on users. So these are that they must be imposed for a planning purpose, be fairly reasonably related to the proposed activities, and not be unreasonable. They've now been codified in section 108A, and that section says that the condition cannot be imposed unless the applicant agrees to it. So that's a major condition. The condition is directly connected to either an adverse effect of the activity on the environment or an applicable rule, or the condition relates to administrative factors. Returning now to trimming of roadside vegetation. I just wonder one second. Emma, is it possible to get some water for that? Or is that a COVID thing that's dropped off? Sorry, I'm just running out of steam here. I'll have a sip of coffee and keep going. So the trimming of roadside vegetation. The officer's report raises what they describe as a jurisdictional issue with the wording of the condition proposed by the applicant, and this relates to the trimming of the roadside vegetation on Otipara Road due to the alleged involvement of third parties. Now, Mr. Taylor has confirmed, and I made him check last week, that the vegetation to be removed to achieve the sightlines that are proposed sits entirely within the legal road reserve, and it's not a private property. So Ms. Fraser has also confirmed the vegetation is already a safety issue, so it'll give photos of the docks the sightlines there. So in my submission, there's no jurisdictional issue with the proposed condition infringing on third party rights. The vegetation is not road reserve. Under section 353 of the Local Government Act, the council obviously has an obligation to take sufficient precautions for the general safety of local roads, and that includes the trimming of vegetation of the trees overhand, should be overhang or obstructing along the road, and can do so with permitted activity. The next issue is the form of the shared path of the recreation track. Now that's just looking at that map, that's the track that goes through from the top of the hillside in the northern area down to connect the southern part of the development. You would see on the site, it's quite a steep topography. The original resource consent proposed a recreation track in lot 104 to be vested in the council as a local purpose reserve, and it was intended as a walking cycle bridleway, and this was to provide access for the development to form a walking route. It was actually included as part of the development following the request from council's park manager during the pre-application consultation. They wanted to have the recreational reserve and then a loop through so that you can do a sort of bit of a walk through the development up over the hill background on the road. Mr. Trotter's evidence now proposes conditions 64 and 67, and they will have the effect of converting the recreation path into a roading asset that must meet condition standards for a commuter connector, which is quite different than what we proposed. The applicant is concerned about the additional adverse effects this would generate. The path forms a route, or part of the route of an old grey track, which is an important heritage feature to the Tiara Trust, who have expressed a desire to keep this route as natural as possible and would like to see the dray track recognised as part of the development. Mr. Brown Higgett, on behalf of the trust, has put it this way. You will see he put a memorandum in as to the effects of the development that came through in the second vote. So the importance of the drain track remaining is important to our EU history. All steps need to be taken to restore it in some way. It binds the track to our Tupuna and those that butt up to. We need to retain as much early history as we can when the opportunity arises. Mr. Hanson has sought further input from Mr. Higgett in response to the RFI, which had proposed that it be sealed and at a lower vacant. And so here Mr. Higgett says, this is such an example. Let's not lose it by having it buried under a road. The drain track must be kept as natural as possible and formed to its original track. We would not like to see any lighting installed, as this would take away from its importance as an old drain track. And the landscape experts agree that from a visual perspective, visual effects perspective and natural character perspective, this path should be kept as natural as possible and remain lit. Now, I must admit that this track was in the application as lodged. It did follow more closely the route of the actual drain track. And then we had a discussion with Mr. Trotter in February, and that was, the route was amended slightly to respond to his concerns around gradient, in particular given the steepness of that track. And it was also proposed that the southernmost part of that was going to be sealed, this portion up to but this has been done in a way that remains sympathetic to the trust wishes. And so Mr. Hickson has gone back to Mr. Higgett, showing him what was proposed and RTR is still comfortable with that. But obviously, initially we had hoped that that would more closely follow the drain track and would, given the compromise position. And I just note, sorry, Mr. Trotter, that I couldn't find anywhere in your evidence that you mentioned the subsequent offer to seal the most southern part of that track on the part where I think you were referring to the L bend. The conditions sought by Mr. Trotter in my submission indicate a safe adherence to the standards for the urban development without any consideration of the proposed use and purpose of the park or the topographic feasibility of creating a connector route and the effect that that will have on the environment. Ms. Fraser in her evidence states it serves a small residential community, probably a handful of residents, and as such it's appropriate that the daytime use only be encouraged. And she has also pointed out an alternative pavement commuter cycling route exists along Otakonga Road for serious cyclists and there's sufficient pavement there and hence is the sole route they could take. Ms. Fraser has confirmed the path was proposed by the applicant will be safe for the shared use of pedestrians and cyclists and that she has no safety concerns for those users. She does not consider it necessary to further amend the gradient or surface of the path. Mr. Greenshields has also undertaken a comprehensive safety assessment of the shared path and confirmed it's acceptable and appropriate. Both Mr. Greenshields and Mr. Taylor in his evidence actually provide some examples of shared paths around the district in rural parts of Cathay that don't meet the connector route standards. Overall, it's the applicant's strong view that these have been what has been designed and the conditions that is proposed are appropriate, and most importantly, result in a far better outcome than that is suggested by council. A related issue is the lighting of this track, and Mr. Greenshields has also assessed that council's assessment, and he, in his view, council's assessment of the standards fails to recognise the caveat when that's used in the right context. I must say, I think in my submission, context is really everything here when looking at what's appropriate in the environment. Mr. Greenshields concludes that the use of lighting in this situation will give a false impression that the path is safe for nighttime use. Based on his safety analysis, he's concluded that lighting the shared path would be inappropriate. And this is a sentiment that's shared by a number of submitters who have requested that the path not be lit to protect the night sky. So there were no submitters that said, please make sure this is sealed and fully lit or anything like that. So that becomes important when looking at my next point. The change from a recreation track to a roading connected route sought by council will result in a path of very different scale, depth and intensity than what the applicant has sought consent for. And in my submission, I think there might be some scope issues there. In particular, the earthworks associated with creating a connected route that meets the necessary standards would result in vibrational effects. And you would have seen in Mr. Taylor's evidence, how he discussed this, that initially it was proposed that there was a road to the whole way through the site. And in discussions with Aotearoa, we actually decided to reduce the scale of the earthworks to assist with the protection of the natural wetland, retain the topography, but also it was a very large amount of earthworks that was going to be required to get a route down the hillside. This is at odds with, also at odds with the environmental design outcomes that were sought for the development, including the applicant's efforts to retain the topography, acknowledge the dray track in its natural form and the natural form of this area, and as such, that's my submission, the form and conditions offered by the applicant should be confirmed. Or preferred, sorry. Moving to the berm and pinch point planting, I put this in as an issue. I wasn't entirely clear from council's response where we landed on that, so I just thought I'd raise it, and obviously that's something that we can discuss further in the hearing. So there's a minor disagreement in respect of the pinch point planting of berm planting in the southern area. So the planting of the berm is for the more higher density area in the bottom, and was agreed as a result of the landscaping conferencing with Simpson. And it's proposed that they plant indigenous grasses there that are relatively low lying to add to the permeability and break up some of the more urban environment or the hard landscape of the area. Ms. Fraser has assessed it as being appropriate and increase safety accommodation on site, and the applicant has proposed a suitable low growth species list for the area. Again, I'm not quite sure where council landed with the consideration of that.
All right, so when you say there's a minor disagreement, that's something which will come out.
Yeah, we couldn't, I couldn't trace it through. Mr. Henson might be able to correct me, but I couldn't trace through Mr. Trotter's discussion of that issue versus the officer's report, recommendations, and then the commission's put up. So I just had a question.
Or as you say, when we come to Mr. Trotter, we can.
Might just
that
be
one?
clarification rather
Sure.
than in dispute. What is in dispute though, and again, Mr. Trotter, I apologise in advance for these submissions, but I'm going to have to make them. There's a disagreement around the Chico Street improvement package, and it's the applicant's view that these works do not form part of the resource consent application, are not required to mitigate the effect of the development, and cannot be imposed as a condition of consent. Now, the applicant has been in negotiations over the last year with council officers over the part of the development agreement under section 207 of the LGA. These works sit outside the resource consent process and have not been volunteered by the applicant as a condition of consent. The applicant participated in those discussions in good faith, and these works were discussed in lieu of the payment of roading contributions. So the applicant is quite disappointed by the approach now being taken by the roading team on this issue. The applicant has not sought consent for the Chico Street works. They're not included in the resource consent application because they were needed to respond to an effect. To this extent, they're out of the scope of the application. And just looking back at the RFI responses, I thought was quite insightful. So in point 6 of the first RFI response, council asked, can the applicant please confirm how the cost of works to Chico Street and the intersection with Otago Road are to be secured at the right consent? You'll see the applicant's response was Chico Street works are in the negotiation of the development agreement set outside the consent process and is working through a different time frame. So we were working along to that different time frame with the relative necessary teams within council to deal with that. Then we get to the second R5, where council requested specific details of these works. So the applicant was compelled to provide the scope of works being discussed with the officers in the context of the development agreement. The applicant's response to the R5 included confirmation that these were being provided for completeness only, and they are not in response to an effective development clauses. So I would have to say, I think the applicant has been quite clear of its position all the way through, and I don't think it's a situation where you can say, well, that material is coming through the R5 process, and therefore should form part of the development. The works aren't required to mitigate an effect of the development. Ms. Fraser had provided detailed evidence on this issue, and we'll be hearing more from her on that issue. I've set out sort of the crux of that at A to E below. I don't suppose to read that. Ms. Fraser has also confirmed that the existing need to undertake maintenance and upgrade activities on Chico Street to address damage to the seal where the road is not wide enough for two vehicles to pass. Did you go to Chico Street? Was it very muddy while you were there?
I wouldn't say it was muddy, but yeah,
Yeah.
it definitely, I mean, hadn't read things. Yeah, it's definitely cool with the description.
And I might have left it out of submissions, but sort of one of the points that we struggle with this is building the Chico Street extension, which will be a road that comes off the back to the latest standards with a pavement, with a curb and channel, you know, all of that stuff. You do grapple with the difficulty of what you do when that road connects to the other one. So that's the context in which the offline discussions occurred. So there's vegetarian, in Ms. Fraser's opinion, there's vegetation clearance to protect sightlines, lack of a footpath, given the existing residential of the northern side of Chico Street, and lack of street lighting. In her opinion, the minor effects of the proposed subdivision do not trigger the need for the works or change that would be required. They're not needed in response to an effective development. Overall, Ms. Fraser considers the traffic effects caused by the additional 19 lots, so that's the 19 that will get access onto Chico Street, rather than the other side of the development, are well within the permitted baseline, and that the level of additional traffic activity associated effects have been considered acceptable and not needed mitigation. Overall, the project will result in less than minor changes to the safety and efficiency for existing road users. Now, turning to Mr. Trotter's brief of evidence, he, in my submission, incorrectly describes the Chico Street improvement package as mitigation and refers to mitigation works without really identifying the effect that needs to be mitigated. And this appears to arise from the misinterpretation of Ms. Fraser's traffic assessment report, which he describes as being critical to mitigate effects of the proposed subdivision. And with respect, Ms. Fraser doesn't say that, she says quite the opposite. Mr. Trotter says the increase in traffic is unacceptable to the increased vehicle cycling distance, but he doesn't elaborate further on those. Ms. Fraser's expert evidence is that this condition, so these are the conditions proposed by council, which were 62, 64 and 67 in the officer's report, are being proposed by council to address existing safety and maintenance deficiencies in Chico Street, which you would have seen on your site visit. Therefore, these conditions are not directly connected to responding to an adverse effect of the subdivision activity on the environment and are not for a valid purpose. In my submission, the panel is entitled to rely upon considered and detailed evidence provided by Ms. Fraser. Now, the next component of this is that the effects are within the permitted baseline in this regard. The vehicle movements generated by the subdivision will comply with permitted activity standards of no more than 100 vehicle movements per day per lot. So the district plan permitted activity standard is quite high. The applicants agree with the officer's report recommendation that the vehicle movements will comply with the permitted activity standards and should be disregarded. The traffic effects, including those on Chico Street, therefore fall within the permitted baseline, and the panel was able to disregard these effects when assessing the application in accordance with 104.2 of the RMA. again, it's provided for in the non-compliant activity as well. Disregard this effects. As the Court of Appeal explained in Hawthorne, the purpose of the permitted baseline is to isolate and make irrelevant effects of activities on the environment that are permitted by a district plan or have already been consented to. Now, obviously, the application of the permitted baseline is discretionary, and that's a very high level of permitted activity vehicle movements in the district plan. Whether that discretion, whether the panel exercise that discretion or not, depends on such matters as to whether they're fanciful. And here in my submission, it's not fanciful to suggest the extra vehicle movements or the permitted baseline. If you actually look at Ms. Fraser's assessment, she's assessed the actual vehicle movements rather than just sticking at the very high permitted baseline, which, you know, may raise some red flags. So Ms. Fraser has assessed the actual effect based on traffic counts per day in line with the relevant accepted material, but also she did sit outside and do traffic counts on Diego Street at various points to get a really good handle on what's happening in that area. So she has assessed in her evidence that the traffic generated from the 19 lots of the proposed subdivision access from Diego Street, and this is important, collectively contribute an additional 152 to 190 vehicle movements a day. So we're looking at very, very low additional traffic in terms of effect. And she's noted that this could already occur given the number of residents on Diego Street. Construction traffic also falls within the permitted levels. And Ms. Fraser had estimated a total of 375 truck movements. So one of the features of this development is a lot of the earthworks are all being managed on site. And the only thing that needs to come in is the aggregate. Some of it actually needed to build the roads rather than anything else. And she's estimated that that will be 40 to 50 truck movements per day over a 6 to 8 week period.
Wait to see them.
Oh, per week, yeah, that probably makes a lot more sense. Thank you. Lawyers can never be relied on with maths, I find.
All plans. Generally.
I'll leave you to make the
Yeah. It's a judgment on myself, actually.
So I guess there's been a lot written and a lot to be discussed about this, but I'd just like to make a common sense point that we're dealing with some very low level of effects. Scale. Yeah. Ms. Fraser explains the evidence that it's the anticipated level of traffic activity is equivalent to the permitted traffic movements provided in the plan for the 2 current lots that the applicant owns on Diego Street, having on-site activities that could generate traffic within the permitted range as of right without consent. So it's the two sections that Richard owns at the bottom of Diego Street that he could put houses on and happily have 100 vehicle movements per day associated with. Compliance with the permitted activity rules demonstrate the traffic effects are at a level which the community and council have decided is acceptable and can be safely accommodated on rural roads without mitigation. And in my submission, council is seeking a condition to mitigate traffic below permitted activity levels, which trigger a disproportionate amount of mitigation works. And just to provide you some context, now that you've seen the history, those improvement works have, excluding the works of the road extension and the Ocean intersection, which are accepted as forming part of probably from the development. The improvement package is estimated to be about 250,000. And that was provided back in December, given the way that construction costs are going up, it's probably quite a lot higher. So it's not a small amount in this case. The panel in my submission has been invited to impose conditions that are far more stringent than permitted by design for rural activities in the area. Ms. Fraser is of the view that these works are required to address existing maintenance and safety deficiencies that the council has neglected and should be done regardless of the proposed subdivision. They are not caused by it. As noted by Ms Fraser, the maintenance issue which Mr Trotter refers to as the rest situation already exists. Frustration by the council's failure to undertake these improvements has also been one of the predominant subjects in the written submissions that have been received on this application. Surprisingly, the correct approach appears to be acknowledged by Mr Trotter in his response to Mr Palmer's submission, where he acknowledges that the operational matters of road repair and routine maintenance sit outside the consenting process, and obviously that will be something that the commissioners will need to decide. The council, in my submission, has ownership and control of all roads in the district, and is required to take sufficient precautions for the general safety of the public and traffic on or near the road. And that includes the obligation to maintain these roads in a safe way. The responsibility to maintain Eco Street lies with the council and not with the applicant. The other component or difficulty that I have with the conditions that the council proposes is that Mr Trotter in previous discussions has indicated to the applicant that the proposed Eco Street works package would have to go through the local government act consultation process. If there are changes to the roading configuration of the existing Eco Street section, then those property owners affected will need to be consulted on pursuant to council's policy. And my understanding that needs to occur and be undertaken by council prior to council reaching a decision on the proposed changes and the outcome of that consultation cannot, but also should not be determined. For example, the applicant has proposed some improvements to Eco Street by way of a development agreement with council, but as noted by Ms Fraser, this is just one option for how these existing maintenance and safety deficiencies might be addressed. If council is minded to improve Eco Street, then it will be likely almost certainly need to consult on these options with the owners of properties affected by them, noting the consultation to date with Eco Street residents has been inclusive, so there has been previous attempts to get some sort of agreement as to what happens with an agreement. I understand that has been forthcoming. In terms of including this in a condition, council's consultation process will result in delay in both the time frame, but also the uncertainty as to the outcome of the final form of the design. This impacts unfairly on the applicant's ability to give effect to the consent and make the extent of any works to be provided subject to the views of third parties. In the applicant's views, these are additional factors which make council suggested conditions inappropriate. The applicant's strong view, as it has been throughout this process, is that any improvement to Eco Street would need to be undertaken by council, possibly in conjunction with the applicant, pursuant to a negotiated development agreement, as it doesn't properly form part of this consent. The applicant had sought to work with council on this with good faith and had actually designed these works in collaboration with council, including some components of those works that, like other people's driveways, that clearly are not something that the applicant should be responsible for. And so there's an element of disappointment as to the approach that's been taken. I did find a case which, in my submission, is totally on point. Unsurprisingly, these sorts of issues are not uncommon. A similar issue was addressed by the environmental portion of the transit case, and it provides in my submission some useful guidance as to the correct approach. I've provided a copy of that case. If there are any other cases that you'd like additional copies of, please let me know that you want to bombard you with a case or that you would have seen many times before. So in that case, Transit requested that conditions be imposed on the subdivision consent, requiring the upgrade of existing unsafe intersection that would be used to access the subdivision. The court declined to impose such a condition on the basis that it was proposed to overcome an existing deficiency with the roading infrastructure rather than to address and affect the subdivision. The court in that case said this was said to be an ulterior purpose, not for a valid resource management. Fit out the court's Judge Smith's quote here. He says, further seeking such a condition in this instance for what can only be described as an ulterior purpose to effect improvements to remedy an existing deficiency in the state highway is contrary to the rationale in the Newbury decision, which is obviously unreasonable. The court closely compared the level of effects of the subdivision versus the permitted baseline and noted at 67 that the permitted activities would result in the same level of effects without transit being able to extract the upgrade costs from the developer. So again, very similar to the situation that we have here. In that case, the court said, the evidence gave rise to a significant concern by us that this was an attempt to extract significant roading improvements to overcome existing network deficiencies from the developers. Having regard to the fact that permitted activities would result in the same level of effect without compensation to transit, we conclude it is in principle wrong to extract full costs for such improvement from just one developer. In my submission, and I just note in that case, they're actually only talking about 150,000 rather than 250,000. So it wasn't hugely significant there. In my submission, the council's approach to the Eco Street improvement package and the proposed condition raises exactly the same problem. It's proposed to cover and burden the applicant with substantial cost of fixing existing deficiencies in the Eco Street layout, rather than to address the traffic effects from the proposed subdivision. And as explained above, the traffic effects are within the permitted baseline and therefore can be disregarded. And just one final point on that matter, if you actually look at the case, so I haven't got the paragraph number, but it's the same structure of the condition as condition 67, which is being proposed. So it's that prior to the issue of section 224, that the applicant must undertake works in accordance with design page 45. So the situation as well as the condition of the building. Now,
Can I, sorry to interrupt,
no,
but like you slightly. At the top of page 19, you've got that quote from the court. It's in principle wrong to extract full costs.
yes.
What, can you outline the conclusion that the court drew on that? I mean, we'll read this obviously, but that implies that the court thought it might be a shared cost arrangement that was more appropriate.
That's an interesting question. So I might have to just have a read and come back to you in the break for that question. My understanding and reflection of the decision is that they say that the condition is an appropriate law and they decline to impose it. So I wonder if that's might be a hang up, but I'd just like to confirm that if you're right.
I might be inferring something from that, which someone does.
Yeah. I mean, they certainly said that. I mean, the court held that it shouldn't impose those conditions, and it was abusive essentially. So I don't know the extent to which any other conditions might have done that, but I'll double check. So matters raised for submitters, we've received the expert evidence of Ms. Blackwell. So I think we may respond to that now in advance so that the commissioners have what our concerns are, question right when they hear from you, that would be helpful. So Ms. Blackwell raises expert evidence in terms of whether the proposal is appropriate for the rural residential zone, in terms of rural character amenity effects, and whether the proposal meets the threshold test. So the applicant's experts will respond in detail to factual matters.
Can I actually stop you there and just check? I mean, I see Ms. Blackwell is online. I just want to check that. Ms. Blackwell, could you indicate that you can hear this section?
Yep, I can hear it. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
So the applicant's experts have fully considered and will respond in detail to the factual matters raised, in particular the factual issues raised by Ms. Blackwell, and they've prepared a deal of evidence for that. In terms of amenity concerns, many submitters have raised amenity effects, and I'd just like to point out that while the application will inevitably result in a change of outlook enjoyed by the submitters, Mr. Compton has assessed these to be low. The applicant is under no obligation to retain the land in its current state. state or retain the shelter planting, which Ms. Redden quite rightly observes could be removed as a right to preserve the neighbour's pastoral views or amenity, privacy or rural outlet provided by the applicant's farm that they currently value. And as you'll be well aware, the RMA is not static in that regard. Despite this, the applicant has worked very hard to mitigate effects on neighbours, and the result achieves a good balance between developing more housing and preserving the rural character of the area. And you'll see coming through in Mr. Boyd's evidence in terms of what's coming for the MPS further development, that the area may be subject to quite a significant, could be subject to far more significant development at a higher intensity in the future, although the applicant accepts that we're fine with this now and responding under the and presume that exists at the time. What is proposed is still very much a low density development and will provide future residents with a high, albeit altered level of rural residential amenity, reflective of the development in the vicinity. It's got that point from Mr. Foy about the area being a transitional phase, and it's expected to be increasingly urban in character as a result of the case of easy implementing national directives. And as we know with national directives, it's the fact that they have to be implemented, so we know that they're coming, we just don't quite know the details of those. Particularly in response to Ms. Blackwell's evidence, the applicant has consulted with the owners of 44 Chico Street and volunteered a very generous additional condition to mitigate their perceived concerns relating to the shelter trees. Trust has now adopted a position which seeks greater restrictions on the consent application than the licensing committee baseline in terms of the development. Ms. Blackwell's opinion is that the proposed subdivision is contrary to objectives and policies that she considers to be relevant, and therefore it doesn't pass the gateway test. And to my submission, that's not the legally correct approach to the gateway test. In assessing whether the proposed activity is not contrary to the overall objectives and policies, a broad judgment is to be made, and this judgment, the court has said, requires more than just isolating out one or two policies that the activity might be contrary to. The question is whether the proposal is contrary to the objectives and policies as a whole. In other words, a holistic view of the objectives and policies of the relevant plan must be taken in section 104. The correct holistic approach is taken by Mr. Hanson and by Ms. Redden in the officer's report, and they conclude that the proposal is not contrary to the relevant objectives and policies of the applicable planning instruments, and therefore the second gateway test is needed. So you just have to be very cautious that you're not cherry picking out objectives and policies that serve the purpose to which the submission is being made. My submission. I will leave 7.9 and potentially for a reply, may come back to that and reply once we've heard from other submitters. I will just, it's a relatively minor issue, but I will just set out 7.10. Coming through in some of the written submissions that we've received, not Ms. Backhouse, but some of the other submissions from neighbours to Union Street, is what I would call an unfounded suspicion that only some of the neighbours were notified of the proposal, and an accompanying allegation that the applicant and the family were seeking consent for the same under the radar. And there's been various people contacting media to take those allegations in the last couple of weeks as well. This is untrue, and I just wanted to clarify to the commissioners that from the outset, the applicant requested that the application be publicly notified, and it was in all the relevant media. The reason that sorry, I'm just quite a bit tired. There we go. The reason that the applicant, I'm so outraged by this. The reason that the applicant requested public notification was that in previous consenting experience has found that KCDC has taken such a broad approach to limited notification that it may as well be publicly notified anyway, but also wanted to make sure that, sorry, Richard lives and works in the district and is very keen to be open and above board with this. So anyone that refused that could come along and make a submission and do that. Sorry, I'm just recovering. So confusion has arisen in this case, unfortunately, from the fact that the council wrote a notification decision and sent it directly to some neighbours personally by mail and not to others, which in the applicant's view is totally unnecessary when you request public notification in accordance with the Act. And because section 95A2 just provides the direction that the council must publicly notify the application, that's mandatory in that case. In my submission, there's no statutory provision for council to actually write a notification decision. There's no need to make a decision as to effects or affected parties under section 95D. So the decision has no statutory basis or purpose in my submission. Regardless of that, we had a notification decision, and in this case, the council's actions have been counterproductive and caused unnecessary angst amongst the neighbours who felt they'd been unfairly excluded by council and resulted in submitters and other neighbours viewing the applicant negatively. So that's just something that may come up in submissions. I thought it was worth providing some context. It's not a huge issue in the scheme of things, but might make a bit more sense tomorrow if there's from some people. I'll leave expert witnesses until I reply if I need to. I'm sure the panel is very well versed in expert evidence and what's required there. So the witnesses to be called on behalf of the applicant to be held at 8. That batting order may change slightly just depending on how we're juggling going for time and that sort of thing. In conclusion, the project will provide 45 new housing lots, a community park, a recreational track, and associated growing in a desirable setting, while appropriately mitigating any potential adverse effects, including roading, landscape, ecological, and visual character effects. While the project includes smaller lots in the southern area of development, the more urban part of the project does not have the characteristics, sorry, I should delete the word typical there, twice, typically envisaged in the rural residential zone. It is not out of context in the wider environment. These are still comparatively low density and retain an urban feel. If you were looking at these sections in town, they would be huge. While the projects will result in some changes to the overall environment, as discussed by Mr. Boyd, the project is consistent with its objectives and policy under the proposed district plan and plan changes required by the NPSUD. The applicant considers the effects of the application are acceptable and respectfully requests that and grant consent subject to the conditions of the time.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. You almost made it there.
Almost made it. I'd say since having COVID, the months ago, just found the voice is very difficult to retain the breath.
I think a lot of people would sympathise with you on that one and understand completely. Commissioner, have you got any questions?
Just a couple. Thank you for that. I guess I just have a general question about the status of conditions or the versions. And, because I saw when we started that we received this, which has said conditions from the council. Just curious whether they've been revised since the applicant's submission of evidence, because I see that Mr. Mansell got an updated set. So I just
so we've received the officer's report, and then since then, Ms. Redden and Mr. Hanson had an informal conference session last week. And we sort of, what we did, we already went through and discussed with what the levels of agreement. And then Mr. Hanson prepared a further set that was sent to council. Due to time, we haven't received council's response back on this. So it's anticipated there's a relatively high level of agreement, but we haven't done that exercise of marrying up this really with the applicant.
Fortunately, I had to take a couple of days.
I was trying to.
So the
I was trying to sound like-
It's fine, like, you know, yeah, so there has not, I guess, been the opportunity to marry them up for like, I think there's quite a high level of agreement on those conditions, so I feel like those two documents that you've received today will be quite similar.
But still different.
Yes, we could potentially, see whether Mr. Henderson might be able to carry those up throughout the course of the day. He's looking a little bit. No,
I do have a look, I just have a look at my first.
I don't think we'll ask you to do that.
Yeah, look, I mean, maybe if, when we are referring, if somebody in their evidence is referring to particular conditions, and we want to stop and look at those, then I think maybe we'll just stick to Mr. Hanson's set for the moment.
Yeah, Ms. Redden's version doesn't have any markups, so it's a little tricky to know on the top of your head where we're going. So we'll certainly refer to that.
Yeah, so absolutely, and I think it's probably safer if we stick to one set, rather than trying to look between the two, unless there's particular reasons for that. And I would think, definitely post adjournment, would be wanting a revised set anyway. So,
Thank you. With regards to the development, is there a draft version or is there a version?
No, so we've got to the point where there's been made a request, council accepts that request, we've had different discussions with infrastructure, stormwater, road teams, the parks team, road storage. And we have put for the term sheet to council that sets out some basics as to how that will work, and we're in the process of having the parks, the council haven't come back on whether those terms are acceptable. We have a template agreement that the council uses, which indicates an approach, but I'm not sure that's going to help you in terms of having confidence around what's been agreed outside of the process rather than in the process.
is Mr. Taylor, our witness, is the most appropriate person to ask about the typical nature of development agreements and or what has specifically happened in those discussions?
Probably myself. So I'm happy to, I can anticipated that that would be a matter for the panel of consent hearing, but I'm happy to perhaps tomorrow run through the details.
I'm not sure about Commissioner Hendrick, but I mean, I personally, I find it probably useful to understand the nature of development agreement and the circumstances in which one is typically discussed.
Agreed. That was sort of the basis.
It's, yeah, I mean, it's typically discussed under the Local Government Act. We do a development that requires resources, so you have to do financial contributions, which you will receive contributions for part, and then you have roading, stormwater, which is like required type things, or as development contributions get involved. We're under the LGA, we need to enter a development agreement. Sorry, I realised I probably did that. So now, under section 207, when you enter into a development agreement, can be where there's a need for an infrastructure upgrade outside of the consent process, or when you've got development that is, or where that infrastructure actually provides a public benefit over and above what is required for a particular consent. So if, for example, a developer needed to upgrade, say, stormwater capacity, as an easy example, needed to upgrade an entire area of stormwater provision so that there were capacity for the development that they wanted to do, but there was an additional capacity obtained as a result of that. So where there's public benefit over and above what would be required for the development, that's where usually you would end up with an agreement with the developer either to, and depends what we're talking about, but either to have the developer fund that development and it to be credited back through development levies. So they wouldn't pay their levies, and it would be instead agreed that they would provide their infrastructure. Sometimes you have situations where the infrastructure is provided and the council actually provides payment to the developer because the infrastructure is being provided and has more capacity and does something that the council actually
So it would be better describe it as an agreement about the differences in value between what you would otherwise be charged and what benefit the council is receiving.
It provides an alternative. So development contribution is quite a blunt tool, where you're just getting a rough cost which goes into council's particular fund for that activity. So if you have a roading contribution, which is the issue here, and I'm sure Mr. Trotter will correct me if I've got this wrong, but the roading contributions for development would be taken per household equivalent unit. So you get a set amount, if you've got those which will set out in the conditions. And if you did an upgrade of something that had a public benefit, the public benefit component of that would be deducted from what's allowed. So there's no double dip. There's laws, legal statutory provisions in the LGA which mean that the developer can't be compelled to enter into development agreement that provides infrastructure over and above what would be required unless they volunteer, so unless it's negotiated.
And if they were to provide that, then they receive a discount on what they would otherwise pay.
Yeah, so you see
development
commonly with reserves, land is provided in lieu of reserve contribution quite a lot, and there's an evaluation process for that, and you find that the developer doesn't pay reserve contributions, or they'll pay a component of them because the calculation takes into account that.
So there is an analogy to that kind of process.
Yes, in this case specifically, it had been, the Tierco Street works had been designed in conjunction with councils, and New England had quite a lot of input into what it was, and I think in Mr. Trotter's statement says in principle they've worked on those and he's comfortable with them. So there was a package of works proposed. Mr. Taylor can probably provide the details of that package, but that was what was submitted in the RFI. So we do have plans for what that might be. That was acknowledged to be over and above what was required for the development. We say it's not really required at all, but it's that problem of putting a new road, connecting a new road into a terrible road, so you'd end up with a pavement to nowhere. People would come off, cyclists would come off one road and get stuck in the mud on the right area and things like that. So we said that those works should be subject to erosion credit and provided at its cost. And it's sitting with council who haven't yet responded. We've certainly advocated from Mr. Trotter in this process. They think it's to mitigate an effect of this.
But in your experience, what's the next? You've got so far along the way. What is typically the next stage of that?
Typically, the next stage of that is usually that so you end up, let's use the park example. So you've agreed the park should be provided, you've agreed the extent of the land, all those details, then you get evaluation and negotiation between council and developers. Same with the roading package, and I don't think it's in dispute that the applicant had designed the package, got it costed by QS, and the ball was in council's court to come back as to what percentage on the roading package might be. So that's where we're at. Usually those negotiations will end up being concluded. The other feature of the development agreements that KCDC enters into, which is I think quite good, is they take a holistic approach or global approach to all the DCs. So if you enter into a private agreement, you opt out of the DCs, so provides a situation where if your roading contributions are say 100K, works proposed to 50K, that the council can offset those with the stormwater contribution and things like that. So you know, we've got to figure a global water report, so rather than a you know, individual line approach, which is what you have to take if you don't have the agreement.
Well, thank you for that, and I think you largely answered my next question, which I guess I was just trying to get a sense of the applicant's position. So, paragraph 6.44 of the submissions. That's what I've written in my notes, but so is it the applicant's position that the upgrades are not required in terms of mitigating effects? The permitted baseline exists. However, because of I think what you said in terms of a let's go track going to a sort of upgraded, there's going to be a disconnect. So that's why you constantly to the table. We want to do this, and development agreement is. So it's not actually that we want.
Yeah, we don't need
It's
to
the
do it.
mechanism. It's the mechanism and how it's.
Or we don't need to do it as part of the consent, not required in that process at all. However, what is required in the resource consent process is that Richard would need to pay roaming contributions of 80K, 100K, ish. What the proposal has been to council is we all agree that you can street needs work. It's going to be an improvement. Instead of paying those road levies for the development, let's sort it out by doing those works. So that's where that's really.
Thank you. That's really.
So I don't, just to be 100% clear, from a legal perspective, I think that trying to impose a condition for that would be unlawful and unenforceable for all the reasons set out in the condition. I don't think the appropriate place is a condition. The appropriate place is an illegally signed and enforceable development agreement under the LGA, not the RMA. And of course, that will be something that I'm sure Mr. Joshua will correct it.
Oh, that's very clear. Thank you. And then just last question is just 7.5, error 7.5. You've just said in there that the applicant has offered up a very generous additional condition. I was just wondering what the condition was.
Right. Mr. Hanson, that is part of the trees.
Did you want to-
Yeah,
I can just point it to you right now if you like.
Thanks.
If you look at. Oh, you do.
Yeah, you can come up.
If you look at after condition 74, you'll see another excess condition, and we've identified there consent holder short time. Sorry, Marnie, you don't have this.
Yes, they do.
Oh, sorry, you don't.
We've given it to everybody.
Yeah, no.
No, I mean it wasn't in what I gave you.
Oh,
On
no,
Monday.
that's okay. Yeah,
Just to clarify that.
that's all right.
Identify there that about the shield belt and about the need to replace any trees during that time, and that would be liaising with the owners of 44 Teco Street in regarding use of appropriate indigenous vegetation species. So that's what I can look for.
And you refer to that in your evidence as well.
Correct.
Also,
Yes, but this has been put through as a condition or offered up as a way of trying to get some certainty there. I think this big will say there has been written that will actually achieve what we. So what had happened was a number of offers were made in terms of we could do this, we could provide firewalls. So that was all done through email, never thought through into the condition that's done. In terms of it.
And I described it as very generous because obviously we cut down tomorrow. And so it also, in terms of reconciling that with Ms. Blackwell's, with the custodial trustees requested, that applies to the construction phase of the development. So maintaining the trees, not pulling them down as was proposed. We didn't feel it was appropriate, given the fact that they are trees and trees ultimately do come to the end of their natural life, to impose a replanting requirement on subsequent owner. There's quite a lot of trees. You know what I mean? So while the works are in Richard's control to undertake the subdivision and construct what is needed, we will endeavour to keep the trees, can't keep the trees very much. But once the lots are sold, the obligations just go to the
Thank you. Right. Bizarrely enough, I think that's we have run exactly the time. Well done.
really happen.
Not really in our hands, but there you go. Sometimes it works out. Okay, so look, just a 15-minute coffee break, and then we will come back and answer. Good done.
Yeah. I'm not going to remember it, but they I'm right with you. I didn't hear it.
Yes, yeah, I think that it would be small, I mean, basically it's all. Yes, it just needs to be ordered. Sorry, Bill.
It's all right, I've had far worse.
I know.
Yeah, after the period, we just.
Okay. Yeah.
At the moment, we all to make it right, so, well, it's not to make, so.
Yeah.
We weren't quite sure what the ways it's done.
So I just wanted to see that.
It all got lost in that last meeting, we had it on the spot where we actually sit.
Right, yeah, I thought you had had the, you had a cost And I thought there's one outstanding that was you guys.
Yeah.
And it's where I think everyone put the code in there, I've got one. It's sort of context. I read it.
It's just 2 weeks, the whole family got it, so we're be confident on saying that's what I must do some more.
Yeah, I was just reading that about 2 months ago, and I was literally like carried every week, and everyone's being, you breathe it, my God, it's lung testing.
I just thought that off was just.
Yeah.
2 weeks. Yes.
It's not so bad if you're on that Zoom, it's like when you're in person, you sort of feel like you're seeing the picture.
Yes. Yeah.
Holmes back. Well. Yeah. Down this morning. No, we got an office here.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So they've done that.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Are you hearing it? Good.
I'm good, thank you.
Keeping well. Yeah.
With the other.
I just don't have
Yeah, so I just emailed to the like crew like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good, mix, just a personal experience.
Should just hold fast on the wrong side of the projector.
Someone with me, the dog that might find us around.
The front.
Yeah, the obviously thing, I saw, I was finding it that are lives you take you and, nice. You have curious. So.
We went back down and started, I was like, oh, water.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's like for me, but also
Most people were like, anyway, I know. Yeah.
I'm having a discussion about cul-de-sac, and Jay said it's not too long.
Yeah.
I think that I all really good what John wanted to do. So because it's a wire lines.
Yeah.
That's when you went the train.
Yeah.
On the live stream, after the way she's doing the live stream, you could try not to shit. I did it one that like me and
Yeah. Yeah.
like this, they actually want to. I guess what they can do is like,
Yeah.
like I wrote about the parent stuff with.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and the live stream.
And that's what.
And how I am.
What? Here, you can't take up the.
Should we like bubble wrap?
Yeah.
I just realized like I took it such a long time.
It was a good time. This is good. Yes.
Oh my God. Did you eat it or?
I understand what. And I was like, this is how you can't help.
Pretty good. I started on the real show today, which is.
Well, it was also the original owner. It was.
Don't really need.
Yeah.
Like 0
We
out of
had
10.
a-
Don't just like.
Here's right. We were seeing it all in the light of the expressway.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not bloody cool. Like, you're like, don't play, it's not, and you just look at it, it's great, like, the length is level is very above the water line. But, play the game, it's pretty low.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nah, it sounds like it's a little bit because you later asked me before if I wanted to take it.
Yeah.
Lots of my stuff at the moment is being through,
No, I mean, no, I didn't see. I didn't see come up with the one here. Yeah, apparently.
But then I don't think like, yeah,
Yeah.
like 411 days.
He drove it out.
Good as well, but actually the government,
Yeah.
you need more, like,
Oh, yeah.
the point is to make it right. Like to talk about the all these points, basic job.
Yeah.
What it is, what you do need to do is to make sure you're always using the group select, so put it on the it'll tell what how much that you drop, and it's just how you are here at times. Yeah.
We do that.
Yeah.
Have you got?
Yeah.
Actually walked out of it.
You know, you like, close your eyes and just for 8 hours.
I think that, yeah. I don't think they're very understand.
Yeah, it's like it's like,
Yeah.
So the
game boy mode.
it's been literally-
It's like all of a sudden the power that difference, I feel great. Yeah. And and it's got like some old, you know, just old, mills.
Yeah.
How they had like these little, like it's just a type of things that we grab.
Yeah.
You get all those, and it's just like, then it's little bit like, you know, it's secret. Okay, actually, secret, and it's called, and then you say colloid. But there's all these like weird, like little kind of like stuff here.
Yeah.
That people spend a lot of time in the line.
Yeah.
But three more, I sort of how we do it.
Yeah. Keep in touch with them.
Yeah, Richard. Yeah, right. Yeah. It's up to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Last week.
I said there.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is the way.
Yeah, they're right.
So you've got to,
But I find the online here. About some of the dress. It's not at home, they're gonna listen to files. That's the law.
Yeah.
Sit there with the
just
show.
giving you
Yeah.
the deal.
Yeah, the old PJs.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was looking at how.
Smile. Because it all shows in the dark. And it's very cold, and I'll come back to it. Yeah, I'm often.
Well, that's what they, that's what they. That's
Everyone knows that.
we will just click on the hearing from Mr. Smith.
Just before we start, just want to take us right back to the beginning and in terms of, I noticed the health and safety side of things. Just wanted to check that nobody in the room is COVID positive at the moment or anything like that. No? Just thought it's better ask that question. Yeah, awesome. Okay, good to check.
We might find out in 5 days.
Yeah. Please no.
Okay, so we're going to hear from Mr. Mansell, who's the applicant, and we've pre-circulated a piece of paper with a statement on to you, just for people listening in. This was a father's evidence, obviously. Like this, like that available.
Understood. Right, Mansell. Thank you. My name is Richard Mansell, and along with my brother and my mother, we're the applicants for the Oklahoma Estate subdivision. I'm currently the chief executive of Coastal Shopping Town and was formerly a chartered accountant. We're applying for consent to subdivide part of my parents' farm into residential lots. Brief history. My parents had bought the land over several different purchases. The original block was bought in March 1985 and subsequently added to the 48 TFO Street in 1992, 58 TFO Street in 1995, 131 to 155, there was some discrepancy now, evidence about that in 1996. 155 Otahuanga was originally purchased by my father and sold to myself and my wife, who built our family home there. And we lived for that for about 20 years until it was compulsorily taken by NZTA for expressway works around 2014. You might notice that the numbers don't add up, but we sold it to them and then we rented until such time as they got going with their work and it became unbearable to stay. Once the expressway had been completed, the house and remaining land at 155 was offered back to us, so we repurchased it in 2018. My parents originally farmed the land with one of their neighbours as a deer operation in a syndicate. My father discovered he was allergic to deer and had to get out of it. They then converted to breeding Simmental bulls for sale to dairy herds of size for their milking herds. The sale price of the bulls relied on performing well at the national bull sales, and my father spent almost all of his weekends and sort of leaving work at 2:30 to go home, bring his cows in, weigh them, and do all the things that you do when you're trying to get a high quality beef breeding outfit going. Profits were determined by the success of the bull sales, therefore the returns were variable over the years. He conducted this until he moved off the farm in 2010. The original farm totaled about 60 hectares, but in the late 2000s, KCDC took 20 hectares through the middle of what was going to be their western road. This was subsequently overtaken by the national government, who decided it would become an expressway. The remaining pieces of land were effectively severed from each other, approximately 20 hectares each, and that made farming impossible. So my parents got out of beef breeding and moved to a retirement village in Waikanai, and since then it's been leased to various grazers. The land has become overgrown with pest pines such as fields and blackberry, and once the expressway was built, there was a huge increase in the rabbit population. It's possible to see hundreds of rabbits on land, and you can't see the rabbits, you can see the holes in the hills.
I certainly saw some of that.
Yeah.
and regional council and my brother, who likes shooting things, rabbits, have attempted to poison and shoot them, but it's largely unsuccessful. Land use. The land use in Otahinga has changed over the years that I've been involved with. As a high school student, I used to drive past the entirety of Otahinga Road, all the way to Paragraph College, and it was all farmland. So you could see horses grazing and being trained in the land that we currently own. This pastoral use of land has changed over the years to more lifestyle and residential, as pub ground was grown towards the river. Over 37 years, my family has owned the site. It has never been used for suitable breeding, highly productive agricultural or horticultural land uses. Current zoning. Current district plan was released in 2012. It wasn't confirmed until 2021 because we had some objectives to it. But this part of the plan had very little in way of changes from the previous district plan. Full community consultation was therefore well over 10 years old. But the only specific specific document I could find was the 2009 KCDC choosing, which is Otahinga Community Outcome Document. All this predates an expressway going through the middle of the land and therefore is out of date. It does not take into account the current form and use of the land. Future use. The KCDC housing portfolio leader, Councillor Rob McCann, has recently said that Cavity has a housing crisis. He has also said that people who hide behind specific character zones, like rural residential, are too cowardly to do the work to see that other people have homes. I should apologise for that comment in the council meeting subsequently, but this point was well made. Additionally, Councillor McCann has said that when a house is sold or is built for someone who is wealthy and they move out of their old house, it frees up another house. Everything is connected in this catastrophe. There's a lot of work being done on housing in the chapter at the moment, and all points to moving more. Seems to me KCDC is screaming out for new land to be developed into housing, and this subdivision should be seen as a response to that. The land itself is within the zone that KCDC are considering future growth as a response to the housing crisis and the current government focus on increasing housing stock in the country. The land is largely useless for anything but housing. The process. We, my brother and my mother, looked at starting this process in 2017. We had a really meeting with KCDC planner in 2017. They explained all the issues and things that we would have, and we went away, developed a scheme plan that meets the needs of the community, provides additional housing on lots on land that is otherwise unusable for rural activities. Just prior to submitting the application for resource consent in 2020, the NPSFW freshwater and related NES came out, and the proposal needed to be entirely redesigned to protect the core natural wetlands on site. As we mentioned, we did have a spine road going through the middle and connecting up, but it came too close to the wetland on lot 20, and we had to abandon that. I think we actually ended up with a better result, but for other people to decide on this. We applied for resource consent after 2 years of redesign in 2021. It is now August 22, and we have been working with KCDC on our submitted plans for the last year in an effort to make what we would wish to do acceptable to the planners and to the council's landscape experts. We're glad that the council can finally support this project. We've consulted widely with iwi, and I should point out that very early on in our process, we were told by Heritage New Zealand that Moapuku and Rakawa were also interested in, we have consulted with them. But Moapuku said we were outside their rohi, and Rakawa was saying that they were happy with their cousins and Te Areala would to cover what they needed. So we consulted with our neighbours and adjacent owners, come to agreement with two of them to swap some land that they were as a result of the Western Loop Road and Expressway to small areas of land. Imagine lot 105. You probably had seen when you went past this whole road. That was split between the three landowners, and two others under the by those two pieces of land.
Is that the one with the 119 on the gate?
Yeah. It's a padlock gate, formed road with power lines. So we've agreed to purchase a bit of land. Where are we? We asked for the submission to be publicly notified as we realised it was a large departure from what we had been agreed to do back in the early 2000s. We have currently spent well in excess of $500,000 in designing this to meet the standards KCBC require, and believe it will be an asset to the community. It will provide much needed homes and will be used land that is otherwise unusable. We requested a development agreement with KCDC prior to lodging the consent, and KCDC are working with us on that. They have been for well over a year, but it's something that takes time. As part of the package of roading improvements, as part of that, a package of roading improvements to Eco Street was being discussed, as this was outside the consent process and would benefit the rest of the street. I should say that part of my opinion on this is that we're going to be charged roading fees, and it should, in my opinion, be spent improving roading directly adjacent to my property if the road is inadequate. Numerous submitters have said that they believe the road is not adequate as it is now, current traffic levels, and have been in dialogue with KCBC over this matter. These upgrades were being discussed in the context of receiving a roading credit, given that the extension to Eco Street would be to a higher standard. We were told by council that they needed to consult with Eco Street residents. At the request of council's roading team and at our cost, we got a QS price scheme which came in at about 250,000 plus GST. Since we have provided them with that, we have received nothing further until receiving some trials of evidence. And it was, I think, a bit disappointing, to say the least, that we've tried to cooperate and then at the last minute something had been dragged in. Without the subdivision conclusion, the subdivision applied for is on land that has been used for my family for grazing animals for at least 35 years and is no longer economically viable for anything but residential use. We have consulted widely and we find our design to provide an economically and ecologically sustainable and attractive subdivision. Ask the commissioners to approve our resource consent application.
Chair, I've got just one question, I suppose. When the proposed district plan came out in 2012, do you recall having any sort of thoughts or views as to?
Yeah, at
asking for
that
rezoning?
stage, my father was about 2 months off dying. It was his land in another. And I suspect that it snuck through because there was not particularly well at that stage. Came out of this. Couple.
obviously been talking to the council for a while about various things, and mentioned in the early meetings with the company planners. Did anybody step back slightly? Because the project is very much development of two halves, really. The northern versus the southern in terms of density. Did any of the planners refer to the possibility of doing at least part of it via a private plan change process?
I did. My planner, who could probably talk to us, but probably suggested that it would just be doubling down on what we have to do. Because you still have to do a full resource consent afterwards.
If I can just quickly jump in. Back in 2017, the council did say, but you'll recall this ahead of PPP coming through the process. And while Richard didn't submit on the PPP, so he just had some information on that, those neighbours actually did. And that was rejected by the commission. So we were captured within that, because the decision came out so much later, we were captured by that decision that it had been considered as part of the district plan review for 2 years. So that would have got us to 2019. And then through the PDP process, for no fault through the Narara. And our understanding at that point was that even if there was a private plan change done, they wouldn't have supervision of permitted activity as part of that. So the best you could get would be with RDA or control. RDA. So when you start to look at advancing a private plan change, we're only talking about 46 lots. So the cost of doing that to actually go through a publicly notified process, paying all the council costs in addition because you're in the private plan trust, you can still consent subdivision at an RTA level, just didn't seem to be economic, given that there's always the idea of non-compliance. So we had those discussions.
Might come back to that one later. My question is, when Commissioner Hendrick and I go for our within site visit, as opposed to scooting around the outside, what do you think we should particularly take notice of?
Condition of the land, how it's getting worse. Yeah, the rabbit population in the bush and that group. I think you should particularly take notice to Hugo Street. It's a residential street for half of it. Residential, but there's no footpath, no curving channel. It's cars parked all over the shop. It's not fit for purpose, in my opinion. Given that I'm formerly an accountant, from the accountant, but the other things, the natural wetlands. One is particularly obvious to see. It doesn't respect the boundary of the fence. It clearly goes into the next door neighbours, but it I don't know what wetland is. Very number one. Yeah. It clearly goes around the corner and into the next door neighbours property, so it's actually a thought bigger than that. If you went there in the dry, you'd see that it's completely empty. And it's largely rain. It used to drain out to the stream, but someone built an expressway between it, and now it's formed, giving it some moisture. But that's about it. The shared or the current shared use of Eco Street it serves about 4 or 5 different properties down there. And by putting a road in there, it's going to improve the neighbours' access to their land. The way it's been set, the neighbours' place has been subdivided. They have to cross over swamps and streams and puddles and things. So really, the only realistic one they've got access to the neighbours and cross it out. But that's about it.
At the former end of Qualifications Street, it's the sign saying private property. You know, the access. There's no public access along the end of the river. I think.
The only way to get public access is that submitters or team agrees to provide. I think that's just the only one that river boundary.
I think we're given directions about what to do or how to arrange a site visit. So we'll come back in that. I think.
Yeah, I've got set keys, which hopefully will work. Southern end gate, when the limits stop away the farm, there are horses in there. I'll contact them. Christmas grazing, and then know they can get the feed. But I think that's pretty good. She don't like horses.
There was some sugar in the pot. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mansell. So, Ms. Hancock, Mr. Taylor.
Yes.
Pour yourself for us.
Pour yourself some water. Always having a coffee, but like that.
Welcome, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you very much. Just before I start, I suppose I do just want to address that I have been slightly sick, and so hence the reason for the mask. I did do a COVID test before going this morning, and have recently recovered from COVID with a bit really bad as well. So I don't believe I've got COVID, and I guess just for your, I guess,
Peace of mind.
peace of mind, I think with the mask, if you want to like a present evidence, however, that might be clearer if I remove it. So would you like me to?
Well, thank you for telling us that. That's great. I just wonder whether anybody would feel uncomfortable if Mr. Taylor removed his mask. Don't feel shy about speaking up.
I'll just stay right.
Okay, so, Mr. Taylor, could you please confirm your full name and qualifications?
Yes, my name is Nicholas Hilton Taylor. Most of you will obviously know me as Nick. I am a registered professional surveyor. I'm on a Bachelor of Surveying with distinction from the University of Otago. More recently, I've also been assessed by a newly formed Survey and Spatial New Zealand Emissions Panel as for certification in land development engineering competence. I'm a director of Cuttress Consultants, a multidisciplinary consultancy based on the Kapiti Coast in Waiha.
Thank you. And I just want you to quickly confirm that you have authored the infrastructure report in the ADE and the spread of evidence and getting involvement in the project that you set out in 1.4. Brilliant, thank you. And do you have any, just before we start, do you have any corrections that you'd like to make to the evidence? Most of our team had COVID while we were trying to confirm briefs, so there may be a few.
Yes, thanks. There was just one note that I, in my evidence, I referred to point discussion with KCDC's writing team in February 2022, The meeting that I referred to in that point was actually rescued me to early March in 2022. So just to characterize.
Thank you. Sorry, what paragraph was that?
I'll just- so, that was 10.7.
You can also repeat it as. as,
So,
um,
so, 10.7,
10.7A, from the last line there, basically 10.7A. Very critical, February 2015 was actually March. So,
yeah, this goes so much better. Brilliant. Now, could you please give a summary of the residents, as discussed, Mr. Taylor's going to talk through relation to the and obviously feel free to pitch in with any questions that you have from the draft.
Thanks, Ms. Tinkoff. So I've been asked by Ms. Tinkoff to provide a high-level overview of the development. This will hopefully help to frame some of the discussion as we get through the technical evidence. I'll then speak to my evidence and, of course, answer any questions that you have. I will not read directly from my evidence, so please feel free to interact with and ask any questions as necessary. By way of background, and I'll just stand as we do this, the site is approximately 5 kilometres to the northeast of us. And as you can see on the first page of the scheme plan, it's bounded by Otanga Road to the south, the Kapiti Expressway to the north, private land holdings to the west and to the north, and Ziegler Street to the west. It should be mentioned at this point, as Mr. Mansell has already alluded to, the site formed part of the Mansell Farm, which was centred by the Kapiti Expressway. Access to the properties on the eastern side of the expressway were via right-of-way strips that ran through the property. These portions here now obviously redundant because you cannot access the eastern side. Resource consent has therefore been obtained to consolidate the superfluous rights-of-way strips as well as the balance parcel that was on the western side also. Approval has been obtained also to surrender the redundant rights-of-way easements. Council issued the 223 and 224 certificates under RMA, and the survey data set has been lodged with Land Information New Zealand to consolidate this into one photo. Just like to note as well, in the memorandum prepared by Council, there's a condition proposed, there was a condition added in relation to the subdivision being approved and titles issued before work to take place. In my opinion, I think this should be addressed as a condition requiring that before the issue of the 224 application for this development, that the title is issued. That's it, as we're standing in terms of the requirement to get involved works, given that all parties that own the property actually agree to the works. The proposal has changed significantly since the initial conception in 2018. I won't go through all of these changes, however, I believe it's important for context. There's been a lot of work done by the applicant up to this point. Put forward a well-considered proposal. The initial layout included a central spine road and a connection to Otanga Road here at the corner, and came right up to the site with a terminating cul-de-sac at the top end. This required a significant amount of earthworks, and I guess for the reasons that have already been discussed today, there were cultural, environmental, and also landscape constraints, which triggered a significant redesign. This redesign is much more sympathetic to the landfill, and as we've already alluded to, it's again two halves in a way. We've got a semi-rural residential area to the north and a more intensive area to the south. The northern area, which for the most part is accessed by Tiago Street, we have large lots akin to a residential style of development. The road has been designed without curb and channel, so I think it was maybe mentioned briefly earlier that there was curb and channel connecting to Tiago Street. The stormwater management for those northern areas proposed to be managed by swales with underdrain filtration devices, so akin to really it's in a more rural context. The applicant is proposing to protect the dominant dunes that run along the eastern boundary, which also provide a good buffer with the Kapiti Expressway. You can actually see from these lots here where the proposing the building sites are. You can actually see the Kapiti Expressway to the June. The southern area will be accessed by a new road, which will connect to Otanga Road. The lots in the southern area are smaller and road formation is more typical of residential areas. Noting that a significant amount of landscaping is also being proposed. The dominant dunes in this area, as you can see, this area here, as well as along the frontage here, are to be protected. And the dune along the western boundary, southwestern boundary, lots 46, is to be extended down to lots 44 and 42, the construction phase. Open space is provided for by a recreational reserve in the western corner at the top of the road. This will link through to the shared path network that comes through the site, as well as linking back through to the southern road. The constructed wetland along Otanga Road is proposed. This will treat and dispose of stormwater from both the road and the buildings that will be constructed. 4 natural inland wetlands have been identified, and I guess it's worth noting at this stage that the original concept, there's only 2 in the initial site analysis that are identified. Subsequent investigation revealed that another 2 popped up, and we looked back through during the survey before the design was done. You'd see quite clearly that the land that is currently identified as a wetland it didn't actually have any of those characteristics when the drone survey was done. So that did again lead to a little bit of a redesign, so that the wetlands are all contained within one of the lots, which means that they're managed in a cohesive manner. The applicant also proposes to relocate lizards to a dedicated lizard habitat within Lot 5, also known as the Lizard Hotel. This area will be protected to ensure the habitat remains. 2 small sections of road along Otanga Road with listed or dedicated as road widening. And finally, although not part of the proposal requiring resource consent, a number of upgrade works were proposed for Diego Street and have been offered by the works to improve Diego Street have been discussed extensively with the KCC roading team, and is intended that these works will form part of the package to be included in the development agreement, which Steph also alluded to. Speaking to my evidence now, there's no questions at this point. Firstly, the earthworks have been carefully considered to ensure the retention of the dominant dune structures that we alluded to. The existing dune area in the southern end of the site will be extended to give more weight to that dune along the southern boundary. The earthworks have been designed to achieve a cut-fill balance, which, as Mr. Hancock alluded to, will reduce the amount of construction traffic so that the earthworks contained within the site, have big trucks heading down the road, which would potentially cause more damage to the road and more nuisance to residents. The material that will be imported is basically just the roading aggregate, from the site. So the bulk earthworks will be sand, and there are expected that there's pockets of unsuitable material that will be disposed of on site as well. As anticipated, the construction traffic management plan will be prepared and approved by council, which will outline how the works are to be implemented and include items such as the designated entry and exit points, which is in this existing corner here, Street, as well as the hours of operation. The preliminary erosion and sediment control plan was prepared to support the application to regional council, Regional Council. We consent to undertake earthworks exceeding 3,000 metres. This plan was reviewed on behalf of Regional Council by Greg McLean, an erosion and sediment control expert. Note also that there have been minor revisions to the design since the Regional Council consent was issued. However, I can confirm that the total volume and footprint of the earthworks is still within the limits that have been considered and approved by Regional Council. As mentioned previously, the earthworks design changed significantly throughout the duration of the project. To give you some idea of the volumes, the original cut to fill volume was 145,000 cubic meters of material. Through the redesign work that we did, this has been reduced down to 70,000. So more than 50% reduction, which if you think about the impact that has on the landfill, it's quite a significant change. This reduction in scope of the earthworks was largely due to a redesign of the sewer system. Originally with the central spine road, we wanted, well, I guess initial discussions with it, there should be a gravity sewer that fell from the northern part of the site down to the southern end of the site. The applicant is now proposing a pressure sewer system which utilises a centralised pumping main with each individual lot having a chamber and pump which pushes effluent up the line and into the common rising main. This proposed system has been approved as an acceptable solution by Sean Mellon, the Group Manager for Infrastructure Services at KCDC. It's also noted that the conditions offered by the applicant in relation to the system have largely been accepted by the officer in the section 42 report. Modelling completed by KCDC in relation to the sewer network confirmed that there is sufficient capacity in the wastewater network to accommodate the flows from the proposed development. In addition, the proposed solution also has an inbuilt attenuation facility, so each property has a storage tank as well, and the control of pumps can be managed by council if necessary to discharge offline if there is issues downstream. In relation to water, the existing water network has sufficient capacity to meet the additional demands of the proposed development. This was confirmed by modelling completed by Sandy. The northern part of the site will be serviced by the extension of 150 mils of water main, and the southern portion will be serviced by a local 100 million. Both roads have existing water infrastructure today. Judges performed 7 percolation tests to determine the surface properties and confirm that the site is well suited to on-site stormwater disposal. Noting, however, that the stormwater solution has been designed by our environmental, so I won't speak to that. Chorus and Scan Power also confirms that property can be serviced. As described in the earlier overview, the development has 2 distinctly different design treatments for the proposed roads. Touch on the southern road first, because I believe there's a high level of agreement in relation to the treatment for the southern roads. And agreement between the evidence prepared by Mr. KCDC's Transport Safety Leader in this road. The new site entrance of Otahanga Road will be constructed at the southeastern corner of the site. Detailed plans were prepared to demonstrate that the compliant passing bay can be constructed to ensure that people can turn into the site safely. The proposed southern road will be formed with curb and channel, which will convey the runoff from the road as well as the future dwellings through a pipe to network and discharge to the constructed wetland along Otahanga Road. 3 pinch points were included in the roading design, following consultation between Mr. Compton and Ms. Simpson. Conducted landscape area along other places. Landscape feature in the cul-de-sac was also added as well. The proposed footpath along the eastern side of the road will link through to the reserve area as well as to the northern part of the site. In the 2 metre wide berm between the footpath and the carriageway will allow for further opportunities for landscaping. Tico Street extension is in keeping with the existing rural residential nature of Tico Street, utilising the sliders instead of curb and channel. Footpath will be formed on the southern side of the road. I understand there is general agreement between all parties in relation to the design of the Tico Street extension. With regards to the existing portion of Tico Street, from my understanding of the evidence for today, all parties agree that the existing street is not in satisfactory condition. This is described in Ms. Fraser's evidence, Mr. Troller's evidence, and in 6 of the 13 submissions. Ms. Fraser submits that regardless of the subdivision, there is a need for council to address the number of existing maintenance and safety deficiencies in Tico Street. As evidenced in Mr. and Mrs. Palmer's submission, KCDC have been aware of residents' concerns about the condition of Tigo Street for some time, as they have received complaints predating the application for this consent. Considerable amount of work has been completed on behalf of the applicant, as well as by Council's roading team, to put together a package of works to address the existing maintenance and safety deficiencies. Council have agreed in principle to the proposed works package, which has been costed by the applicant for inclusion as part of the agreement. Given that all agree works need to be completed and the package of works proposed is acceptable to council, the point of this agreement therefore lies in the trigger for these works. Should these works be carried out by council, who are responsible for the maintenance and upgrading of existing road assets and the safety of road users? Or are they triggered by the requirement to mitigate effects generated by the proposed subdivision? When considering this question from a land development engineering perspective, I looked at the requirements within table 3.2 of NZS 444/2010. Table 3.2 sets minimum design standards for roads servicing different localities. These localities are classified using the number of domestic units serviced by the road. In considering that the proposed development triggers the upgrade works, I believe it's important to determine if Tiego Street, after the implementation of the subdivision, will remain in the same category of road as it does currently, or will the additional domestic units generated by the subdivision trigger a different set of standards. An analysis of the current aerial imagery on Tiego Street suggests that the currently services 31 domestic units. I'm also aware that resource consent has been obtained for a further 4 lots. As such, Tiego Street currently falls within the primary access to housing category, as it services more than 20 domestic units, but less than 200. So the accumulated number of domestic units will increase to 50 once the additional 19 units are accessing Tiego Street.
Mr. Taylor, can I stop you there briefly? And just ask you to point out the other 4 lots which have been.
Yeah, so that lot there, lot 1, 3, 4, 5, 5, 3, 4, 2, 6, 1. I believe there was a 5-lot subdivision on that site. This lot here was split off, so that leaves 4 others remaining. It's been developed to that point. I think it was Mr. Mansell who referred to the subdivision requiring upgrade works of the driveway along here, after which obviously if the road is constructed, that would be to a higher standard than the right of way works that proposed as part of this application here. So that development, as I understand it, is currently underway to facilitate the new titles for the remaining lots. However, I'm not sure the arrange to do the widening that's required for the driveway at this point.
This has taken those, into account. So it's
Yep.
out of the two.
I just want to be clear that an increase to 50 units following the implementation of the proposed subdivision will not trigger a different set of standards in table 3.2. The Tiego Street will remain in the primary access to housing category. Given future development opportunities along Tiego Street are limited, it is unlikely the number of domestic units serviced by Tiego Street will double. In my opinion, even when future demand is considered, Tiego Street will remain in the primary access to housing land use category with no requirement for on-street parking to be provided. As such, when assessed against the standards of NZS 444, the development will not trigger additional requirements in relation to the width and formation of the road. And therefore, in my opinion, council are responsible for addressing the existing maintenance and safety issues of their existing asset and not the applicant. Logic would also suggest that if this subdivision did not go ahead for any reason, that given that it's been acknowledged that there are existing safety concerns, that council should implement some form of safety upgrades as part of their future work program. On a separate matter, in relation to the sightlines at the intersection of Tico Street and Mansell Road, I would just like to confirm that sheet 19 of the speed plan, which I don't have here, shows that to achieve a 60-metre sightlines to the north, vegetation trimming within private property is not required. Yeah. So, we're seeing here that with the proposed exit from Tico Street, the sight to the north, which is shown here on the sheet, is 60 metres, but in actual fact, it's much further than 128 metres. It clearly misses the private property boundary, so any works to trim the vegetation are within the council road reserve.
So that's part of our package here.
Yes.
It's sheet number what? 19. Sorry, I'm slow you down. I just want to make sure I'm on the right thing.
Just break off the sheet.
So,
Oh, yes. Thank you.
so that sight line,
Yes.
and you're saying that that's, so last one, just here, that's here 60 metres.
It does say 60
But it's
metres.
actually 128.
So I guess the point being that there's a difference in the units with the I must have tried to run our minutes where council have submitted that it's a requirement to trim vegetation within the private property to achieve that site plan, whereas we've demonstrated that that's not the case.
So the vegetation that was in question
Yes,
is, where is that on that?
that's at the corner. Of,
Oh, right on the corner?
yeah, yeah.
And is that with the intersection mark and move forward, or is
That
that?
is, yeah, yeah. So there were two options that were put forward to council as part of the consultation process. One of them was to basically move the lines over, and it was the option that would agree to rights to hearing.
Right, thank you.
Moving to the shared path, which runs from this the reserve to begin the concept of the site. This will provide for enhanced connectivity for active transport modes through the site, providing link from the end of Tico Street through to China Road. This mirrors the function of the original dray track, which connected the historic settlements in this area. The initial design of the shared path followed the landform as much as possible. This resulted in grades of up to 12.5%, which upon review we will agree was too steep. Following consultation with the Cassidy Road team and with input from Ms. Fraser, the shared path was redesigned to reduce the grades. It was also moved horizontally as well to achieve that. The revised design has a maximum grade of 5%. I was hoping we'd be in a long room today so I could demonstrate if you have 1 metre of elevation change over 20 metres of horizontal distance, that's what 5% looks like. Unfortunately, the room here today isn't long enough to actually give that demonstration. So as I guess you can probably see, most users would consider a 5% grade to be gentle, very gentle, or possibly even flat. The applicant is proposing to seal a 30 metres long section of the path around this bottom corner here next to the entrance to lot 20. This has been carefully considered in consultation with Ms. Fraser, as there is a 90-degree bend at this location, which is at the bottom of the 4.2% grade. This track has also been widened around the bend in response to Mr. Troller's concerns. I'd like to emphasise, however, that I would not consider 4.2% grade to be a steep grade as suggested by Mr. Trotter. Just to be clear, 4.2% grade is even more gentle than 5% grade, which I can demonstrate.
So what's the vertical to horizontal for 4.2?
Oh, it's a good question from me, I'm not sure. I think it was 23. Was it? I think it was 23.
23?
Yeah.
So, but 1 metre vertical. to
1 metre vertical, 20 metres, I think. So again, and that same sort of gentle grade. So certainly not what I would consider to be a steep grade. Surfacing for the remaining length of the park was also carefully considered. It's noted that paths along Otahanga Road and nearby Bartonella Road, which we brought up about there, are not sealing. So sealing is not would be out of character for the area. I've also considered the wider cycling network in the Kapiti Coast district. And as per the Kapiti Coast cycling map submitted in my evidence, there are a significant number of gravel paths throughout the district. In his evidence, Mr. Trotter states the grades exceed 3% on the shared path, and therefore it is not suitable for protected gravel.
Just like, that's at page 34 of the study.
Yes,
So that diagram.
there you go. So just to be clear, the grab ones are thin green lines, correct? Which is that like mostly along the Waikanae River banks?
Oh, there's most paths are gravel. I think there was a total of 13 throughout the district that are paved, and they are along the likes of Kapiti Road, which are using and cycle along, and the along the expressway that was formed as part of the Rocket Road. So most of the paths in the council cycling network are gravel. And I did a bit of a look around analysis on the grades using the council contours. And there's significant amount of those paths well in excess of 3%. I think the steepest I found was up to 11%. Particularly relevant example is the path along the North Island Main Current Rail Line, which is to the east of the site. That has a grade of 7%, so more than double what was Trotter saying is not suitable. Mr. Trotter also references this path in his evidence as part of the current transport environment. So I guess what my point is that sealing the path the whole way through would be really out of character with the existing network.
Question on that, which may be beyond your knowledge of it. The steeper gravel paths which are existing, do they predate the standards that Mr. Trotter is relying? I'm not sure, sorry. Very good.
I think it's 2016, isn't it? The March 6. So they might.
Yeah, I'm not sure, sorry. Let's discuss the work with Ms. Fraser during the design process. Ms. Fraser provided the following advice in relation to lighting of the shared path. Lighting of paths away from roads should be considered with paths to be heavily used in the hours of darkness. For this development, we are not expecting heavy use. It will not be expecting or encouraging use when it's dark. Lighting the shared path will therefore promote use after hours, which is undesirable. In my opinion, the design of the shared path, as shown in the STEM plan, strikes a good balance between minimizing earthworks and landfill disturbance and the function of the park. It is, per the evidence provided by Ms. Fraser, has been appropriately designed for the context of the site. I'd now like to touch on the work completed to reduce concerns of the owners of 44 Tiago Street, New Zealand Custodial Trustees Limited, and Dennis Custodial Trustees Limited. Following correspondence with the submitters, a cross-section plan was prepared showing the intended building platforms in lots 18 and 19 relative to the existing house on lot 44. Number 44. This cross-section demonstrated that the land within lots 18 to 19 was to be lowered by up to 5.5 meters to form the building pit. In 15 meters above sea level. Remote measurements confirmed that the building pad within 44 Tico Street is higher than the proposed level of building pads 18 and 19. Measurements were also taken to confirm the height of the vegetation along this boundary. Vegetation that the applicant is not intended to remove. This vegetation is up to 17 meters high, so provides pretty significant visual barrier between 144 and 12,000.
Just for the commissioner's benefit, it's sheet 29.
The applicant has made a commitment to the owners of 44 Tico Street to retain the exotic shelter belt along this portion of lot 19, where possible. Earthworks required to form the Tico Street extension may require the removal of these mature pine trees. This will need to be confirmed during detailed design and construction, because organic material cannot be left beneath the road surface when it's been constructed, as it can cause degradation of the pavement.
Just quickly, can you explain why lot 19 has that dog?
Originally, it was considered that this would form part of the road corridor. However, you notice that there is an easement which has been come to at the southern portion of the site, which
That
provides
small red line at the base of the dog.
it provides for servicing for wastewater, water, and access for blocks 44. I guess to minimise risk for the project, it was determined that should not be included in the road reserve, because in order for the road reserve to vest, it needs to be unencumbered. So, if for whatever reason this party decided to withhold the consent to remove that easement, then the road couldn't actually legally vest in council. There was formerly another pathway that could be utilised in those situations by dedication of road, whether I understand the Lands and the RGL have since advised that basically you have to get rid of the easements or all encumbrances on the title before road can be created. So that's the main reason, because you couldn't isolate that as its own individual lot.
Thank you. Since we're on the topic of lot 19, I suppose just you've made the comment about offering to retain that vegetation along that dog leg that's been made earlier.
Yeah.
Is there any, you might not be able to answer this, is there a proposed legal mechanism in which to honour that with the owner of?
I don't believe there's been one for.
No, it's proposed as a condition, which I think is probably the best we can do given the road building.
And thank you. And then I guess just in terms of the vehicle crossing to lot 19, given proposed retention of that, is that going to be at the northern extent of that frontage?
So that's the driveway for.
Sorry for proposed lot.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
So the airports have basically been designed to access that centre of this separation, separation from. I guess in addition to the point around removing the trees for the sake of forming the road, they are mature pine trees, and as previously discussed, will never end of life. So maybe because we've got the footpath along that boundary as well, become a safety risk for pedestrians and users of the road due to the large branches. So again, that will need to be addressed at the detailed design stage. New shelter belt planting in appropriate species will be undertaken if those trees were to be removed after the extinction. As I've already alluded to, someone has questioned the impact of the development on their rights. And I can confirm those rights will remain. And the proposal does not impact on the use of facilities protected by these northern exits. In conclusion, my engineering infrastructure report demonstrates that the proposed subdivision can be adequately serviced. It will meet the requirements of KCDC's subdivision and development principles and requirements. I've considered construction effects, including erosion and sediment runoff, and of the opinion that these can be managed appropriately through conditions of consent to ensure the construction effects of the development are no more than one. I've considered the standards defined in table 3.2 of Municipal Code for 2010. I'm of the opinion that based on these standards, the proposal does not trigger the upgrade works that's been proposed for Timber Street. The applicant developed this works package in conjunction with council in the context of providing private developers alternatives. And these works fall outside the consent process. I recommend that consent is granted, subject to appropriate conditions provided by the. Thank you, Mr. President.
Right, so I may have a few questions. Mr. Taylor, at paragraph 72B of your evidence on page 10, you said you received detailed feedback on the pressure sewer system from KCDC.
Yeah.
What are the implications of that process?
So that's been quite a long process, and we engaged with council on this, I think, back in 2020, because there's no formal pressure sewer policy government coast district. So through the work we've done in other districts, we've basically compiled the consent conditions that we would expect if there was such a policy in place, and it provided them as conditions as part of this proposal. In terms of implementation, I'm aware that there is another development currently going through an engineering approvals process with KCDC to implement this pressure sewer system. At this stage, we haven't had feedback on that proposal, although the other elements of the design of the protocol have been feedback's been provided. So I believe that based on with the implementation of consent conditions that do allow for requirements of any future policies that council do bring in, that the proposal will function as intended.
And the design and layout of the subdivision is very much reliant on that pressure sewer system.
It is. There are possibly other mechanisms that can be used, but council's subdivision development principles and requirements state that those options are centralised pump stations, so gravity going to a centralised pump station, which only be considered once other options have been taken off the table. So there is still a solution that would work. It's just probably not ideal. There are a number of benefits with the pressure sewer system that are particularly relevant to this site, in relation to liquefaction potential or slumping over time. So the pipes basically, the gravity pipes can sink, and so water can get into the pipes and infiltrate the sewer network. Whereas with a pressure sewer system, even if the land moves up and down for a reason, if there's more flow, the pressure sewer system remains intact because it's set. And so the water prolongs the life of it.
Yes, so it's a good resilience outcome. Yeah. So if the council.
Yes, sorry, it's worth noting. We did actually ask to work with KCDC on pressure sewer policy. Actually to prepare the policy itself. That work has since been another consultants have engaged with that work. We have provided input, and ahead of that policy, I suppose one of the key things was who would own the infrastructure. A lot of councils, as you may be aware, own the pumps and the internal system within the private lots, as well as the council lane and the street. That gives them more control over the whole network. So they can have basically this big network, and if they see there's issues over here, they can remotely put that area on hold, and the tanks just fill up over time. And then when the issue's been resolved, they can then re-engage the funds. However, it's council have basically confirmed that they don't want to own the on-site infrastructure. They just want to own the network up to the property boundary. That's it, and that's what's in the conditions that we've done.
So do I take it from what you've said that if the council decided it wasn't going to accept a pressure system, that wouldn't adversely affect the design and layout of the subdivision as it's been applied for?
No, there's still a way to service the development. Just be more expensive and less resilient. So yeah, I guess it's the outcome to pressure system.
Council's infrastructure manager has also confirmed.
We've got a confirmation from Sean Bowden, who's the instructions and the company.
So it's unlikely that it would.
The only reason we failed to advance this has been that there's been team member changes and shortages and so the person we were dealing with retired.
I mean, the work to progress the pressure cell policy is happening. It does need to happen because I guess as you get to more sort of marginal, say this side is a marginal, more marginal sites that have poor ground conditions or other issues, groundwater infiltration during high water table. It's a way to open up for development where that's appropriate. And it's been used across the country. It's not a new system by any stretch, but it's just that it's not always that.
Is there, have you, in thinking about the how the subdivision will be constructed, did you ever consider something like a haul road from Oklahoma Road as a means of keeping all construction traffic off Tierra Street?
I guess we did consider it. It's just that this portion of the site here is probably the more sensitive area, and gaining access to heavy vehicles through there could be quite different, potentially problematic for the protection of the wetland. It's quite undulating through there, so you've got quite big quite big neutral slopes down to low lying areas. So actually physically dealing with construction traffic through there.
So even constructing a whole road,
yeah, there will obviously be a shared path through there, which I guess 2.5 meters wide. Big construction will require much wider access than that. So just with the scale of the earthworks in that area, obviously trying to minimize them as much as possible. So a whole road through there, I would say it's probably going to require significant earthworks to actually make it work. It's basically a big June originally runs through here, so you have to cut right through that and wider track.
Yeah, look, I mean, I guess we'll get a better understanding of the topography and the So thinking and kind of related, I suppose, thinking about the remnants of the dray track, which you've identified around, well, certainly, that northern portion of lot 104 and then some of the, lots 10 and 11. What would likely happen to those remnants of the dray track if the Austroads standards were enforced?
It would be much larger scale of works for sure. So it would be a large area of which portion of the dray track needs to be cut out to the excess of drain.
And so under the current proposal, less or
Is it none of the dray track that will be affected, or is it just loose?
So the dray track sort of through, as it sort of comes through right here. And so we looked at potentially to address the concerns of the council in maintaining that this shallow grade, lifting the road at this point here. So you obviously can start higher and then going to go over the top. But there just wasn't more work in terms of the curb cut to go. There's too much go there. And then we have to take more cut out, some of them cut out somewhere else. So it would definitely, if we were trying to keep that in a shallow grade, it would require larger cut bedders at the bottom of the track. So that would obviously be more good going forward. The track would be
And that would substantially impact on some of those lots there as well, wouldn't it?
oh, yes.
You've been commenting on one of the submitters, the middle submission under your para 9.12 on page 28. You're talking about, minimising truck movements as the heavier equipment won't need to come and go from the site once it's established. Is that something that you envisage being written into the construction management traffic plan?
Yeah, so usually there's designated metrics to the site that's specified for the different stages of works. So, for instance, the larger works from the southern portion will primarily access through that existing driveway at the start. And then as this road is formed, then you would construct the lane to actually access the site from there as well. So through the different stages of construction, you do to specify where you can access the site at a certain time.
Sorry, in Ms. Fraser's noted version of her evidence, she had suggested that the new entrance be constructed and then used. And
Yes.
the old access.
Sorry, for initial site establishment, before anything's taken place, you'll use the existing site entrance. However, once you actually start working on the site, you'll construct that as the entrance, as the tuning gate required for it to manage the existing traffic flow as well as construction traffic as well. So it's a
That's okay, and that's in condition, proposed conditions 68J. Construction traffic.
I think that's all I've got.
Just sorry, question we asked Commissioner something with respect to, I guess, the idea of the consideration of all road, and the comments about perhaps the significance of earthworks or the sensitivity that could create on the work. I thought it was mentioned before in terms of a lot of the cut and fill just being internal or running internal. I suppose my question is, how would that work in terms of those issues that you've just
Sure. So I guess each of the areas, generally speaking, the northern area and southern area are actually balanced internally also.
So there's no crossover.
So you won't really, there'll be a need for some of that stuff in terms of overall scale of works. It's certainly not a huge amount.
yeah, I suppose that where I was going with that thought is that if that has to happen to some degree, was there an opportunity to like do that earlier as a full road type situation?
Yeah, I mean, there would be. I guess it's probably up to, depends on the equipment that's going to be used as well. Which obviously is probably done. If we're going to do using motor scrapers, for instance, then it's not really that feasible to do.
So, sorry, you might want to check the question through the fact that you've got your methodology and rubrics and then the ESCP, which is a bit of a rundown, which has been presented by relevant in terms of how those rubrics are managed.
That was reviewed by regional councils, emergency control advisor, and also approved by regional council processing agency. So,
Thank you.
Also, page 15, that is- that it's in terms of purchasing.
yes.
Okay, so we will break for lunch now and do that. It's a 45 minutes, so we will see you back here at 1:45.
Once now, exactly.
Right.
Sorry, apologies.
No worries.
Are we ready to?
Indeed, yeah, so. Mr. Wiley, welcome.
Thank you.
I'm Swati, I just confirmed your full name
Cameron Andrew Wyden.
and you have the qualifications and experiences out in the world.
Yeah.
And do you have any questions?
Any corrections? Clarification more than correction. Well, not to my evidence, to that condition.
Perhaps we will, there is a slight amendment, but perhaps Mr. Wiley could deal with that. We can still in summary.
Sure. I don't really have it. You have the same as I have.
Okay.
Experience, I'm Managing Director of Resource Development Consultants, Principal Engineer, subdivision since 2007. And I've been doing geotech engineering since 34 years. For this proposal, I have been involved in geotechnical investigations. RDCL undertook the geotechnical investigation, sent out our report, walkover and mapping, 17 test pits, 16 DCPs, 11 cone penetrometer tests. I co-authored that report, which was issued in 16 August 2019. Jeffrey Neeson was the day-to-day contact with the work on the ground. I've subsequently this year assisted the applicant to respond to further information request by council, which we issued on the 8th of April 2022. And that was primarily to update stability analyses relative to the revised seismic hazard guidelines issued at the end of 2021. I've read the brief of Mr. Mansell, Taylor and Hanson. So in terms of scope and structure of evidence, summary of my report, key conclusions, response to council, response to matters raised, and suggested conditions. Summary report. Assessment and testing was undertaken to assess the site for primary liquefaction risk, assess the geotechnical suitability of the site for residential use. As said, 16 DCPs, 11 cone penetrometers, analytical assessment, liquefaction potential, and slope stability. Results and assessment indicate little to no risk of liquefaction at this site. And on that basis, in terms of geotechnical hazard, I consider the proposed development is suitable from a geotechnical perspective. Maybe follow recommendations. So we recommend NZS 3604 2011 compliant shallow foundations considered suitable over the site. Noting that building platforms that are engineered will require testing to confirm the site requirements. We did note that for fill slopes, we should impose a 5 metre setback. Slopes that are greater than 15 degrees, really responding to the updated seismic condition. And I guess in terms of this is where they just clarify the recommendation to the consent condition. A setback for us is a very normal thing from a slope. Within that setback, though, we do allow you to build. You just have to have specific engineering design within that 5 metre section. Commonly piped, shallow pipe, not anything more than that. It's just really getting a bit deeper, protecting against the risk of shallow instability, undercutting a shallow foundation, so we're just putting piles out the front. Very normal condition for us. Keep finding the report. The site is underlain by topsoil, overlying sand. It is wind blown sand. It's very clean, very clean. Ultimate bearing capacity 300 kPa at 0.3 to 1.7 meters below existing ground. Liquefaction assessment, little to no risk. Under all the seismic conditions considered, the updated model as well. On that, we consider it suitable with 5 meter setback, NZ 3604. Understand these findings are being carried through the AEE and the draft conditions proposed by Mr. Hanson. So the assessment, this revised application 5.9, since our original assessment, there has been a number of revisions, mainly relating to the layout of lots and reduction of lot numbers and alignment of the shared path and minor changes to the earthworks closest to lot 2 by part of the road. I confirm I've reviewed that material. It doesn't change, it doesn't have an impact on the geotechnical assessment. In terms of response to submitters, I don't believe there are any geotechnical concerns raised by the submitters. In terms of the peer review, the officer notes that a peer review is initiated due to the size of the earthworks. Commissioned Miyamoto. I note, and the officer agrees, the overall Miyamoto were in general agreement with the OCL report and findings that site suitable for development based on scheme plan. The peer reviewer asked a number of questions and sought further information, and we assisted with that to prepare applicant's response and undertook a check on liquefaction potential relative to fill level. So they wanted to confirm that the raised fill did not change the liquefaction potential of that location, which it did not. And they wanted to confirm the stability analysis under the revised 2021 conditions and the setbacks. I understand that Councillor Miyamoto accepted those responses and again accepted that Miyamoto were in agreement with the findings. Responsible officer, paragraph, the officer cites conclusion that site was of little risk of liquefaction hazard. Briefly on the settlement matrix spread, no issues or concerns were raised with our report, and our conclusions and recommendations were accepted by the reporting officer peer review. The officer's report does raise a handful of matters within the area's expertise. The officer proposed a reword condition 16 and 17, the unsuitable fill material, the approved plans with respect to lot 11, 21, and 30. That those areas are for storage of unsuitable fills, unsuitable material. It's not suitable for building, and then that they should be prohibit the erection of any building or structure within those areas. And I think that's right. I don't think we should I don't think you should try and build within unsuitable material. That's pretty self-driving. I think we did amend the wording. I think Mr. Hanson's, when I looked at Mr. Hanson's submission, I totally agree with that.
Let's revise condition comes out of 14 in that.
Yes,
Right. So, is it 16, 17 and
16, 17 with that one, yeah. And 14 with the setback.
So in that version, we've got 14.
Yeah, there's a
You know,
change,
there's a
sorry.
Slight change in the earthworks, but the condition allows us to conduct defects, I guess we call it 14, get 6 now.
right?
So that's changed the lots that it applies to.
So if mine is wrong, then I think Mr. Hanson's submitted conditions take precedent over what I'm referring to. I'm also a COVID baby during this time. So what I have with Mr. Hanson's, which are the resubmitted conditions, is that what you correct there? I endorse those. So for the fill, respect to 11, 21, and 30, prohibited is the erection of any building or structure as being within lots, storage for unsuitable material.
No, as they were accepted in the proposed.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at.
Yes, where I think if you were in relation to Mr. Wiley's paragraph 6.1.2, the corresponding proposed condition for that is 14, and I'm calling it 14 exit.
Yep. Yeah. So, actually, back those are what's under 14 is for a complete different purpose. Correct. To under 16, 17. Yeah. Just general building exclusion as opposed to building on unsuitable materials.
Correct. So there's 3 defined sites on the plans that are unsuitable material sites, and they are located on 11, 21, and 30, so that's condition 17, and 16 apply to them. And then there is other sites which are 18, 25, 28 that have setback, and that's clarifying in that proposed section here what that means. So and what it means, I was going to explain it in my, but what it means is that if you're beyond 5 meters from a slope that's 15 degrees, you usually meet your standard normal for your foundation. If you're within, you can still build, but you have to have engineering design, and that's what that paragraph is saying. Conditions.
I think from 16.13.
Okay. 16.13.
Yeah.
So I'm now worried that condition 37 and 38 aren't condition 37 and 38, but I'll go to the heart of the matter. It needs a completion, geotechnical completion report and certification by a geotechnical professional. That needs to be done.
No, you still answer that.
Sorry.
Those conditions are still. in there.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the foundation designs for all, well, not 1 to 46 should be undertaken by a suitably qualified person, and which are in line with the recommendations in the other side. So in conclusion, geotechnical investigation and assessment confirms the suitability of the site for residential development with no significant geotechnical risk or mitigation works required for geotechnical aspects. The effects from the geotechnical perspective are considered less than minor. Proposed conditions as they relate to geotechnical issues are considered suitable for development, and I believe that the consent for the development should be granted from the geotechnical perspective. Thank you. Lloyd. Question?
No, sounds
Yeah, I have a question in relation to that condition 17, and but I might be watching at shadows here. So it may seem self-evident that that prohibits any building or structure. That's on the face of it sounds clear. But I mean, terms like that rely on the Building Act and all what's in the district plan as to how structures are defined, etc. What if you were to, I don't know, say want to build an in-ground swimming pool or some kind of excavation? Would you say that those things were also not appropriate?
To confirm, my understanding these sites is we're replacing material, earthworks material that is not suitable, might be organic, might be soft, might be mixed. It's not suitable. for work.
So
I-
any kind of work.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I think it's a box that, yeah, I mean, down the track, you really want to get into an investigation, could I do it? You'd have to apply that.
But, I mean, I guess just a note from Mr. Hanson as to whether, you know, erection of any building or structure is actually wide enough to cover all the intent.
Well, I think the intention was habitable dwelling or building was what was the key focus when we did those conditions as well. So you wouldn't, without habitable building or structure in that sense on those sites. So that was that, but whether it should be further or not.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about that, I live in a similar sort of place. Tennis court. And you're right, maybe a swimming pool, but something like that. But you'd just be saying, look, you need to do the work, you need to do the geotechnical work. And I don't know how much it's going to go in there to get this material and things like that.
I guess my point was only, you might want to look at the building act and the district plan definition side of things, just to make sure that what you intend to be captured is actually captured by that building. But otherwise, no, that's all from me.
Is that right?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to
Well,
hit the road, is that all right?
if you may please,
Is that all right? Oh, sorry, it's so majestic.
it would be very nice if Mr. Wiley could excuse.
Thank you very much. Is that right?
Yes,
Thank you.
And he has promised he would be available for any questions and a reply.
Yeah, no, anytime. Yeah. Thank you very much.
thank you, Mr. Wiley.
Thank you.
Now we have Mr. Foy. Now, Mr. Foy has actually prepared an addendum to his list. Yeah, thank you. Now, Mr. Boy, your full name,
My name is Derek Richard.
and you don't need to probably read out your qualifications, but if you could just confirm to me, you've got the qualifications in 1.1 and the experience in paragraph 1.2 to 1.4 of your brief.
That's correct.
Brilliant. Do you have any corrections that you wanted to make to your?
No, I do not.
No, okay, that's fine. And I mean, you're happy for you to proceed with your summary and then deal with the reading after that.
Thank you. So I have prepared a brief summary of my statement, which I will read out in. I have prepared also the just circulated addendum in response to the evidence of Ms. Black. So by way of summary, I was not asked to prepare a report initially, but was asked to consider the economic effects of the proposed evidence. My evidence focused on the residential demand and supply environment in Kapiti Coast District to understand how the proposal would fit into that environment and also to understand the change in rural production in relation to the proposal. So the conclusions of my assessment were that the site is part of a medium priority greenfield growth area to provide for a rather district growth strategy. I understand that indicates that the area is generally considered to be suitable for future residential development, subject to further investigation. I also understand the types of investigation that would be required to advance the area to a live zone residential area have been undertaken as part of this application, including in relation to landscape and visual, traffic and infrastructure. Those assessments have concluded that there are no barriers to residential development of the site. That being the case, in my opinion, the site should now be a high priority for development to meet immediate demand. While the proposed development will occur somewhat earlier than anticipated in the district growth strategy, there are no economic costs associated with bringing that development forward, and the availability of existing infrastructure with capacity to service the subdivision provides a good opportunity to do so. The proposed 46 residential lots would equate to approximately 5% of the housing demand projected for Paraparaumu up to 2031 and 2% of that demand up to 2051. So the proposal would therefore accommodate a small needed share of projected residential growth in the area and would provide increased housing choice for residents wishing to locate on larger lots and in close proximity to Paraparaumu. Plans for residential intensification have progressed significantly since the application was lodged with the release of the district growth strategy and the medium density residential standards, both of which tend to support the suitability of the site for residential development. The NDRS standards will enable much higher intensities in existing and future residential zone areas of the district. As we've heard from Mr. Mansell this morning, the site is not viable as an operating farm due to the poor quality of the soils, the small size of the site, and its now severance from the rest of the original farm. The officer's report draws similar conclusions. So, two main summary points to draw from all that. Firstly, the proposal is for a small scale of development of a type and scale that is anticipated by the district growth strategy in a location that is directly adjacent to an existing residential area and which has poor quality soils that are uneconomic to farm productively. And secondly, the site has good access to Paraparaumu and is located against the expressway, which provides a well-defined edge that would limit future urban expansion in the vicinity of the site. So overall, it is my opinion that there will be no adverse economic effects of the proposed development. There will be some positive economic effects, and therefore overall there will be net positive economic effects. So that concludes my summary. So I'd like to read through my addendum. This is an addendum to my evidence in chief in response to the written evidence filed by Ms. Alison Blackwell on behalf of the custodial trustees of 44 Fair Street. Ms. Blackwell has raised two matters within my area of expertise with which I disagree. Those two matters are, firstly, whether it is appropriate for the application of the site to be developed for residential purposes, and secondly, whether the site is part of an urban environment. So the first of those matters, the appropriateness of the site to be developed for residential purposes is covered in section 6 of Ms. Blackwell's statement. And in that section, she agrees with my assessment that the site is partially located within a medium priority greenfield area in the district growth strategy, but she does not accept that means it is appropriate for the site to be developed for residential purposes at this time. As I stated at paragraph 3.7 of my evidence in chief, I understand that the types of investigation that would be required to advance that greenfield growth area to a live zone residential area, which included environmental matters and ensuring council infrastructure is available to service the greenfield development, have been undertaken as part of this application. That being the case, as I understand it, there are no barriers to residential development on the site, and therefore it is appropriate for the site to be developed for residential purposes. So in the second matter, my response to Ms. Blackwell which is covered in section 7, relating to the EPS on urban development. Ms. Blackwell's position is that the site is not, and is not intended to be, predominantly urban in character, and so does not meet the RMA definition of an urban environment. And I note that the RMA definition of urban environment is identical to the definition in the EPSED. I disagree with Ms. Blackwell's conclusion that the site is not intended to be part of the environment for two reasons. The first reason is that because the site is partly located within a greenfield growth area in the district growth strategy, a point with which Ms. Blackwell agrees, that indicates very strongly that some growth is anticipated in that area and that the area is very much intended to be part of the future urban area. That means that the site would meet both of the criteria in the RMA and the PSUD definition of an urban environment. The second reason I disagree with Ms. Blackwell's conclusion is because I have a different interpretation of the extent of an urban environment to that held by Ms. Blackwell.
I first note that it's important to differentiate the terms urban environment on one hand and urban environment on the other. With an urban environment able to include multiple urban areas. All Tier 1 councils have applied for their EPSUD and their predecessor EPSUDC assessments an urban environment definition that includes the main urban area and associated minor urban areas within a wider hinterland. I'll run through a few examples there. In Auckland, the urban environment includes small rural settlements, some distance from the urban edge of Auckland City, so small town settlements and seaside holiday areas with populations much less than 10,000 people and quite standalone settlements away from the urban edge of Auckland. Similar situation in Hamilton, where areas including Raglan, Merrimack, Te and Pocono are all included within the Hamilton urban environment. Also in Tauranga, where Katikati, Wairoa, Wairoa Beach Market, and Hina are included within the Tauranga urban environment. In Wellington, I'm not aware of any completed EPSUD assessments yet. However, under the predecessor EPSUDC, the extent of the Wellington urban environment included an area of up to 20 kilometres around the urban edge. And I note that in the EPSUD, in the appendix to that document, page 31, the Wellington urban environment, the Tier 1 urban environment, is defined to include the following territorial authorities: Wellington City, Whareroa, Hutt City, Upper Hutt, and Kapiti districts, indicating relatively broad geographic scope for environment. Similarly, Christchurch urban environment includes Rangiora, Pride, Rolleston, Crittleton, but excludes more distant and smaller settlements. So those examples and use of the concepts of the housing and labour markets in the second part of their own RMA definition suggest that the definition of the urban environment does not need to be defined in terms of a single contiguous land area, and it suggests to me that it is not appropriate to define an urban environment at such a granular level as Ms. Blackwell appears to favour. Instead, my interpretation is that the urban environment is intended to be a much less spatially granular concept and will take in rural areas adjacent to and even up to 20 kilometres from the edge of the urban area. So based on that definition, I very much consider that the application site is within the urban environment. Overall, having considered the views expressed by Ms. Blackwell in detail, I confirm that those views do not alter my initial view expressed by the
Question?
Thank you.
Enjoy it.
Yeah, thanks.
So, clarification about some of the numbers in your primary evidence. At 5.21, and you're just talking about, well, actually, and you referred to this previously in paragraph 3.4, you said that the proposed lots take about 5% of the housing demand predicted out to 2031.
Yes.
And then at 521, you're saying that the demand is 1860, is that right? In the area that we're talking about?
No, 30%. So 1860 is 30% of the total.
What I'm asking is, how do you derive the 5% from 46 lots? Is that 46 as a proportion of 1860?
This was
Right. Okay. Because that's actually not 5%. I could be wrong. As I said, I'm not good at maths, but I think it's more like 2.5%. And as you can say that, I think in paragraph 5.7, although you refer to it as 3% there.
There were two different numbers I used. One was in relation to total dwelling demand, one was standalone demand only. So 3% related to standalone demand only.
Can you explain that?
Yes, so 46 lots divided by total demand for standalone. Whereas standalone is a subset of total dwelling demand. So total dwelling demand is larger than standalone dwelling demand. That means the applications in 46 sites are a smaller share of, a larger share of standalone demand than they are of total demand.
Right. Okay. So you're talking about like a single dwelling as opposed to multiple dwellings on,
Yes.
on a lot. Right.
Joint housing.
Sure. Okay, so and paragraph 5.527, we're talking about, you know, I do see that now where it says you're talking about standalone houses.
Yes.
So it's fine. Whereas in 3.4, so standalone housing is the 1860. Is that correct?
Was the 86.
Well, that's that 2.5 to 3%, as you say. And then under 3.4, so this is total housing demand. So now,
I just think if you look at the next sentence in the paragraph, Sarah's got projected demand area for Thurrock in the extending north to the right hand river. So I just wonder, Derek, was there a subset? Sorry, I was supposed to ask a question, but I think it's a subset that you would presentation.
yeah, I mean, and that's good. I mean, I'm a little bit confused by the use of the figures there. So.
Yeah, sorry. There were a mix, I suppose, of the geographic area referred to and the housing typology. So, yeah, in 3.4, that is the paragraph catchment only. So it's the area south of the Waihai River. And that refers to total housing demand, which is in my figure 5.4 on page 12. That is the sum of 569 and 1288. Just the short-term and medium-term time periods. So under the top section, which is white, there's 3 rows: standalone housing, joint housing, total. And then there are 4 columns of numbers. The total numbers for 2021 to 2024 is 569. So the demand for 569 new dwellings in Karangaroo in the next 3 years. And then the following 7 years, that demand is 1288. So some of those together is 18, just over 18.
Thanks, that helps me. But so, coming back to your comments about the district growth strategy, and your, if I can paraphrase you, you conclude that because all the assessment which has been done on this proposal, that equates to what you would expect to happen under the district growth strategy, and therefore it's fine.
So my interpretation of the strategy is that these are areas identified as being generally appropriate for residential development in the future. But council has not yet had the resource to be able to finalise the scope or the exact type of activity that would be appropriate in those areas. So that requires the discussion.
So what do you understand the district growth strategy to be? In terms of where it's led from? Is it not the cap? I mean, it's obviously prepared by the council. Would you, in terms of defining, the potential growth areas, and obviously, that's been done at a broad brush level to start with in the district growth strategy, and certainly, I've got it open here talking about the medium priority greenfield growth areas, which, as you say, includes or appears to include a decent chunk of water sites. The areas currently identified in this category require further investigation of constraints, including what construction will be required. So, do you, I'm trying to phrase my question in a logical way. Would you not think that you'll be looking at the entire potential medium priority greenfield growth area rather than an isolated section, as is the case here, in terms of making decisions about, sequencing of development, for instance, or how a development might connect to transport or the requirement for green space or any of those things? Can you reasonably expect this to be considered in isolation?
I think it's important that that more holistic consideration is undertaken. And the district growth strategy, I suppose, provides an overview of a number of sites which together would meet the aspirations of the district growth strategy and would help to allow council to be able to provide for growth, such as that they anticipate is going to occur. Some sites which are not currently adequately supplied with infrastructure or well service because of their location, they probably require more of a comprehensive overview. But for sites like this, which are adjacent to existing as I understand it, well service with infrastructure already, they don't actually require replacement on additional infrastructure. They sort of slot into the existing fabric, I suppose. So from that point of view, I don't think this site needs to be part of broader consideration of these other areas. I think that's the key point, the degree to which this is serviced. It doesn't place undue burdens or any burdens this on the council to lay large lengths of new pipe to a discrete, discontiguous new development area. Sites which did require that, there will be more to consider how they're going to be provided for that.
In coming to that opinion, did you consult with the council's policy planning staff to judge their view of what's proposed here and how that fits in with the district growth strategy?
No, I haven't relied only on the experts.
Do you think that might have been a good thing to do?
Could have been up to the
aware of the council's position.
Yeah, specifically asking is right, is right about that. Okay. And there's, the council obviously asked, intending to do quite a bit of work, moving forward. I mean, we've seen in the growth strategy, you know, they set out a bit of a Gantt chart of where they're heading. And under the table head of care companies and delivering our growth strategy. And you know, they're just at the stage of setting the framework in 2022, you know, yeah, and moving forward for other stuff. So yeah, it's I mean, the position I'm coming from is whether this in isolation, and not the entire belt, but the more urban southern part of it, whether it's somewhat jumping the gun in terms of that overall integrated approach to, you know, development in the wider area, which, as you quite rightly pointed out, is actually considered as a medium term thing. Whether things are getting out of
I suppose this is this proposal would make development in this area somewhat linear than what the district growth strategy would envisage. So in that context, development would be sooner than expected, but reliance on other experts. There are no economic costs of economic perspective, there's no reason why it shouldn't be.
So that's from an economic perspective, yes, as opposed to that, maybe that wider strategic perspective.
Yes, that wise interpretation of
That's all.
Mr. Boyd was the so he had promised to attend online tomorrow because there are some
Yeah, look, I mean, I think it might be useful for Mr. Boyd to, you know, sort of hear where we get to, particularly at the end of the day, and yes, indeed, with Mr. Blackwell's.
So provided he's excused in person, that will be
Absolutely.
attending on the screen.
Absolutely. No, and thank you for attending today.
Thank you. Up next, we've got Mr. Goldwater. And like Mr. Boyd, Mr. Goldwater has prepared a
A summary
something.
of copies if you like. I'll just read that.
Read it out, but there's a few other ones. Where are you?
Oh,
Right, Mr. Goldwater, you the full name set out in your evidence.
this was all Goldwater.
Yes, and you have the qualifications that are set out in the experience set out in paragraph 1.2 to 1.8 of your evidence. Did you have any corrections?
Yes, one minor correction, paragraph 5.5. The first sentence says, in their submission, Mr. and Mrs. Morris should actually be Mr. James and Mrs. Morris. Just a very minor correction there. So I was going to read through my summary of evidence and then I can address individual submissions.
Yes, perhaps if you could also
I will address,
Yeah.
point out various features as I
help reorientate the questions.
Yeah.
Great.
that's fine.
The scope of my evidence includes the following: a brief background and methodology used for field surveys, a description of the existing environment, a summary of the ecological impact assessment, the key conclusions as to potential effects, responses to matters raised by submitters, a response to the officer's section committee note report, and a review of the draft conditions. Following visits to the site in 2020 and 2021 by wildlands ecologists, all vegetation types were described and mapped, and areas visually recognisable as potential wetlands were identified and eliminated. Any accessible indigenous trees were identified, marked with a handheld GPS device, and diameters measured. Targeted survey for indigenous lizards was undertaken in March 2020 by wildlands ecologists. Targeted surveys for all other fauna species were beyond the scope of an assessment, although all species observed at the site were recorded. Most of the study site comprises rank grassland on old dunes, with exotic grass species occurring in frequent pest parts, such as tree loop and gorse. Several conifer groves occur in the northern and central part of the site. Not shown on this map, but sort of around this wetland. And up around here is groves of conifer reasonably mature, probably about 50 trees in total. Based on the latest version of the scheme plan, none of these trees will be cleared during the earthworks, and these existing stands will be protected and enhanced. The dunes are highly modified and are largely covered by exotic pasture and are no longer functioning as active dune systems. Due to the stabilising effect of pasture and exotic shelter belts. Okay, yeah. Like you can see these little green blobs here, but these are the locations of the conifer groves around the difference.
Mr. Goldberg, is that from the AEE report? Is it?
No, it's not.
Although it
will be in the AE.
It's the scheme plan in sheet 3. Revision.
Cool.
It's also an appendix 1 in my evidence. So the dunes are highly modified and largely covered by exotic pasture and no longer function as active dune systems due to the stabilising effect of pasture and exotic shelter belts. Overall, the dunes are considered to have low ecological values. 4 natural wetlands were identified at the site. These 2 wetlands here were picked up in subsequent surveys, I think February last year, by myself. They were then confirmed by another ecologist through wetland delineation. So four in total, and 2 other wetlands didn't meet the criteria for a natural wetland as per the NPS critical management. That's wetland down on block 200, and there's a small wetland, I think of block 5 around here, but not a natural wetland as such. Due to the rarity of wetlands in the Wellington region, all natural wetlands meet the representativeness and rarity criteria listed in policy 23 of the Wellington Region Policy Statement, and therefore meet the definition of a significant natural wetland. 2 other wetlands were identified that did not meet the criteria. Overall, the wetlands in their current state provide limited habitat for indigenous flora and fauna, with the exception of common indigenous bird species such as bullgecko. Most of the wetlands are considered to have moderate capacity for flood flow attenuation and for attenuating and trapping nutrients and sediment. Rank pasture provides habitat for a relatively sparse population of northern grass skink and not threatened indigenous living species that's legally protected under the Wildlife Act. Exotic shelter belts and conifer groves on the site provide some habitat for common indigenous fauna species and may act as stepping stones for indigenous fauna as they move across the landscape. Overall, however, the fauna and habitat values at the study site are considered to be low. Measures to mitigate potential adverse effects of vegetation clearance includes the protection and enhancement of natural wetlands and conifer groves. So that includes fencing and planting a 10-metre buffer around each of these wetlands.
noting that there are constraints with the access way. So you can't go 10 metres around the wood. So this would largely involve revegetation, pest planting, animal control, and should be guided by council for ecology management plan. As per the amended proposed condition 72, including annexure A and Mr. Hanson's supplementary plan amendments. All the natural wetlands and carnival grove will be protected from perpetuity under provenance. Measures to mitigate the potential effects on birds and lizards include undertaking vegetation clearance outside of the bird breeding season, preparing and implementing a lizard management plan, and protecting a 1 hectare area of lizard habitat in lot 5, which would be around this larger woodland here. It's also noted that the applicant has revised their plans to retain as much of the exotic shelter as possible, following feedback from neighbours with regards to potential effects on indigenous fauna such as birds. Some clearance of these trees may be needed, but the extent has been substantially reduced. The planting of these areas with appropriate indigenous species will be needed. Controls for stormwater runoff and sediment and erosion appropriately addressed in the report prepared by Cuthbert and Howell. I note that the applicant has already obtained consent from Greater Wellington Regional Council relating to the discharge of sediment-laden runoff to land and water, bog earthworks, and a discharge permit for stormwater relating to water, including to land within 100 metres of the natural wetland. The construction of the wetland in lot 200, wetland 4, down here, will provide effective flood mitigation and treatment of runoff. Over time, indigenous plantings in the constructed wetland will provide local habitat for indigenous waterfowl and wetland bird species, as well as providing important ecosystem services such as nutrient uptake and additional biofiltration. I acknowledge the concerns raised by the submitters with respect to the ecological effects of the proposal, these being the potential loss of habitat for indigenous fauna and flora, loss of hunting territory for New Zealand falcon, and the potential adverse impacts of cats and windows on birds. I consider the responses outlined in my evidence that sufficiently address these concerns, particularly in light of the proposed mitigation and compensation measures described in my assessment, such as protecting and enhancing all natural wetlands, creating new areas of indigenous habitat for wetland buffer planting, creating a 1 hectare lizard protection and enhancement area, retaining most of the exotic sheltered out, undertaking rabbit control, and undertaking control of fawns and black bear across the site, along with other pest plant species. I've reviewed section 6.9 of the officer's report, which pertains to ecological effects. I agree with the officer's conclusions with regards to the potential effects of the proposal being less than minor, particularly in light of the mitigation measures proposed by the applicant. I note that paragraph 178 of the officer's report states the following. No review of the wildlands consultant's report was considered necessary given the site does not contain any ecological features under the district plan, i.e. an ecological site. Adding also that there is limited removal of indigenous vegetation proposed and the requirements of the applicants of the regional council. I've reviewed the KCDC condition 69 to 74 as they relate to ecology and made suggested amendments as outlined in my statement of evidence and also included in the revised conditions Mr. Hanson's supplementary. These largely pertain to the inclusion of an ecological management plan and measures by which to reduce adverse effects on indigenous birds during breeding season. I consider that the proposed protection and enhancement of the 4 natural wetlands, together with the establishment of a lizard protection area and the control of pest animals and plants, if appropriately implemented, will have a net positive effect on the indigenous biodiversity through the provision of fauna habitat and enhanced forested diversity. Terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. The lizard management plan, is there a condition?
Yeah, there was a condition prepared shortly.
Sorry.
The LMP will be prepared shortly.
And so how does that actually work? In terms of the owner of lot 5, is it going to be their responsibility? Yes.
Oh, sorry, no, you're right, there's another one. Yes,
Condition 69 and the condition 70 requires that the management plans be prepared in conjunction with the other.
And I guess my follow-up question is, so how does that actually work in practice? So the plans prepared, it'll have what management plans typically have around what needs to happen. Whose responsibility is it then to ensure those things happen? Apologies if that's what work out how.
Yeah.
Is it as simple as
That's
just
not-
create a
yeah.
habitat and it looks after itself, or does someone have to get in there and do?
Yeah, I mean, there should, yes, I mean, it's going to be planted up, so it would be a minimum of 3 to 5 years of management to make sure there's canopy closure and there's plant control. So I'd expect that to be on the title of the property. That's what would already happen with management of pest animals and plants.
And does it, sorry, it's a question for the team, I suppose, is could someone direct us to where that's in the conditions?
So condition 70 requires the consent holder to provide, so set up the habitat. I'm not sure whether the
condition
person-
18, that's the one there, with like the care and clean.
so that you're being identified in the trust. But the right, there's no consent notice as such.
Yeah, I'd be interested in how that will be perpetually, I suppose, or who's going to be tasked with implementing that plan. So it raises the question in my mind. I know that this is the biggest priority of any district council, but are they going to be required to force them?
It feels like there must be a consent notice.
Yeah,
In the sort of- in the obligation for that to drop. Well, that would be the fields if you- remove them. I'll double check.
Well, yeah, I mean, when we're actually doing the relocation of the steps into the area, we require wildlife authority from the Department of Conservation. But, you know, your question is more about ongoing management and pest control. So it might be that the applicant looks after the plantings for 2 to 3 years, and then that becomes responsible. So whether that's the perpetuity, that's
Well, what we try to do is identify a number of lots that certain behaviours require. And so there's a combination of conditions, and perhaps best if we just put it to you as a complete package so you can see how it works. But the idea is it's lot 5, and so in 12 they can't place rubbish, they can't construct or whatever, or remove anything within there, and there's going to be a consent notice against it. So that doesn't necessarily answer your question about will they keep it up. The idea is to provide it in a restored state, and then the new owner of lot 5 isn't allowed to do things in that area that would, would just naturally.
Yes, thank you. So I guess the question then is, if lizard habitat, does it just look after itself with no intervention?
it should do once you've got canopy closure. I mean, this particular species can live in exotic grass, we're found in exotic grass, but if we're doing the planting a greater range of native plants as food sources and shelter, they should thrive. And once, within 3 to 5 years, they should be self-sustaining.
excluding other parts.
So just picking up on that, you mentioned canopy closure. Is there a condition in here related to keeping up vegetation and maintenance until canopy closure is achieved, or at least 80% or something?
Yeah, that will be in the EMP, which is going to be the ecological management plan, which will be included as a condition. So it's not stated specifically as a condition, but it will be within the ecological management plan.
And that the ecological management plan is subject to certification by council.
Yes.
Mr. Hanson, which is the condition with the ecological management plan?
I just got the financial reserve, it's 71, it's one that I've added to it, I'm not quite sure if that's been carried through into, I haven't looked at the most recent one that been provided by Marnie, but 71 is where an ecological plan is required, and that's to do with the pest plant control, for example, etc. And just a point there is that we try to take the wetlands, the river stands, and the lizard habitat have the same approach, which is it'll be pest and weed control, it'll be fenced, they'll be in a position whereby they're in they can self-sustain before they're sold off to new owners, so they know to buy it. So these conditions then say you can't dump waste, we've got people standing, you can't dump waste in there. So the same applies to the wetlands, same applies to the litter stands, and things like that. And that was why, like, litter stands, we had to then apply for a potential modifying and trimming of vegetation, and then do that from a health perspective. And we needed a consent of 2,200 metres of the water. So that's a general principle that's been tried to come through in these conditions. And if you have a look at them and think we missed that, that's fine, let us know, but that's what we've been trying to do.
Yeah, and look, in terms of general principles, that's where it kind of expects the requirements for any kind of plan to be set out is in a consent condition. Just to give the management plan something to start from. In this case, if I had to think of anything that might be missing, it would be around success and remediation.
I think there's a 5-year, that's to do with the constructed wetland, there's a 5-year commitment in the Greater Wellington side of it, that will be maintained before it's then passed on to council. So that's because that area is going to be tested in council afterwards, so that doesn't apply. But yeah, but as I said, the principle is that it would be when somebody purchases the property, it's in a state that we can't rely on them to do anything further with it, and it's going to be a state that will just look after itself. That's the
With the natural things as well, you mentioned restoration, remediation.
success.
Just to clarify, when we did this exercise with Greater Wellington, we applied for the consents, they related to the chapter 10, and they found that we only really needed the consents in relation to the discharge of the storm chain within the wetlands. They were comfortable that the wetlands could be left. So they're not wetlands that are subject to restoration and management plan under the regional council conditions. So that they were comfortable with a buffer plant, pest control, fence, leaf approach there. So the only outcome items that we would be looking at would be the
I would have thought so. The lizard habitat sits outside of the wetland proper, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's I guess it will be contiguous with the buffer planting. But the actual planting plan for this area will probably be included.
Yeah, because that's you've got on this plan, you've got wetland, buffer planting, lizard habitat, doing the outcome. Yeah. And look, I think we appreciate that the ecologist preparing a lizard management plan would logically include things like habitat success measures. But when it rests on what's in a consent condition, maybe being sure about what you're aiming for in the plans, a useful thing to think about.
Would anybody be volunteering to do units?
I don't know.
How it works, so you end up with a reporting under the conservation, the wildlife actually, because we put it to dot rather than district council and how you relocation.
Yeah,
There was a mention before that if someone reported back to KCDC on the lizards, whether there'd be anyone there that would know.
That can depend on the number of lizards relocated, also species. Sometimes if you've just got a few lizards, monitoring is kind of pointless.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very much case by case basis.
I just had one other question. Around the, I guess the upgrades of type of street where it narrows and where it was only identified as being able to be single lane due to a movement on another property outside of the scheme.
Yes.
I was just curious, well, I just wanted to ask, have you visited that part of that wetland or undertaken an assessment?
No, I just eyeballed it from TF Street.
The far east is under.
Yeah.
So that one.
Further down, it's quite deep.
That hasn't been assessed by others.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to ask, yeah, if you have taken an assessment. Does it fall under the? Yeah, is it a?
Whether it's artificial or correctional, yeah. It's possible that it's an old constructed home. It's probably just been fringed by the vegetation. My view is probably unlikely to meet the natural criteria. It's a bit of an action there on site.
I think we mentioned in your supplementary recent changes to conditions, reducing adverse effects on indigenous birds during breeding season. Which condition is that? Can you take us to that? 73. Or notice.
Yeah, 73.
I think it's by the end of the experience.
73.
Sorry, just pointing out the actual weekend. Practice also, and that actually, they've got waters previously, so we retired for a while, but practice actually need to do a visit. And what was the issue?
Yeah, we just observed with them from the street, and she indicated she she didn't do a specific assessment of it. We know that it's not good.
Is that before the EPS statement?
Or was it?
No.
It was on the carpet. Yeah.
Yeah, we can check the communication.
Through you, Chair. Thank you for that. I guess where I was going with that is, apologies if I got this wrong, but I still got to agree with that. There was a theme of the reason that that part of the street wasn't really widened was because of the adverse effects or the set another consent process off under the ends. Yes. So I guess I was just asking if that was yourself involved in that assessment, or if not, maybe you could come back to us.
Yeah, it was this board how there was its previously.
How you got to that sort of conclusion. That would help.
conditions of the three.
Mr. Hanson, can you take us to the ecological management plan commission?
That was 71.
31, sorry, I mean, I know there's a right next door to each other.
I'm only going on what I've got highlighted, so that's how I kind of set the big.
You've got your mental roadmap about where things are, so.
Yeah, and it was following after 70, which is the River Management Plan.
Yep.
Which supports the Wildlife Act, and then the Ecological Management Plan. That would cover those other, and as I said, this is covering the wetlands, Canucas stands, and things altogether, and sort of. And it would identify a methodology for pest plant control, pest animal control, indigenous plants, etc. And they can that your wording that's sort of. Got any questions?
Yeah.
I'll defer.
Mr. Goldwater, in your paragraph 5.21 of your evidence and chief, at the bottom, the last sentence of that paragraph, so detailed recommendations for rabbit control and monitoring will be included in the ecological management plan. The recent changes to condition 71 talk about methodologies for pest animal control. Is that, what about the monitoring aspect? How important is, I mean,
I think for rabbits in particular, it's important because they can be a major problem when you don't have plantings. Take it on your plants. So I think you probably need to, keep monitoring for the next couple of years. I'd like to sort of confer with people who have more experience in rabbit control in terms of ongoing monitoring. But yeah, it would be probably something we can do 4 times a year, just to check. Could just be basic spotlight monitoring, because yeah, it's very detrimental with plantings. My main concern.
and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm reading your evidence and other things. So the monitoring station control goes on for a certain period of time, and then it's up to landowners to deal with it themselves.
Yeah, rabbits might be difficult to, I don't know, we can have landowners out there shooting them, so probably we're using toxins because I think the unknown of the toxins used to control rabbits, you don't have to control substance license. So it gets a bit tricky. So ideally, you want to get rid of most of the rabbits with the initial shooting, not shooting. And that can be, if it's properly done, it can be very successful. Basically go around with a from the silencer, light scope, the spotlight, so you can sometimes clean up the whole population in a couple of months. We do quite a bit of that. But yeah, you just need a few repeated attempts.
And that will be part of the best control.
Yeah,
Commissioner, if I could just point out in 5.4 of my evidence sheet, and if I highlighted a response back to submitters King and Rice, top of page 9, my evidence goes through exactly what's proposed from a rabbit control point of view, which was in direct response to their concerns about property to the north, and they said they don't want the rabbits, and so there's 2 night shooting, there's villas that have areas in there, post-construction and consultation, etc. So that's what I would envisage for that.
Yeah,
so just to give you that.
which is terrific. And I really appreciate that throughout all of the evidence and the AEs, etc. There are undertakings in more detail than might be in the conditions, and I'm just looking for some surety around how we ensure that the various undertakings get transferred into reality.
So you'd like to see performance standards and conditions
Well,
about with reference.
Yes, without spelling everything out, absolutely, and conditions, how do we get that sure?
I think we can probably draft some suggested conditions that could be offered up that reflect the if we draft a little bit more detail, particularly with the pest control, there's been an agreement between Mr. Mansell and the senators that they would do that, and obviously Richard, I've used the relationship with his neighbours and definitely will do that, but of course there might be something we can offer as a volunteer condition to Christmas and season.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I suppose as a team, you know all of the undertakings which you've been given.
Yeah.
So perhaps you don't need to trawl through all of the
No,
written
I
documents.
have a mental list of the things that you might do.
Yeah, so it might be really good to get that mental list out.
Yeah.
And somehow make it into the conditions. Some question for Mr. Hanson. Sorry. Bounce around between experts, and in relation to the collection management plan, and perhaps any other plan. And I think you have done it to a degree in the conditions, but what's your perspective on the need for any management plan to set out objectives or principles which are trying to be achieved? Because that's kind of like a guiding framework. Really.
Well, there are a series, and there's the construction plan, traffic management plan. The specific conditions in there, for example, that do spell out exactly what the construction traffic management plan would cover, for example. So that's what I would expect. I guess I don't prepare those often, so Ms. Fraser will do get one, and Mr. Baldwin will do his and all that. But in there, I would expect some sort of lead into what exactly is to be achieved, and what is aimed, and also what duration of the plan is in terms of what's done post construction, during construction, and if there's anything after construction might need to be done. So I guess I've been relying on the experts here, those particular plans specifically. It's just probably not very.
Well, I mean, no, I mean, it's a reasonable answer, and I suppose at some point you have to put faith in the experts.
I think to some extent, the conditions that we had proposed initially with the RFI was slightly different. In fairness to Mr. Hanson, we had tried to work with the council's framework, so a lot of the management plan conditions can come back from the spirit. As they would get around limits and things and those sorts of things. But,
So I just say that the landscape management plan in 69 is a good example where it's all there. I think potentially the ecological management plan might be the only one we don't have a condition that is quite specific in identifying exactly what's intended to be covered by it, which may lead to this discussion.
But something to think about anyway. Yes, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Baldwin.
like Mr. Floyd, Mr. Goldbush would very much like to go next season person by the teams online tomorrow.
And we would have no problem.
Now to Ms. Fraser for. Okay.
So, I'm just wondering whether we take a short break, 15-minute break before we get this phase.
See the brain.
Yeah, clear the brain.
Through the brain.
And look, I feel like it's very much for that, we're certainly going beyond the quarter to 5 time that we've got listed here.
Yes, just wanting to confirm this with the sir, would you like to sit, you're happy to sit a bit later?
We are, yeah.
I've got Mr. Mansell on standby to come up, so the question mark is whether we're going to get through everyone today, but
Look, I think we're quite happy for you to rearrange the order to suit. So maybe have a think about that over the break and come back to us with some suggestions.
I'll see how it goes.
But yeah, quite something. I think we would be happy to go to 5:30, maybe 6 even, if that was going to be useful.
I'll consult with my friends who might need to.
Sure.
As to how late they will be.
Yes. Okay.
We'll juggle that.
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah. Because that'll be the one email.
I'll only do this briefly.
So,
We had a very quick change of. We had a very quick change of order, so
sure.
we're going to have Mr. Greenshields first. He's just going to deal with those discrete points on the sheet part, and we'll come back to the traffic item, just so that we can.
Right, so we're swapping the Greenfield and Ms. Rosen.
Yes.
Right, easy.
Okay, Ms. Greenshields, do you have the full name and the expertise as set out in your representatives?
Yes, my name is Christopher Graham Richards.
Brilliant. And have you got any corrections to your evidence at all?
No. I've prepared a summary.
Fantastic. Did you want to circulate?
Oh, no, sorry.
That's very similar to the evidence.
Oh,
yes.
Actually,
That's okay. In the interest of speed, though, do you think you might be able to start at part 2? Cool.
I'll just briefly note that my qualifications are I'm principal landscape architect with DC and I'll be focusing my evidence in relation to the safety considerations of the proposed student park, which is lot 104. So I will skip through my summary there to the key points. Number 2. Firstly, typical one there. In relation to the path gradient, I generally agree with Mr. Trotter in relation to proposed flat sections of the path to allow for a wider variety of users in relation to accessibility and inclusion. In regard to safety principles, this is intended to provide a greater activity mix, eyes on the street, increasing use of the path in turn providing an improved sense of perceived safety through passive surveillance and activities of other users. However, as noted in my evidence, I acknowledge the need to consider what is achievable in the proposed environment and take into account other constraints such as landscape ecology, cultural values, and also earthworks as well. We should not achieve these standards at all costs. Context is an important factor here. With regard to the surfacing of the gravel surfacing of the shared path, with regard to safety principle of quality environment, well designed, managed, and maintained environments, considerations of maintenance of the surface should be an appropriate frequency to invoke a sense of care and ownership over the pathway. When space is cared for and well maintained, there is a greater sense of perceived safety and is likely better to discourage the potential of antisocial behaviour or offending. I know the applicant's experts consider it to be a neighbourhood path. Ms. Fraser notes usage is expected to be low, used by residents only, and it is important to bear this in mind for the ultimate use of the path when considering its design or surface and also lighting. In my opinion, use of gravel surface on steps and steep sections sealed and safe of the pathway could be seen as an appropriate compromise between the rural residential context for this portion of the proposed development and balance with accessibility. I'm of neutral opinion on the surface treatment in relation to the effects of safety. I defer the type of surface treatment to the agreement between the applicant and council and the views set out in the evidence of Mr. Taylor in this room. With regard to the lighting of the pathway, Mr. Trotter references in his evidence the Ostro's guidance for lighting the pathways. I largely agree with the intended objectives of Ostro's, with the caveat that when used in the right context. Decision on whether to light a space, in this case a publicly accessible pathway, needs careful consideration to the messaging of the perceived safety lighting gives to the legitimate nighttime use of the pathway. In my opinion, as set out in my initial assessment, the sense of an unsafe situation or threatening the space is interpreted differently in people. This sense of safety largely relates to the perception of safety, past experiences, acceptable risks, and whether they are alone or in a group. Where an possible alternative route or the ability to retrieve or have an alternative escape route should be provided to the users. Pathways of this nature are generally limited in this respect, creating the obvious movement prediction for a potential offender. Decision on whether to light the pathway in this context of the proposal, in my opinion, relates to the intended legitimate use and users and frequency of use at night time. How the design of the pathway creates movement predictors with minimal escape or retreat options for potential victims. Visibility and sight lines into and out of and through the space. Potential for passive surveillance from nearby properties which have the ability to overlook the pathway. How physical features such as topography and vegetation have a potential to conceal an offender or create entrapment spaces. How the design of the pathway creates a clear legibility for wayfinding. These considerations, when assessed against the proposal and the principles of safety, in my opinion, support the decision to not light the pathway, conflicting with the property. The main reason for not lighting the pathway is to discourage nighttime use and prevent an incorrect perception that this route is a safe and legitimate nighttime use. Topography and low density rural residential development along this pathway reduces the potential for a safe use due to inadequate nighttime passive surveillance and potential sense of isolation. Additionally, the pathway is a linear movement predictor, was limited to no ability for escape route other than retreat, should a threatening situation or offender be present. While I consider daytime sightlines adequate, lighting of this movement predictor in this case can give an advantage to the potential offender through easily interpreting the movements of a possible victim. I consider the pathway to be inappropriate in this context. I consider lighting of this pathway to be inappropriate in this context. And the alternative route on the street, which runs along Peacock Street and Otakamara Road, should be encouraged as a safer nighttime route, further enhanced by highly legible wayfinding and directional signage.
the recommended conditions there with regards to proposed mitigation measures and conditions in relation to safety. I support Ms. Fraser's suggestion that using bollards in place to prevent vehicle access along the pathway. I recommend specific conditions confirming vehicle access and the use of motorised vehicles is prohibited on the pathway, which may include other physical measures and installations to discourage unintended use along this route. I recommend that clear and legible wayfinding and directional signage be included along the proposed pathway that enables users to orientate themselves within their surroundings and to understand where the path leads them. Distance to connecting streets should be noted on these signage to give users an indication of the nearest more populated street or distance left to travel. The alternative route along Oakland Road and Tea Street should be clearly shown, specifically the nighttime hours. I recommend the wayfind signage is resolved and agreed with council at detail. So to conclude, I consider the inclusion of the pathway a positive connection between the north and south portions of the proposed development in relation to the relevant safety principles. The pathway will promote improved activation of the area through mix of activity with users and clearly defined boundaries between public and private, creating a highly legible route. I consider the proposed gravel surface and sealed deeper sections to be adequate from a safety perspective. I consider lighting pathway to be inappropriate and alternatively street paths which run along Tikau Street and Oakland Road should be encouraged as a safe nighttime route, further enhancing wayfinding. I consider the design of the pathway proposed by the applicant is largely acceptable and appropriate with regards to safety and recommend consent to be granted with reference to conditions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richards.
Yes, thank you. We just have some general questions, might not be directed at yourself, but they are definitely related to the pathway. I suppose I was just the statement around only the actual landowners or majority of useful people like the landowners. I just wondered if that's actually here, or what in the future the thoughts are about other people actually coming or actually using this. So I'm not sure who that's best directed at, but just in terms of that statement around it's likely to be used by the actual neighbourhood.
It may be something that we will get Ms. Fraser to. The other aspect this morning is to say that he had looked at what he thought the geographic development would look like. There was more. You looked at the geographic development and you looked at geographic to what they would like.
Yeah, I guess I just looked at the possibility that further lots to be developed along there, and there's quite a lot of low-lying area that what people look at on this property and some of that whole low road view.
So you start to raise a question of essentially the people that come for the road and why. They're on rural properties, it's not necessarily a destination, but I believe.
No, thank you. I suppose what was going through my mind is we saw the map earlier today about the network of cycling or shared pathway use, and are there, it's just raised the question, are there plans that this will then become that will be on that map at some point, in particular if it's part of the grade?
Potentially, and I think the difference to consider is how that's used at daytime and then used in nighttime as well.
And then just other questions, I suppose, has anyone done a comparison of what it's in the material of cost of sealing the whole thing versus the gravel option?
I don't think we have, purely because of the applicant's view that it doesn't result in a very good environmental outcome. It's not, I don't think a cost, no opposition to the cost of the ship path. It's more about whether it's appropriate based on what you have to do to build it, seal it.
Right.
And also with
So that's more the reason for the option. Thank you. And then just with regard to the recommended conditions, I was just 3.2, 3.4 typo. I was just wondering if they are in set of conditions.
Now, I thought that was happening, so at the moment, and I'll go through this later, we have a slight variation between council and ours. The conditions I've got, what I have done is separated the shed path out of the roading conditions because my opinion, etc., that it's not a roading asset, it's a shed path. And so at the moment, I've got a new, after condition 68, I've got a new condition in there that's called shed path, and then there is a bollards question, the points that have been raised on the spreadsheet. So that's after 68 is the best way to do it.
So, lot 104 containing the shared path, that's going to the Western Council, is it? Is that right?
That's correct. If you look right at the beginning of the conditions there, it's and interesting enough, originally in the office report, it was being tested as a local purpose reserve. Thus, it was condition 7. 104 should be tested in council local purpose reserve. I've only had a very quick look at what was circulated this morning, and it doesn't appear that 104 was that condition that was there. I couldn't find it at the moment, so I might want to ask the officer where that is. But that was the intention first off, that it was going to be a local purpose reserve or recreation.
Sure.
Yes, yeah.
Yep. So maintenance, which is very important from giving that image of a well-maintained space, safe space, is going to be the responsibility of the council.
Yeah.
And that's a discussion you've had with the Parks Department.
we have had a discussion with the Parks Department. We didn't take those discussions any further because while the park was initially requested by the parks person, Elton changed role. The new parks person who was comfortable to consider the shared path as a risk asset, but then Mr. Trotter, the roading team, had indicated their preference for that being a roading asset. So I think that is, there's.
I understand that's still up in the air, really, isn't it? So
Yes. Yeah.
So somebody.
You hope so. It probably doesn't need a lot. So you think walking the
Mr. Crenshaw, in page 11 of your evidence in chief, paragraph 7.18 down at E, towards the bottom of the page, and talking about the landscape design for the shared use path, doesn't propose planting, which you absolutely agree with. You think that that's a positive exclusion to have, because it's similar issues. Mr. Hanson, is that covered in the conditions, or in actual fact, if it's to be fixed to the best in the council, how can we guarantee that the council is going to maintain that positive exclusion, which Mr. Greenshell is giving?
probably a little bit over, right?
Maybe it is.
If I could council would. I'm not sure whether you can put a consent notice on a lot to Western Council. Council agree.
Honestly, I don't know. But, you know, I mean, from a, yeah, I mean, it's something I certainly remember it's a question you might ask Mr.
the trial with it when we come to it. But clearly from a septic perspective, that remains quite important. Whereas, I can imagine, 20, 30 years down the track, some council officer might think, why is this so bad? We might want to pump it up. They might be guided by septic principles, who knows? But it's just that, if you're talking about positive aspects of excluding vegetation, then and if we accept that point of view and want to ensure that that's maintained, then I'd like to understand some thinking about how that's going to be achieved.
One of the other aspects of this is that in terms of the things that the applicant doesn't control is the fencing supposed inside of the two parts. So we've got post and wire fencing that's open, and those are fencing covenants. So obviously sides of the part will carry through and have that legal obligation on you. Not like the right to deal with planting. Do you know of any mechanism?
Oh, it's almost not particularly. It's just one of those ones where when I consider planting of that pathway, they do consider the principle of safety around what type of species you use if they were to plant it, and how that affects the safety of use of that plant, particularly in March.
But would you require, because it's, if you're not deliberately planting it in some way, would it be required to be maintained, because otherwise it would, just return to weeds, etc., which might over time just naturally, vegetate to provide that kind of concealment that you're concerned about?
That's why I was suggesting the maintenance frequency and how things addressed. Like council, in this case, it's going to be grass inside, so is the obvious option there.
Yeah, so a bunch of things to think about. I think.
Yes, we can think about thinking and also council making some ideas on what people would
Commissioner, actually, just to clarify that point you made earlier about 104, condition 7 and the conditions from council office provided this morning identifies 104 as best or dedicated as road. So they've included the 101, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104 as best as road. So that would be dedicated.
Mr. Greenfield, next page over in your evidence in chief at 7.20. And talking about, you said your recommendation will be from an adaptive application of set response to future needs as they arise. In the context of the applicant, not only from the council, only is does that feel like any kind of measure or outcome that could be pursued by this process here?
It's something that it's probably in the future beyond the process. We're always trying to learn from the designs and but adapt to how spaces are using. So I'm saying how over time as use increases, there should be from place where data can be captured, real actual data can be captured.
I would mention that kind of adaptive approach and monitoring, etc., would really come down to how the council implements its set of responsibilities.
Yes.
So perhaps not especially, great and really important, but maybe not that relevant for our consideration here.
Yes.
You talked about wayfinding signage and, the importance or usefulness of that for the on-street parcel on Tiago Street and Otahana Road. Again, Otahana Road, council asset. I'm guessing that's already a matter for them to pursue. Tiago Street, I suppose that the applicant has control over what happens now in the Tiago Street extension. Are you thinking specifically of the Tiago Street extension, or in the remaining section also what Tiago Street permits and the extension?
Just for clarity, neither of those actually, so it's more in relation to the shared park itself and how that moves through the north and south portions of the development. So looking at how signage and wayfinding signage can be utilised to direct people to either through the pathway or to alternative routes, which
So that signage would be erected within the confines of the subdivision.
yes, correct, or they are within the within the shared park.
Yeah.
Portions of that.
That's all to me.
Again, ranges that experience and probably within the park. Moving on to so can you confirm your full name is Harriet Fraser? Yes. And you have the expertise set out in paragraph 1.3 of the proof of evidence? Yes. And you prepared the traffic assessment report and participated in various aspects of the development that we set up in one. Did you have any questions for your evidence? I think the only point I wanted to make was sometimes after this meeting, I've used the word shared path that you speak for my evidence, and the Taylor, his description is correct in terms of footpaths along the new sections of road and shared path. It's through here and along, so it's not. It's footpath here with an expectation of cyclists on the road, and footpath here with the expectation of cyclists on the road. So there's one or two places in my evidence I haven't identified exactly where, but there are. I noticed that I possibly rather confusingly use the word shared path in places where it isn't. The second question. My apologies for that. Yeah, we were again the COVID at the team, or we were hearing about difficulty. Now, and more you can. Supply chain. Exactly. So it's supply chain issues. Visually. But Harriet, could you provide a summary? Fraser, could you please provide a summary of this?
There's a chocolate fish over here. If you're drinking sugar.
It's fine. I really like it. Okay, so what I plan to do is to run through certain parts of my evidence, yeah, so summary of the draft effects, comments on submissions, and then go through a bit more detail, the table where I looked at Mylan and Trott's views, many of which we agree on and some we disagree. So yes, that's my plan. The sort of traffic elements of the proposal, I think that Taylor did a really good job of describing that earlier on today. Matters, things I'd like to draw your attention to that maybe weren't discussed, particularly were The intersection here will have a right turn bay, so you come around bends, so just to make sure that the turning traffic's clear of the following traffic. And there's been some work done around making sure that the road comes across the existing shared path along there in a way that's safe. And these matters will also get looked over through a road safety audit process as well. So there's further opportunities for refinement, but at this stage, it has to take some consideration to that intersection. And the sight lines there are all good and meet the Austroads standards. There's been some discussion around the pinch points. These, I mean, they're often introduced as sort of traffic calming devices, but in this instance, they've been done from a landscape point of view. But they do have the benefit, in my mind, of helping to keep vehicle speeds down and create a safe environment for all road users.
Excuse me, could I just ask, since you're talking about it, just a question about that very first one. Are these the intended final locations of those pinch points?
Well, they will, I mean, the first road safety audit, the detailed design one, will be done off the approved plans or detailed design plans. So the auditor may have a view as to the exact position of those, and certainly there's already been some discussion around the positioning. So but there is still flexibility with the exact location of that treatment.
My thought was just, is that first one going to be is it too close to but it's going to act as a queuing issue if you've got a number of cars right turning into the new road? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it's still about, what, 30 meters or something probably. Yeah, but it would be a matter that would get
You'll check it out.
that would get looked at. But I think also the number, we're not looking at a lot of vehicle movements through that point either. So the risk of more than one car coming in and waiting for another car to come through, or it could be dealt with quite clear signage around priority being given to entering traffic, which you quite often see that with the arrows, the signs with the arrow signs. Yeah, and then I was just going to point out the bit around the sort of recreational and walking loops, that we create. Effectively, there's a potential walking loop sort of formed around there, and then there's which obviously that would maybe have some attraction to the existing residents, people walking their dogs and stuff. But that's not a huge number of properties there, but it might maybe pick up some from over further along. We've got a little loop here, which might be attractive just to the residents here, or a wider loop bringing that in as well. And we've got the connection onto the expressway path is just the other side of the bridge here. So you've got the existing path that comes along, and then you can go onto the expressway. So onto the expressway shared path. So you've got, reasonably, this is, it's very direct. The cyclists in particular, if they end up doing that, and probably on a faster route, it's the main benefits of the path of the cycle of the pedestrians, because they make it, that coming all the way around, if you're actually wanting to go on a more direct path, say to the expressway path, rather than just purely doing recreational loops. But it does create some interest, I would say, for people who are walking or with children who want to do shorter circuits. Yeah, so that was that. So I wasn't going to talk any more really about the traffic elements, which I think they've been largely already discussed. So I'm going to run through some of the traffic effects, which I set out for the Echo Street at paragraph 8.4. And there I sort of described a number of different categories of of traffic effect on Echo Street. With the first looking at, so this was looking at the possible traffic effect, and I've noted the existing reduced sight line at the Echo Street Otahanna Road intersection, which there haven't been any crashes. There's not a sort of a crash, reported crashes that, as a result of this reduced sight line, and there is, you know, you can edge forward and you can see it along the road. But I did pick it up on a site visit when I was out there, and I have an obligation through, you know, the road to zero. You know, we're looking to minimise crashes. You know, quite a serious. You know, there's a serious direction from the government to look to improve safety where we can. So I picked up on that, and I think there is something that can be done about it, and I think that it should be done because it's not. Because it can be done. Sometimes it's very, very difficult to resolve these matters, but I don't think that's a difficult fix. I think it's an existing problem. The level of additional traffic isn't going to change. I don't think we're going to see that another 150 to 190 vehicle movements a day. We're not going to suddenly see crashes at the intersection because of that, but it is something that I think should usefully be addressed. The performance of the intersection at the moment is fine. It's very lightly trafficked at only around 150 vehicle movements an hour at the busiest times through on Otahanna Road. I mean, it's serving a limited catchment. It's not got a through road function, and the side road traffic from Echo Street at the moment at the busiest times would be around one vehicle movement every 2 minutes, and along with some additional background traffic and the subdivision traffic, it would increase maybe to one vehicle movement a minute. So there's still got plenty of gaps in the through traffic flow, and not, yeah, it's a change, but it's a very small change. Effects on the traffic carrying capacity of Echo Street. So with the additional traffic, I estimate that we might get up to about 500 vehicle movements a day, taking into account existing traffic, a little bit of background traffic from some of these potential lots, and then from the subdivision site. And there's been some talk already today about NLS 4404 and in particular the table 3.2 in there, which describes some different cross sections and capacities for different types of roads. And up to 1,000 vehicles per day. 4404 includes a carriageway which can be reduced to a single lane, most typically by parked cars, is satisfactory, and along with having a footpath along just one side of the road. So I'm not concerned about the capacity of Echo Street, as it were. I consider it to be reasonably well aligned with 4404 in terms of that occasionally being reduced to single lane, which in this case happens because of the section between the wetlands and the canoe stand. The safety effects of the additional traffic onto Echo Street. Here, the level of traffic at the moment, in my view, pushes it beyond the threshold where you would be looking for at least a footpath on one side and some lighting. And again, as Mr. Taylor described, the additional traffic doesn't push us into a category where we would then need everything else beyond that. So it would still be looking at the same level of provision needed now as would be needed with that additional traffic. We would be looking at probably looking to have pushing more towards 1,000 vehicles a day, when we might then be beginning to look at some other, whether you needed a footpath on both sides and whether you needed to provide some inventive parking and those sorts of matters. The effects on the maintenance of Tieko Street. And this is a very kind of local situation where we've got a road which has been presumably formed originally more as a rural road and then has transitioned into more of a residential street. And without having the curbs, there's whether people intentionally squeeze through or whether they sort of accidentally end up squeezing through, but obviously it happens. I mean, I've seen it. You can see some where bits have gone along the edge, and so this is an existing situation. The additional traffic, yes, there'll be some increased risk of vehicles passing, but I still don't believe that it's going to be a particularly significant level, given that we're going to end up with, at the busiest time, we might have one additional vehicle a minute go through. You know, we're not in a situation which is suddenly going to mean we're endlessly got vehicles meeting at that point. Yes, of course, statistically there'll be some increase in meeting because we've got some extra traffic, but I don't believe it is going to, it increases it to a level which creates an effect that needs to be mitigated as a result of the subdivision. And the problem with edge brake type damage is that it can deteriorate quite quickly with only limited. Once it starts breaking, it doesn't take much traffic, so the existing traffic will continue to cause deterioration of the carriageway. And then the temporary effects associated with construction traffic. I would expect these to be largely managed through the construction traffic management plan, which itself will include temporary traffic management plans. So those would then be more detailed plans of how, if there were going to be barriers put up to protect the sides of the road, with the contractor who was doing the works would put together a plan for how they were going to manage the traffic, including signage, and I would imagine in this case some protection to make sure that the trucks aren't tracking off the edge of the road. The calculations, I think there's been some kind of concern about the amount of truck traffic that there might be on Tieko Street, but based on Mr. Taylor's calculations, I think it was we'll be looking for the delivery of the roading materials, which is the main material that needs to come in. It was around 375, total of around 375 vehicle movements for Tieko Street, and the same for Otapenga Road. So quite a relatively similar amount of material going to and from each, and that based on how that material will be utilised in the construction of the building up of the roading layers, so the rate of got a rate of around up to 64 vehicle movements per day, but that was controlled by how it would how the road would be being formed. So you can't have too many trucks come in. You know, you can't have lots and lots of trucks come in because actually the material's got to be spread and compacted, and so there's a natural cap on how many truck movements you get a day, and actually you know, we would the number of days, you know, at a maximum 64, you would have just over 6 days of carting material in. In practice, there'll be less. You'll have fewer truck movements over more days, but it's still not an endless. It's not, you know, yeah, it's not. I think maybe one of the submitters had to raise the matter to talk about eight truck movements an hour and make it sound like it will be through the whole construction period, and that's not the case. It's actually is quite a limited amount of truck movements, which will be which can be managed and most likely take place over a reasonably short time frame.
So we're obviously seeing that average. Do you have a more refined sort of feel for what you've just been talking about in terms of peaks?
I'm not. We talked about 6 to 8 weeks or something.
For that particular activity, we would might refer over.
Yeah, and I guess when you're talking about the whole lot of contracts and then the construction, direct jobs, so we did a very like one, get away to what it was for, so, yeah, it's definitely, yeah, the contractor, how they actually run that road, so I'd say over a probably period of that length of growth, probably about three weeks, probably a month, probably more, just to spread the effort that, and then at each stage of the process as well, you have definitely some requirements to get for the next step, so you've got that road, where you've set roads to go there, and you've also got your little brick road, your asphalt layer as well, so when you chip fields, so it depends on the timing of each of those stages to how long the situation is.
So, can I ask Ms. Fraser, would you be involved in developing the construction traffic management plan?
I have been involved in construction traffic management plans. But it also depends on the contracts. Because they may have some of them will do it themselves, and some of them will have a consultant they will use. I mean, I think there's a scoping point in the construction traffic management plan condition around minimising effects. So I think there is some guidance given that the sensitivities.
Speaking of which, I mean, do you regard TFO Street as, given its particular characteristics, as a particularly sensitive environment where there does need to be some good management around timing and stuff like that?
Yeah.
And is it possible to put some numbers around that whoever is developing the construction traffic management plan, contractor, possibly, there are some, there are some critical thresholds.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that I think one of the key matters is that it is the protection of the side of making sure that the truck movements and passing is controlled, so we don't. So that's one thing. And then because of the lack of lighting, and I think it's already in there, is around we wouldn't really want to have trucks moving after dark because there is a risk of there being pedestrians or cyclists on the road. What I'm not sure about is whether there's a need for any control around school hours. I mean, when I've been out there, I've seen very limited number of pedestrian and cyclist movements on TFO Street, but I mean, that's something that sometimes gets pulled out, of restricting movements, and that's possibly something whether we may hear from some of the submitters that may raise that.
And I suppose that and other community related things would only come out through ongoing liaison with the community and then things being adjusted as they go along.
The scoping condition does provide for volumes. Yeah.
This is in 68, you say?
Yeah. So.
In condition 68, there's A is the details of traffic management of TFO Street, and then F is to minimise the use, inclusion of forecast of vehicle types and daily volumes using each side access point, and then K is about the daylight hours that I suppose talked about, and then N is all about how you're communicating traffic activity to local residents and etc. So we've got a broad on everything that it would cover the details.
Can you?
So any contractor would have to comply with that.
Yeah. Just sweeping through it, but is there anything there which relates to getting the views of the community or information from the community which feed into that about timing and stuff?
I wonder whether N can be modified to allow N is covering is being told what's happening.
And all Ms. Fraser, typically you also have like a complaints procedure as well.
That's what
Yeah,
they're
that's
reporting incident reporting process.
Which one's that would be in,
Right at the end of that.
oh, is it, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important thing is that there's an awareness of the activity. I think it will be obvious because I think there'll be some management within the street which will make it clear that there's trucks coming through. But yes, that the community should be aware of the activity, so they can make some choices as well during that time. But I don't, yeah, the thing I don't have a feel for is the number of children that might be moving through there to go to another school.
And that's, it's gained through the community communicating with the consent holder to ensure those things taken account of.
Yeah.
Which of course, the consent holder should be responsible for encouraging it.
I think it would be that communication around properties and places, maybe. So we probably should think that.
I mean, it hasn't been specifically requested. Well, there might be one submission where there's a comment about more around child safety. But yeah, it's not come through as a strong thing. You know, sometimes it comes through very strongly from commentators around school movement and children at school times. So yeah. It could be too onerous. You know, we risk doing, if we put in a condition that excludes certain hours without knowing that that's actually needed, that could be unnecessary.
Yeah, and certainly that's not something I particularly had in mind. It was more
So,
about finding out,
Yes.
proactively finding
I mean,
out.
I think the key
community.
thing is the avoiding the weekends and public holidays, which we've got in there, the avoiding the hours of darkness. Apart from that, and then actually maybe something around the driver induction that they're made aware of. You know, that this is the shared use of the street is highlighted as a matter for drivers. And then beyond that, the street itself has pretty good sight lines along it, and we're dealing with inevitably with slow speed. So I think the street itself takes care of some of the other matters. So I'll move on.
Yeah, sorry about that.
So I think that's probably the TFO Street points. Those the bits I've raised there, they're all discussed in those following paragraphs. So then I'll move to Hammer Road, a paragraph 8.17. And here, in terms of the safety and performance of the new intersection, I've done some traffic modelling of that, and it's the traffic modelling shows it performing well. I think the right turn bay there is a key element of that design, has from both a safety and a performance point of view. The intersection will be subject to detailed design and post-construction road safety audits, which we pick up on safety matters if there are any that need to be addressed, including the interaction with the shared path. But we think we've got that. I think we've looked at the sight lines and position of the path, so some work's been done on that. And there's been some discussion already about the construction traffic effects, and that, in my view, it's best until the intersection's formed. I would be recommending access by the existing driveway here, and then once that intersection is formed, in particular the right turn bay, once that when the intersection is formed, the right turn bay there, then the trucks could access there. Wouldn't necessarily, the road wouldn't necessarily need to be formed. It's the intersection getting them turning safely off the road that's the key matter there. Then looking at the submissions, which I include in section 9 on page 26. Many of these I've already discussed. So at 9.2, we've already discussed the Deco Street road width. At 9.4, again, we've already discussed those points. At 9.8, the supplements are concerned about construction traffic activity on, and request all of the access via Otahanna Road, which again, we've discussed that today. Previously, the challenges around having all construction access off Otahanna Road, but that isn't really practical, primarily from an effect on the putting that what would be required in terms of roading through the site. And we discussed earlier the possibility of a haul route, and obviously there's quite a big difference between a shared path, which has a very light weight load. One, it's physically narrower, and two, has a very light loading compared to even if a truck could go through on a width of 3.5 meters, we would then need stabilizing width to the side and back to the slope because of the loading of the truck. So it's a different proposition to a shared path. And they had a preference for the footpath being on the other side of Deco Street, but again, this is it's largely driven by the wetland on the southern side, makes it more practical for the footpath. If there were to be a footpath on Deco Street, it would be on the northern side, and also I consider the northern side to be the desire line. I would be assuming most people using that footpath are coming from those residential properties. Probably then heading into Otahanna and heading towards the domain, given that all to other houses within the settlement, it's quite a distance from other residential areas. You've got to go further along Ratanui Road. There's a few houses along there, but I think the main pedestrian movements would be within Otahanna itself. Oh yeah, 9, but at 9, 10, and 11, the submitters are concerned about. They're at 122 actually, right? So that it would be here. They're concerned about safety turning in and out of their driveway, and I've had a little look at the numbers and consider that the change in traffic flow as a result of the development past their on Ratanui Road past their house would be around 6% at peak times, and at that level of traffic activities within the range of daily existing fluctuations in traffic, noting that we commonly refer to school traffic having around 15% effect on peak traffic flows. So, when the school holidays, the traffic flows drop. So 6% sort of well within existing fluctuations. And I sort of make similar comments in terms of at 9.12 in terms of the submitters at 111 Otahanna Road, because there will be similar variation in the traffic flows coming down on Otahanna Road. I'm expecting a reasonably similar split in each direction. At 9.14, we've already discussed the impact on Deco Street. At 9.17, the submitters have some concerns about the accuracy of the traffic forecast that I included, and just confirming that the forecasts that I included were around an estimated 24 existing properties, 9 potential properties, which is an estimate and includes the property at 65 Tiefel Street, which has 4 additional lots, and then the 19 proposed, and then I've assumed a trip generation rate of between 8 and 10 vehicle movements per day per household, which is a standard number that's sort of industry-wide practice, and which is my on-site counts that was a feasible approach. The submitters, that submission also included comments about the lack of curb and channel on the existing street on Tiefel Street at the moment, and I understand that's it's needed to allow the runoff at the moment. So it's going to be a management of runoff, I guess, is the key matter there in terms of the lack of curb and channel. And they had concerns about, or they raised the point of that there's inadequate turning at the moment for the waste collection trucks, and I know that we've got the rubbish truck will be able to come in and turn. You know, we're actually creating a turning head. So and it will be the same, even if it's I don't know what the situation is out there, whether there's multiple rubbish collection as where I am in a house and have several days a week when the rubbish truck comes in. But we're not going to don't believe that this is the subdivision isn't going to create additional waste collection. The same trucks will come in and service the existing residents and service the future residents, and they will then be able to turn. So there should be a reduced reliance on, I think it must be standing around turning around here at the moment. At 9.25 on page 30, there's the Earls who again, they have concerns about construction effects on Tiefel Street, which we discussed. They also make a preference for keen to see no motorised vehicles on the shared path and preferring a narrower metal path for the shared path. So we're looking to make sure that there isn't a risk of motorised vehicles accessing that path. And I think in terms of the submitters, the only other points being raised was in 9.35 on page 32. There was concern about parking on the verges, and I know that this is an existing matter which the subdivision is not expected to affect. I mean, all parking associated with these lots will be contained within the lots along the immediate sections of roadway near to them. There won't be any. We're at quite a distance from the existing section of street, so there'll be no change in parking demands as a result of this subdivision on Tiefel Street, existing section. So I think that then takes me to running through this paragraph 10.2 and the table that follows that on page 36. So I shall focus on Mr. Trotter's comments. They're largely then, a number of them are then reflected back in driving, but I'll just focus on that, if that's okay. So the first point in that table is this different view of Mr. Trotter, considering that the safety improvements are critical to mitigate the effects of the proposed subdivision, and I disagree and consider the need for any safety and what any works is triggered by existing safety and maintenance deficiencies. The next point is around this the potential for the district plan now including this maximum of 100 vehicle movements per day as a permitted level of traffic activity. And while that might be a matter that's included in the district plan in practice, in practical terms, I expect the 19 new lots to generate in that order of up to 10 vehicle movements per day. I mean, some may end up having more and some may have less, but over and over again, when you're looking at traffic activity for residential properties, they come into that range of, in terms of standard residential. When you get into more medium density, then the numbers come down. They're often in closer proximity and to destinations, and the number of trips come down. So I also note in terms of this level of traffic activity that the amount of traffic that I'm expecting in practice is equivalent to if two lots, whether they were two existing properties, had activities that generated traffic at that level, or if the two properties that lie within the subdivision site and which have access to Echo Street, if they were to have traffic activities at that level. I'm not suggesting that all of the properties, I'm not suggesting a scenario where all of the properties would have that level of traffic generation, but there is the possibility that one or two properties on Echo Street, whether existing or whether the lots, the larger lots that form part of the subdivision, they could generate significantly more traffic activity without triggering any need for upgrades on Echo Street.
But just to break in there, sorry. Does that figure of 100 vehicles per day as an activity standard seem unusually high in your experience?
Well, it does, and I haven't delved into the what that then means in terms of what activities could be anticipated, because I don't know whether there's then a catch that picks up on you could. I mean, often you see 30 as being which allows for some sort of business use, home business use.
Sure.
But 100 is.
It seems odd to me.
And I wasn't involved in any of the proposed plan hearings or anything like that. But yes,
But I take what you're saying is we shouldn't necessarily be overly focused on that, exactly because in terms of the actual,
yeah. I mean, if
your actual expectations.
yeah, if you yes, absolutely, and there's no reason, it would be fanciful to assume that a number of, a good proportion of the lots would have activity at those levels. But given that there are some larger sites down that you could, some of the existing sites or some of the Mansell's, his two lots, you could have a house there, you could have, you could be doing some bed and breakfast and have something else going on, and not, I mean, hard to get to 100 still, but you could have easily get to 30 or 40.
But as you say, it would be quite fanciful to think all 19 lots could have, would have at any one stage or more, even on an ongoing basis,
Yeah.
which is outrageously fanciful, but to have that level of activity.
Okay, so then the next point was paragraph 7.2 of the evidence. Again, this is back to the need, this considered his view that the works are needed as mitigation, and that well, I guess this is what we've just been discussing, and I consider that some of the traffic level is not, it could be reasonably expected as some level of committed activity pushing the traffic, existing traffic volumes out of it. And then I go on, I comment that again, I'm a bit concerned about the condition, I recommend the council pushing for conditions which is tying in the works as well to a particular layout and form, because there are a number of options. That the drawing was developed to show how, as part of what heading, the intended heading towards an agreement, it was to develop to show how a form of works that could be considered, but there are some options for how the different matters could be treated, and also that in terms of the consultation that would be needed, there could be further changes anyway. So we don't know, we've demonstrated as we were doing the work heading towards what we hope would have been an agreement, that to show that there were options for how it could be worked, but yeah, there is no guarantee that that would be the form of the works. And then moving on to some of the concerns that Mr. Trotter has regarding the design of the shared path. The first point being around that the design should be looking to accommodate a cycle speed of up to 30 kilometers an hour, and the path, as I've described before, I think primarily it has a function for pedestrian connectivity, because they're the most adversely affected by having to walk longer distances to move between communities, and I would be concerned with the 30 kilometre an hour design speed about safe interaction between cyclists and pedestrians, and we do occasionally see serious injury crashes occurring with the cyclist and pedestrian. So yeah, I think that 30 kilometres an hour is that's to me that's like full on commuter. Cyclists who would be better, if you're going to travel at that speed, you would be better off using the road network than using using a shared path and a more kind of rural off-road context. The next point is around lighting, which we've already discussed, and in my view, I think that it's appropriate that it isn't lit in that it should be, the context is largely rural and the path is intended for daytime use. Mr. Trotter raises a point around offset from fencing, and I agree that that there should be some allowance for an offset. Typically, you don't use we call it the shy space, which is adjacent to the structure. So yes, it makes absolute sense that there should be some clearance. It's already yeah. And safety. Then the next point is around safety concerns regarding bollard treatments. And again, the form of those treatments can be confirmed through detailed design and will be checked through the road safety audit process. And there are a number of ways that motorised traffic can be kept off the path, and it may be that treatment other than what maybe some sort of fencing treatment or something else may be considered, but also I think possibly it's around, I'm really not expecting those high cycle speeds where maybe the bollards become more of a hazard if you're going through there more quickly. The next point's around the safety concerns around the pinch points, which are really discussed to some degree, and my view, I think they will while they've been driven, the inclusion's been driven from the landscape point of view, I think that they will contribute to reducing vehicle speeds and the safety benefits for all users. And that the key matter is that any planting is appropriate, that ground cover is low, and that's included in the application that if there are trees, they have clean stems. And so there's not they're not creating a visual interference with sightlines from nearby driveways. And I think that can be, well, I think the planting, we've probably already got provision for the planting to be low with any tree trunk clear, and then it will be a case of, again, that the design requirements can be included through the process that will follow, but I think overall that they'll contribute to improved safety as opposed to creating a safety problem. Then this summarises the outstanding matters being shared path design, and has a preference for the design being more aligned with the Ostro's guidelines, whereas I consider that the path needs to have a bespoke design to fit with the dune and largely rural environment, recognise the grade track, provide a slow speed shared environment where both pedestrians and cyclists feel safe, and serving a small residential community. And the other point we looked was around the design details of the pinch points, and I has requested through the level sort of more information and assessment of that. And as I've said, I consider the key matters the choice of the plants, and that there's still the scope. But if there are any, I don't believe that there are any sort of particularly outstanding obvious concerns with safety. But if there is anything, then there is still the road safety audit process to follow. And finally, the other area of disagreement is the consideration of my view that the Echo Street works would be to address existing maintenance and safety deficiencies, and Mr. Trotter's view that they are needed in terms of mitigating effects arising from the subdivision. I'll make just a brief comment on the conditions, and then I think that. So this is our set of conditions, applicant set of conditions, and I think it was just with regard to the shared path would be that my expectation would be that it would be included. So we removed the shared path from being included in the detailed design and post-construction road safety audit condition of 64, and so we took it out of there. But I think it should come into the shared path condition, which follows condition 68, just got the two crosses at the moment in this point C. But while it's not a road safety audits don't just deal with road infrastructure, they also deal with pedestrian and cyclist facilities. So I would expect for it to be included. And I think just listening to the discussion earlier on, if you were of the mind that you felt it helpful to include a purpose for the construction traffic management plan, something along those lines, then the safe interaction between all road users on Hanger Road and Echo Street with construction traffic might be sort of an overriding purpose for the construction management plan. And I know that I've partly been involved where there's been a purpose set for the condition, and then the condition is being scoped, so that might be something.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you. Just starting with what you were just talking about, Fraser. Just the question, that's just my understanding. These road safety audits, conditions of force is where there has to be undertaken, procedures and projects made to the director. I imagine, does that specify that it has to be undertaken by a qualified
Yeah.
person?
Yeah, it's a document that, and I do road safety audits and I follow that procedure. It's the recognised procedure for undertaking audits in New Zealand, and it's very prescriptive for how that's done.
And does that, when once submitted to the council, they? is it
Yes,
just- Yep, that's.
So what happens is that somebody other than, so for instance, with this project, I wouldn't be able to do the road safety audit because I've been involved in the design, so that then the applicant, the client would have to then get another traffic engineer in to do the audits. And so they would do the audits, so they do the detailed design, so that's the first one is off the plans, and they'll come back with some recommendations for, and then those recommendations would go first to the designers, and so they would, so this instance, it would go to Nick, and he would say they have concerns about X, Y, Z, and they would put a scale of the concern on, and depending on the scale of the concern would be how seriously Nick made an effort to address that concern. When it's serious or significant, there's the words in the procedures are words like must and shall take actions to address those safety concerns. So there would be a revised revisions made to the design, and Nick would set out what he was going to do, and then that would go to the council, and council would then look, and then there would be an action. They would make a comment, and there'd be an action identified if there was one needed, and then plans would, I guess, the construction plans would be developed in accordance with whatever the changes were. Then it would get built, and then the road safety auditor would go out again and check that the changes that were made as a result of the first audit have been done, and they could also be looking to see if there's anything else that comes up, because now it's built and you haven't picked up on X, Y, and Z. And the same process back to the designer, into the council. Everyone agrees that if there's more often than not with these sorts of developments, the concerns are minor. So there's a little, the tactile paving has to be put in quite right, or the sign's not, something's not quite right with the sign. They're usually relatively easily addressed, and they don't have serious consequences. So it's sort of just a refinement of, and a check. Yeah.
Thank you. Just a question around 3.2 or the at lots 20 and 21.
Yeah.
Given that it's shared pathway over access to those 2-3 allotments, I was just interested in your views about the appropriateness of that context.
Yeah, and I have included some comment on that somewhere, but essentially there's a number of factors why I think it's one. We've just got the single property beyond, so there's only one property where the vehicle's going to be coming through here. We've got the driveway to 20 going across, but again that's a single property, and everyone, if they're turning within it, they're going to be turning slowly. If they're turning in or out, they're going to be turning slowly. And we shifted the boundary here, sort of eased it on the corner so that we got better sight lines for if you were a cyclist coming into that corner, there'd be the invisibility between people turning and someone approaching on the path. And again, we're not expecting particularly high usage, so we've got low levels of risk of interaction, and then when there is an interaction, it's happening at a slow speed when everyone can adjust. Yeah.
There's also this separate footpath, which is one of the changes agreements. The original vision. So the path goes along, it was initially a sheep road.
Long time, there was a issue. But I think it, so in your view, it's suitable.
I think because of the low speeds, because of the low usage of the low usage of the shared path, only one property beyond, only one property turning in, and who's going to be, I mean, there is a requirement to provide what seems like a useful thing to provide for turning, but who actually is going to be turning? You know, it's not, it'd be more if you somehow accidentally had gone down there, and yeah, because the end property will be able to turn within their property. Yeah, so I'm really expecting very little interaction between people at that point.
And just, I guess, question of clarification again, I've read this somewhere, but the right of way to lots 2, 3, 4 are wider to allow for us. Is that why it's wider than the councils?
Well, they're wider, but that's not necessarily going to be performed with, though, is it? That
True. Yeah, it's just because the wide blade, the head will be at 2500. It comes in the road at a better angle.
and I think the key thing with wide vehicle crossings is the pedestrian safety of that pedestrians can cross the wide crossing, and in that case, the footpaths on the opposite side, so we've not got anyone moving across it.
Interesting that comment, because it's something I thought about where the footpath's going to be on the street, but you'll answer that. All right.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Rose. Look, I mean, I had a bunch of possible ones, but I think you answered them as you went through, and other stuff good today from Mr. Taylor especially. I did have one thing, and it's actually, I suppose it's a question to maybe Mr. Hanson. Your paragraph 7.12, it's B, top of page 16. And this is in relation to the intersection with Oklahoma Road and some design details. And you said that necessary these matters for design detail can be captured through a condition of consent. Is that something which you've done, or is it?
No, this is
No.
Oh, the access to, so it's an interesting point you've raised there, and I've been looking again, so 62, condition 62 in here, requires a new intersection right to hang a road with a right turn bay that you get into the southern area. Is that what you're referring to?
it is.
No,
It is that.
That's the new
It's a
intersection.
new intersection.
Yeah.
it looks to me like it wasn't the actual crossing, not like somebody was like walking along that north side of Oklahoma Road and crossing the new intersection.
Well, just what I was going to say, to finish, I haven't found yet an equivalent in the conditions that have been put forward that actually requires this. Everything, usually the Oklahoma Straight Pico Street. So we keep offering this one up, so we're not quite sure where that sits, and that's something we might have to clarify. But that, which is slightly different to where you're going from. So what I'm saying is that that's a requirement there, and it's all required to meet crossroad standards, and we'll go to the access transport manager, etc. for approval. Would that address your?
Yeah, look,
concern?
all I wanted to be not assured of, but at least know whether that particular point raised by Ms. Fraser has been picked up as a potential condition.
Yeah, that's what we've tried to capture. Yeah.
And Ms. Fraser, are you happy with how that's been dealt with?
Yeah, I am. I'm just a little, yeah. That point includes curb warning signage. I'm just trying to think why. I suppose that's the traffic coming around the. That was it's raised, I think, in a request from the council, but I would think these matters such as lighting, tactile paving and signage would be matters, these are detailed design matters, you wouldn't expect them. And I know that we're increasingly showing plans at resource consent stage with more and more detail, and that seems to be a trend. But these are very typically lighting, you know, usually I'm only looking at light, I'm often requesting lighting plans when I'm doing road safety audits, or, so I wouldn't expect lighting detail at this stage, but definitely we would be wanting to see lighting detail at some stage, and I don't really think it's not, it doesn't need to be conditioned, really.
Right, okay, so comment aside there.
Because
You don't think it's
As
really
long as
necessary?
council have got that check, they're gonna, if there's not lighting or what, I mean, they're gonna be raising their hand and saying, prior to giving their approval for the details of the engineering.
Why don't your plans show that?
Yeah.
We do have to do that in accordance with the.
Sure.
There is also a detailed plan in the.
Yeah.
Issue, written brief issue you've got in front of you of the actual intersection as well.
Does have the visibility of the routes, so it's sheet 23. And also probably sheet 22.
Right. So that shows you what's the intention.
The figure shows the footpath.
Yeah.
But
And so that's why I referred back, this condition here that was Ward 62 refers back to the scheme plan completed drawings schedule
yeah,
shoot. So that goes back to that one, which is referred to at the top of condition 1. So we've tried to connect it here.
Anyway, I mean, I'd come back to Ms. Grace's comment that council, if they desired that, thought it was very necessary.
Yeah,
would be picked
well,
up.
there have been some areas of disagreement between us, that's not one of them.
Okay. No, so that's all right. So, Ms. Hancock, we can have Mr. Martell.
would that be okay?
Absolutely.
We dragged it all the way up from Wellington.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Really, that's it. Can you confirm your full name is Barry myself?
It is.
And do you have the experience and the experience of qualifications that are from 1.3 or 4? Yeah, our water report that was included in the AU and undertake subsequent actions that you set out in 1.4. Brilliant. Do you have any corrections in your report?
Not that I'm aware of. Yeah.
I haven't made any, so I don't know. If you could provide a summary and answer the question.
Sure. Yeah, I need 2 pairs of glasses, so I can't see you now, but I can see this. Welcome, Mr. Martell. It's been a while. It has been. Okay, so yeah, firstly, I suppose I just wanted to start by making the point that from a stormwater design perspective, on the site, we were, as professionals, given a free hand in terms of the design, which did mean that we were able to propose the things that we saw as the best balance of solutions for the site, and make sure that they were managing both water quality and water quantity. That's not always the case, so the client accepted all of the suggestions that we put forward, and that made our job quite straightforward in terms of coming up with solutions for the site. So I just wanted to make that point, and that happens probably about 15% of the time, and so this should be a relatively straightforward process. The stormwater design for the development was focused on retaining natural hydrologic function of the working areas, so we've gone completely low impact design solution. And yeah, to mitigate any negative impacts on the development and the existing hydrological processes that might occur within wetland areas. the proposed design methodology will look to put all stormwater back into the ground by focusing on soakage solutions. Importantly, look to do this in a distributed and diffuse way. So in particular in the rural residential area, to put the water back into the ground where the houses are, so where the increased imperviousness is occurring. And so that's happening all the way along the development as opposed to being concentrated. That rainwater is actually running through a rain tank, so that there's less water that's actually hitting the ground because some of that's been collected and reused by the and then for larger events, the runoff from the roads are directed to swales, and those swales are under drained. And we have, I suppose, quite a lot of capacity in the area that we have allowed to us. So it's fair to say that the solution is probably over at the moment, and a lot more could be done if it was needed. Our safety traits measured across the site are in line with our experience impacted. Typically, we have under-drained oxided soils below the surface. We're looking at about 1,000 to under 1,500 millimetres per hour. We have a couple of samples on the site that were less than that, more like 230 to 300. So we use quite conservative numbers in all of our analysis. We typically divide all of our soakage weights that are measured by 4 times, so that we're using really conservative numbers, so that if there's any reduction over time in soakage traits within the sedimentation, that's allowed for. In this case, the chance of that is substantially reduced by the fact that nothing actually gets to the under drains before it passes over swale, so the sediment captures a lot of grass in this case. But we've made that allowance anyway, so we're going to use soakage rates of about 40 millimetres an hour, which is quite low for capital. We did investigate groundwater levels across the site when you're designing for a development to be completely based on low impact design, that is mitigating all of the effects of development on site as opposed to putting them into a storm system. We need to make sure that we've got a little bit of redundancy, but we also need to make sure that the groundwater doesn't end up impacting the solution that we're putting forward. ACDC has a track record of and has some real problems right now. In fact, we've had a very, very weak year, 40% wetter than normal, a lot of complaints. That the groundwater table is quite flat, but it rises and falls over wetter and dry periods. So as part of our design, we have to make sure that we're confident that the groundwater levels that are recorded. One thing that we're understanding what could happen over time when we mitigate our design, very comfortable that we've managed to achieve that. A large part of that is because the majority of the site is elevated, so we're well above groundwater. We've obviously considered the development with regards to potential for increased flooding, and can confirm that those effects have been mitigated. And again, the fact that we've kind of given a free rein to make that work by being given the space to provide additional storage has made that relatively straightforward. There was some minor increases in flooding on, but it's actually just where the wind increases a changed location of flooding because of our work, so we did lead up to TA land. And we've worked through that with them, it feels like 2 years ago. And resolve those matters with them, and they're happy with the outcome of that submission. When we did the consent conditions, because we've been able to work through exactly how we would implement the site, we were able to also prepare the conditions that would work for that design. So that was done collaboratively with the councils early on. Actual dates of those meetings are captured in waivers.
Regional district.
Yeah, the regional and district. And we're working quite heavily, obviously, with both the regional and district council locally here in this space
And so I just want to confirm that we support those recommended conditions in the current form. And just to finish up, we think that the proposal is a good one, that it's well considered and well designed. And our only comment in terms of some of the work that's been done over the last few months in terms of working through the issues that submitters might have is that the landscape design around the wetland, the southern portion of the site, shows a lot of nice trees. They're great, but from our perspective, we just need to make sure that we know what the species are and where they're planted. Because you can have some loss of flood storage associated with vegetation, but it's not really an issue. And we have to deal with that. We're mitigating, managing landscape planting against our flood risk issues. And essentially, yeah, we just talk to the landscape person and say, well, we just need, we need trees that have a nice clean trunk in these locations, and we can have low wide stuff in this location. So it's pretty standard.
I'll just remind you of the regional council conditions that we can actually include a planting thing to be submitted and considered in that.
Very good, thank you.
So I guess just following that point really, so is that how the situation with storage capacity would be compromised to be protected by the planting plan? Or are you saying that it's not actually an issue in this situation?
Well, probably both. I'm being pretty commanded for raising it.
Yeah.
It's not really a particular issue. You can have pretty heavy planting that looks like it's taken up after storage, and it's actually only taken up 3%. In this case, heavy planting hasn't been shown, but it's just that when you just see a great big top of a tree on a plant, it's hard to know what's proposed specifically. And so really all I was raising was some thought needs to be put to that, and we need to have the opportunity to speak into it at the time that that's formalised. I note that some of the planting has come out of a desire to see more planting in those areas from submitters. And yeah, I'm just saying that's right, but we do need to make sure we balance that against the needs of flood storage. And it's really very easy. With native species, it doesn't have to go to
Yeah, that is what you wanted to say. I think there's a copy of the regional council conditions, so it's conditions 35. And the planting plan for the wetland is submitted as part of the constructed wetland design sign-up process. So
yeah, we would pick it up. We would pick it up when we did the constructed wetlands, I'm sure.
And are we confident that we don't need a mirror condition in the subdivision consent? We do have mirror conditions, and we've worked with the team and council here. So Rita O'Brien, who, for example, had input into the Greater Wellington conditions first off. We didn't. So in their conditions, there is a need to consult with Kathy, and then likewise we put a mirror one and this one too, because we were aware that there's crossovers. The other interesting, we're at an interesting period of time as well with Greater Wellington we're aware of, and that is the whole three waters, what might look like in the future. And so they were very keen to make sure that they had involvement in what was happening in the council, just in case in the future that be involved in capacity. So we've done
there was the additional planting that Mr. Matamo mentioned that was suggested as a result of the landscape expert conference. You might recall seeing reference from Rita O'Brien, who's the council's stormwater lead, and she said that no, I don't want any more planting in the wetland area because of the capacity. And then as a result, we've covenanted is it 5 metres? It's probably something that Dave will talk through, but at the edge of the lots that are adjacent to it rather than storage.
So if you look through condition 46 and 47, etc., there's a note in there that you see how to undertake eco design and consultation with Greater Wellington Regional Council
provide evidence, that is exactly the same perspective as in the Greater Wellington one that says the consent holder shall undertake the development consultation with KCDC. And so we've got the, we've mirrored them in that sense. You'll see them right through the stormwater conditions there, and through, there's also others. As well.
And look, when I probably, the only other question I had in Mr. Martell was the southern area. In terms of areas treated there, would you characterise it as much closer to typical suburban as opposed to the rural residential approach?
Yeah, so the southern area is like typical suburban. I mean, in terms of what we're dealing with now on a daily basis, that's still quite a likely to be outcome compared to most of what we're dealing with. But yes, it's more typical. Suburban area.
Thank you, Mr. Martell. That's all from us. I think we are, and my proposal is that we have Mr. Compton on, and then call quits for that.
I was going to do it.
So we've got to start earlier than 10 o'clock tonight.
I don't know. But the point of the matter is that there are submitters who, at this point in time, understand that we're starting to. So I think that we don't want to get into, I think, changing this about at this point. That's a very good question. So because the submitters will be arriving and expecting to be heard from King Flynn. So look, they are people who have taken time out and not being paid for privilege. So yeah, I think if we start with the submitters tomorrow and then finish with Mr. Right through, including Ms. Blackwell, and then we have Mr. Hanson, and then move on to the council team. Does that sound?
That sounds fine. The only thought that I had when I was thinking about it was stuff and this is really might be really important. That would be helpful.
Possibly, but I mean, I think, I think Commissioner Hendrick and I are.
Yeah.
We might be sitting here.
Yeah, we might be able to just keep going.
Well, we just
organise
crack on now. Yeah, excellent.
That got me in before.
Look, I think Commissioner Hendrick and I, I think we'll find some time next week.
Yeah.
You can always
I think that's our
provide any questions.
I think we would, rather hear all of the evidence first, and then.
Okay. Mr. Compton, could you please confirm your name?
David John Compton.
And you've got the experience set out at 1.2 and qualifications 1.3. And, down to 4. You've been involved in preparing the landscape concept plan, landscape assessment report, and undertaking those additional actions, including the conferencing and.
Yes.
Brilliant. Do you have any questions?
I just have one
clarification, actually, it was paragraph 11.2b, where I'm talking about condition 22 proposed by the council regarding fencing for lots 23 to 46. 11.2. At the top, I said I had a relatively minor issue with that condition. I actually don't. I think it's a good condition. And I'm proposing for that part of the development. So I have no issues with that.
But where do you say you've got an issue with it?
Oh, just at the top of the title to that, the first sentence. And I listed there, but I don't actually have an issue with it. It's fine.
So this is 11.2 from B.
Yes.
So we can just strike out that paragraph of the italic.
Oh, okay. Okay. So we-
Yeah, I'll just quickly go through my summary of evidence and then I've got an addendum as well to regarding this backgrounds evidence. We've done this project since late 2020. Starting those times. Proposed development is considered to be a natural and sequence extension of residential development to Tico and Toitui Streets as part of the existing urban settlement to Otamonga. The proposal has, through the adoption of several mitigation measures, which are now being incorporated into the consent conditions, address concerns regarding development connection to existing urban amenities, the loss of existing landscape features, change to the landscape and urban character of the receiving environment, and any potential effects to visual amenity. In totality, the effects are considered too minor at most following the implementation of mitigation measures when the proposal was lodged with council in June 2021. Largely due to the retention, enhancement of natural wetlands, protection of native vegetation, limiting earthworks, imposition of fencing controls, and the protection of key topographical features. It's also worth noting that the inclusion of the recreation reserve, I can see that as a necessary mitigation measure for some of the amenity effects. Following receipt of the council's post-notification RFI, that included matters raised by Ms. Simpson, a joint site visit was undertaken, and we developed the proposal further at a joint workshop in July 2022. At this workshop, the following changes to the lodged application were adopted to address the council's landscape architects, landscape and visual amenity concerns. Number of lots at the southern end were reduced by 3 to a total of 24. A 10-metre wide frontage strip along the northern edge of the constructed wetland was proposed, so that's just along that section through there. And the idea is that 5 metres of that is within private lots, and they'll be protected by a consent notice, and then 5 metres would be on the top edge of that constructed wetland. Obviously, we work through with the engineers as well, and that's kind of standard practice once we get to the detailed design stage to ensure that we're not reducing their flood capacity. But we've got 10 metres there, so that actually provides a substantial amount of planting space. Extensions of the dunes separating lots 42 to 44 fronting roads up on the road to provide greater screening and offset of the loss of some natural character. So there's an existing dune there, and the intention is just to extend it along. And so that would be a modified dune, but it would be formed in a natural way. So it won't look like a fine ground quarry or anything like that. It would actually look like a dune. This added some additional planting on the boundaries between several of the lots and within the cul-de-sac street corridor. And again, that's just to try and soften the effect of the development. And that also ties into quite sensible fencing and trying to avoid close to the fencing, which you would typically see in a more suburban development. So we're sort of trying to run that in between stage where we're taking the good stuff from the suburban development, but we're getting the bad stuff. That makes sense. We're trying to create a high momentum development Creating pinch points with native planting, to maintain sidelines through the street corridor. And again, that's part of the traffic speed through there as well as the landscape. And then finally, we're looking at changing the street tree on the northern section from individual specimen trees to more plant planting. So again, that just ties into the landscape character of the area. Early in the design process, the proposed layout was designed to minimise its impact on the underlying topography by retaining key dune formations within the site. Obviously, that's alongside the expressway, and also just the on 29. So that one rises up to about 24 metres. So it's quite a substantial dune. So that has a another build protection over the top of it.
Those are shown on sheet 3.
At the northern end of the development, larger lot sizes are proposed to achieve access off an extension to Central Street. Natural wetlands and stands of native vegetation and movement are identified and incorporated into the development. These areas are enhanced through pest control, weed removal, and additional native specimens planted. This is, as Mr. Tay pointed out earlier, initially the two sections of development were linked by spine road, but after consultation with Mansell, identification of the old dray track and with the view of reducing earthworks. And as a result, to protect natural wetlands, on site the spine road was replaced with two cul-de-sacs and a shared path connection. The intention of the shared path is to create a link for local residents, which is low key, has minimal earthworks, and reflects the low density residential character in which it will sit. Fencing on either side of this path is open style to ensure joining properties have clear and open use of the track. The southern portion's landscape design has evolved in consultation with Ms. Simpson, noting that the construction of the wetland is also always proposed to be planted with native wetland species, creating a new habitat for native bird species. Allotments have been laid out to ensure each section backs onto a no-build area, either a dune form or the constructed wetland. Only exceptions being those plots adjacent to the existing house in Lot 33. The number of allotments has been reduced at the southern end and close timber fencing replaced with open style fencing and hedging, as well as additional planting added. Native plantings are proposed throughout the development around natural wetlands, around existing community stands, in reserve reserves, constructed wetland and on private sections. And I imagine over time as well, owners for those properties are going to open planting out as well. So the character will change, will become more compartmentalised, but I think will become more well vegetated. Well, the post and rail fencing is supported by the planting crystalline hedging, which helps maintain an open, more natural character. This is supported with a 10-metre wide strip of the northern edge of the constructed wetland. The southern edge of 38 to 43 will occur well landscape height and environments. And what also mentioned about the plant planting, proposing, and potentially some planting within the road berm. And that's something we need to look through council in terms of maintenance requirements, but it's something we feel we want to get into reduce the impact of road infrastructure, character. We'll just quickly jump to the addendum, which is the written response to the evidence pipeline.
Just the stuff paper.
Oh, okay. Jump back to that. I can do that now. So last paragraph. While I consider the lodged application to be well considered and appropriate development for the site, the revised scheme further reduces potential effects and adds further benefits to the community, additional landscape planting in the lower density. There is now agreement with the council's landscape experts that development is appropriate. Ms. Blackwell has raised a number of matters within my area of expertise, and my response to those is as follows. For the proposed site is zoned rural lifestyle in the offer of the district plan, it's worth noting that we particular street borders an area of general residential to the north. The minimum lot size for subdivision in the zone is 450 square metres, and with the proposed NPSUD requirements, it's likely that it will be possible for 3 houses to be built on each residential allotment, subject to possible qualifying measures. And the table below outlines number of properties that are in close proximity, number 44, and the relative distances. Worth noting that 8 lots are within 100 metres of the street, so it's definitely character. I consider these properties part of the city environment and agree that the council's office's conclusion that the subject site is within an area that is predominantly urban in character, albeit at a lower density. As described in my evidence of achieved, the character of the area is compartmentalised into relatively small landscape compartments due to underlying pedestrian patterns, existing undulating topography, and the existence of large shelter belts. The visual catchment of the city environment is relatively small, so in many cases less than 100 metres. We work closely with applicants and engineer to create key natural landforms on the site with the creation of no-build areas and the overall layout of the scheme plan. Fencing controls are also proposed to ensure that development retains a sense of openness, noting the comments about regarding the city compartmentalised character of the city environment. The protection and enhancement of wetlands proposed will also contribute positively to the city environment character and over time will strengthen this nature values. Paragraph 5.14, Ms. Blackwell notes that the finished ground level proposed like 19 will be RL 15, approximately 5.58 metres below the current ground level. Under the current operative district plan, it would be possible for a new dwelling to be built at this higher level, 5.58 metres above 44 Taylor Street. The current proposal reduces lots 19 level to below that of 44 Taylor Street. From a potential privacy and overlooking aspect, this is considered a positive change. Only B restricts the maximum height of habitable buildings 8 metres above original ground level and 10 metres for farm buildings with a minimum setback of 5 metres from any side or wet yard. The proposal will meet these requirements in the northern section and has not applied for any dispensation of these requirements, such as Taylor Street, and therefore does not create any visual dominance or shading effects created that will be greater than permitted in the RLC zone. Therefore, I do not consider any of the additional mitigation measures that are outlined in paragraphs 5.1 and 12.4 outlined in the submission necessary regarding reducing the maximum height, identifying building platforms, limiting the use of minor residential dwellings, and the requirement for the consent holder to be responsible for maintaining the landscape shed boundary for Taylor Street. Under the current rules, it's possible for a 10-metre high farm shed to be built 5 metres from the boundary as a right, subject to the recession plans. There is no restriction on the size of the building apart from height, and this can be constructed along the northeastern boundaries for Taylor Street with greater visual change than what is proposed in this application. The only aspect which is of relevance, in my opinion, is the number of lots and potential for 44 Taylor Street to possibly have a greater number of neighbours than it currently does. Noting that 44 Taylor Street shares the boundary with only lots 19 and 20 of the proposal. It does not share a boundary with lots 12 through 17, which is 6 lots. Yet the submission seeks to control development in these sites. And there's a sentence here that I haven't quite finished. The minimum permitted lot size, 4,000 square metres, it would still be possible for 44 Taylor Street to have more than 2 properties adjoining it. I guess the key takeaway here is that we are interested in enough neighbours for that property above what could actually be done in rural lifestyle zone. As noted in paragraph 3.1 of Ms. Blackwell's evidence, it's likely that any dwelling on lot 20 is likely to be separated from 44 Taylor Street by proposed protected and enhanced wetlands. I agree with this statement, noting this reduces the number of likely dwellings neighbouring the property as a result of this proposal to 1. lot 19 and potentially maybe one as well. A minor residential unit, gross floor area no greater than 60 square meters is permitted as a right in the RLZ zone, but it is still required to comply with the yard setbacks, height controls, and recession zones. I consider that these standards are sufficient to ensure that any edge effects with 48 Street can be mitigated to be similar to those anticipated in the zone. Based on past experience, it's highly likely that future residents will farm the boundaries to assist with defining the property as well as providing privacy as desired. 48 Street is no different in this respect. You could plant their own boundary if the existing trees were to be removed, which is a permitted activity. And if they had privacy concerns about an 8 residential dwelling being built 5 meters from the shared boundary, use permitted activity. I do not consider it necessary for this boundary to be planted and controlled through consent rooms, although the applicant has offered for the planting to occur and not the consent notice has been. It's worth noting that RLZ to a strict show about planting on internal boundaries to ensure adverse shading effects of control, which the current show about does not adhere to. Overall, having considered the views expressed by Ms. Clackline in detail, I confirm that these do not alter my initial view expressed in my earlier evidence. I ask the commissioners to include reasons for this interpretation.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Next.
I did have a question about what's 36 to 37. And just what fencing, what style of road fencing is proposed along the road frontage opposed to the lot.
Just 36 and 37, so they would have post and rail fence with the edge. So typically it might have 2 or 3 rails. You have seen one, of course.
Yet within the development, within those allotments, it's not the same as it. So there's no fencing along the road.
But within the cul-de-sac, any fences would stop 4.5 meters from the road boundary. And so that just gives us the ability for that cul-de-sac to appear more open. And that it just gives the new lines of the houses, it's actually much better design outcome.
The boundary was 44 Jago, and trees on the boundary. Do you know where the trees lie in relation to the boundary? Are they on both sides of the boundary, on one side of the boundary?
They haven't been specifically surveyed. So I would say they actually would have been both sides of the tree.
Yeah, but when it comes to cutting them down, do we even know where the issue lies?
Yes, we don't. We probably could pull it through from the survey.
Just thinking about it might be useful to know.
Yeah, because you do look at the area when it just covers both properties.
Yeah, you've got no idea unless you've surveyed where the trunk is in relation to the actual boundary.
They are.
Who owns the tree?
They are of a scale and age that it's no longer appropriate for being close to the existing residential dwelling.
Sure. I just feel that would help some of the discussion around these matters. Question from Mr. Hanson as the team's planner. Mr. Complement's comments about the residential standards Do they apply to rural town land?
Sorry? I remember my first name, residential stand.
Medium density residential standards?
Yeah, sorry, where does he make that?
In his addendum, he was talking about,
So they would only apply to the general residential zones. So it wouldn't apply to.
So the land,
Western side of the
the land, land on the western
Okay.
side of Tico Street is general residential.
right, okay.
But what I understood, mine doing was he was saying we now have an operative plan, which calls it a slightly different zone as opposed to what when the application is lodged. And that current operative plan allows the things he's been talking about, as some activity in temporary. They are very similar to the, but he's saying going forward from here, obviously, anything you going forward will be under the operative plan, and that's what would be allowed. So he's not, I didn't think he was suggesting on lot 19, the medium density provision to apply.
Right,
We were asking him.
Maybe I took it from that, but I.
No, sorry. Yeah, so for lot 19, that would still say it's a rural lifestyle zone.
Zone, RLZ it's called.
Yep. That's what I.
I intend on covering tomorrow in a little bit more detail than I originally had, where the density provisions are likely to occur under a plan change that hasn't been notified yet, but will be shortly. Because you asked a question about how does it, the high, how's it going to be implemented and all that, I just thought I might give you a very brief rundown on where that all sits. But the general residential area on the western side of Tico Street was included in the draft that was put out to council. So we're anticipating that will be covered by a plan change, right? And that will bring in, as you pointed out, as Dave pointed out, the 3 dwellings on up in section.
Some experience with another thing.
Yes.
Good context. Thank you.
Can I just go back to the point about the position of some of those trees? We've seen a look at the aerial imagery. And it's quite clear that some of the trees are different than 44 Tico Street. A number of them are demonstrated on the boundary. But obviously, as you said, that could be the physical location.
I mean, so I'm not, I don't think we'd be asking you to necessarily go out and survey, but have an indication of maybe approximately.
Certainly, the ones along the sort of southern portion of what one ten is, they are within 44 Tico Street. Yeah.
The ones in the western portion within that dogleg, they've been planted with like a cash crop, but the original western crop.
There's pine trees there. Yeah. I guess the line of trees along the northeast of the boundary and the
That's
so definitely the southern area, the southern portion of that boundary line.
Just on Mr. Copperman's addendum evidence, I don't think Ms. Blackwell was on the line when it been presented. Could you make sure they get sent to the email to him?
Yeah, I'll probably.
Because that would be worthwhile for her being aware of it before.
Definitely. I had
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
but if someone's got an electronic copy, that might be quicker and nicer. Thank you.
Also, Mr. Compton is staying in the team tomorrow, so if there's anything late in the day that you may wish to ask them, things will do it.
The southern subdivision here, and how, and look, I know, gone to some lengths with the proposed reshaping or extension of some of those dunes, just to act as a visual buffer.
So what, have you done any kind of like a ZTV or anything like that to just to get a sense of what houses may or may not be visible?
We have, looked at them, we did model it out. It's relative in terms of the concourse through there, Oklahoma Road and post sort of going to the road at a similar height. So once the parking established, so it's quite easy to soften the houses. It was always my intention that we were trying to screen development completely because houses can be the right side stones as of right, but it was really just to try and soften it so people from across the road lost that ability to be able to see the density that's in there. Yes, yeah, we did model it. That front dune was sitting at 14 metres and then dropped down probably about 5 metres behind there.
Given the topography and the controls which are proposed in terms of setbacks, boundaries, etc. In any location, what's the prospects of ending up with, a house sitting up on the dune top there?
Very, very low. So we've covered those with no build requirements. So
outside of those no build areas.
yeah, so basically we're looking at it, say we're looking at lots.
In the RFI,
Have a quick
So lot 44 and lot 29 are at similar heights through there. And then it goes up steeply behind it. So we are trying to keep the houses down on that.
There's also a requirement that there's no fences go up that dune, etc. as well, so that we can't keep that dune free of any structure.
And I guess in terms of the street along there, the boundary lines will set to follow the contour of the dune, so that the higher point of the dune is managed cohesively by one landowner as opposed to the fragments of ownership being managed as well.
So, the other way, so there's also
This way?
potentially the other way, there's a view which I think you're asking for promotion road, so that's when you look at the dune and you can see the building.
Oh, so okay, so the grey forms is the
Potential, and we just modeled a simple 5.5 metre high gable roof.
so that's from Oklahoma Road with mature plantings in the wetland area.
Yeah, we did do some more actually where we've picking up that planting. So initially we only had 5 metres and enough to be on site with citizen and workshopping with things back up to 10 metres wide that planting. So I imagine after 5 years we would be a substantial landscapes.
So by and large, when viewed from the travelling public as a residential area, with degree of visibility.
Very, very low. Yeah, there might be some glimpses through the cul-de-sac entrance. But you can actually see around the existing residential developments in there that they're heavily planted already. Flex goes really, really well. It's not great for sightlines, but it is really good at screening views. Toki, Manuka, it's amazing over the last 2 years how much the Carnatic is coming away. That stops not on it, so.
Very good. Thank you. Yeah, so come back to what you were just speaking about. So I had a question for myself because you've said, over a period of time for the dead screen strip, what's your estimation of that period of time?
I think it's relatively good soil, great growing conditions through here. I think in 5 years we have we might put some larger system trees just dotted through there. The majority of trees will start with the small ones, but we might actually just put a couple larger ones here just to get a more established feel.
So we really cut down a whole lot of trees. But now it's not. I lived there for 20 years. It's seen. And it's like lovely little time.
So I think we might, you potentially have to ameliorate the soil a little bit as well. And that's something we look at detailed design to make sure that the soil conditions are good.
If you go over another page from there's the planting plan and species.
Yes, yeah. That's all from me. So, yeah, let's be here at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you very much.